I call this regular meeting of the San Marcos City Council to order. Today is June 3rd of 2025. The time is 6:02. Ms. Trevino, please call the roll.
Ms. Rodriguez.
Here.
Mr. Selva Gonzalez.
Here.
Ms. Garza.
Here.
Mayor Houston.
Here.
Mr. Scott.
Here.
Mr. Mendoza and Mr. Lorenzo Gonzalez.
Here.
We have a quorum present.
Okay, and our invocation this evening is being given by Rachel Joyner, the Reverend of St. Mark's Episcopal Church. Welcome. We're glad that you're here.
Thank you. Let us pray. Oh God, you have bound us together in common life. Help us, the people of San Marcos, in the midst of our work and struggles for justice and truth, to confront one another without hatred or bitterness, and to work together with mutual forbearance and respect through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Thank you. Next, our pledges of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. Pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one indivisible. Next up is our citizen comment time period. The council hears citizen comments at work sessions, workshops, and regular meetings. There is a sign-up process and a deadline. Speakers may speak once during the citizen comment time period and may not yield time to others. If you speak now about a public hearing on tonight's agenda, we just ask that you not repeat exactly the same comments during the public hearing on the same topic. You will have 3 minutes to speak. I do need you to state your name. I know I will have just called your name, but we want your name and your voice on the record. A timer is displayed. You'll start in the green. When the timer goes to yellow, you'll have 20 seconds or less to speak. When it's red, the time to speak is up and a bell will ring. For those of you who are online, when you get a prompt to be a panelist, please check that because you're not going to be able to participate until you do that. That's how you get in to speak and be seen. The mayor and council will endeavor to ensure that meetings are conducted in a courteous manner and in an atmosphere free of defamation, intimidation, personal insults, profanity, or threats of violence. If you do any of those, you'll hear the gavel, and I will ask you to leave the chambers. This is not a you do something and I say don't do that again and you keep speaking with a warning. This is your warning. And so I will be asking you to leave. If you need help doing so, I will ask our officer to assist you. I will read a number of names. We have a lot of speakers signed up. So I will read like 5 or so names. And if you are in the lobby or whatever, if you will work your way over to the podium with the microphone. I know some of you are online. So in this order, hold on. We'll start with Cindy Laird, Sam Young, Sam Benavides, Karen Stuckey, and Elizabeth Bounds. First off will be Cindy Laird.
Well, hello, Honorable Mayor and council members. Thank you for letting me speak here tonight. My name is Cindy Laird, and I'm a 5-year homeowner and a San Marcos resident. I'm here to comment on the automated license plate readers, AKA the ALPRS, or the flock cameras. These readers are used in cities all over Texas and San Marcos included. Specifically, I'm here to say I'm for approving additional cameras and keeping license plate camera data retention to the industry standard of 30 days as requested by Chief Standridge. In a recent article about license plate readers, the Caldwell-Hayes Examiner news outlet compared San Marcos to Austin. I've never lived in Austin, and I really don't want to live in Austin. However, the Caldwell-Hayes Examiner opened the door to talk about something I read about the Austin Police Department recently. This is according to Fox 7 Austin. On March 10th of this year, an Austin News reporter, Jamie Wright, was shot and killed when he came across several individuals breaking into his car at its apartment complex. The case was called until automated license plate readers helped Austin PD identify 4 juvenile suspects. One suspect was arrested April 30th, one on May 5th, one on May 20th, and one on May 27th. All have been charged with capital murder and believed to be part of a larger criminal ring targeting Kia Autos. The automated license plate reader worked like a police force multiplier, and the case might still remain cold without it. I specifically mentioned the dates of the murder and the arrest because with 30 days retention data, the police were given more time to work this case and apprehend the subjects. ALPR data is only used for criminal investigations, city, state, and federal. I'm for anything that helps our law enforcement do their jobs more efficiently. Keeping our city safe and crime-free is a high on my list of priorities, and we are in a very high crime area with Interstate 35 running through our city. Some on our council want to tie the hands of our SMPD by changing data retention to 7 days. I hate to admit it, but I have milk in my fridge older than 7 days. In closing, I am for the San Marcos Police Department in their efforts to keep our city safe and crime-free. I am for additional flock cameras, and I am for keeping license plate data saved for the industry standard of 30 days. I am also for police department take-home cars, as they deter crime just by their presence, and this makes our neighborhoods safer. I will end by saying that you will see me anytime the SMPD department is involved in these meetings. I will always back our blue. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Sam Young.
Sam Young, regarding Flock, also called ALPR. I support the purchase of 19 additional cameras for a total of 33 license plate cameras to aid the San Marcos Police in solving and hopefully preventing crime. Once car tags get scanned for toll roads and even at car washes. The system is in place, let's use it. These cameras come from grant money and not the regular budget. It seems that many of the opposition talking points are total propaganda made up to scare people. Lying propaganda is used as a tool of socialism to scare people into submission. Usually the only people at risk are lawbreakers. A recent article regarding Flock described how it may have saved a woman's life. She had an abortion. Her family in Texas became concerned that she would bleed to death, and the family asked the Johnson County Sheriff's Office to help her. They did, using Flock, and the woman received medical evaluation. The opposition presented this as a violation of women's reproductive rights. The family considered it a matter of love. And we need to differentiate between our homegrown bad guys and illegal alien bad guys. ICE handles illegal aliens. In recent weeks, there have been several news stories where illegal aliens have killed Americans. If the illegal aliens had been previously deported, the deaths would not have occurred. We have plenty of American citizens committing horrible crimes without outsiders committing crimes. We need to support ICE. In watching the City Council, I fear more emphasis is being shifted to social justice ideas and away from real city business. All citizens of San Marcos must be respected and given equal protection by the city. We have 2 council members who do not show common respect for their position, as they do not stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. This violates basic courtesy. It demonstrates a lack of respect for the Constitution that guarantees our freedom of speech, their right to hold office, and the Constitution does govern our lives as citizens of a republic. I am concerned for the future of the city if an emphasis continues on national and international issues that San Marcos has no control over. We need to focus on controllable local issues necessary for the health, growth, and well-being of our community. Let's not lie to our citizens to scare them. I do not want a socialist San Marcos. And if we're concerned about overspending money on the police, how much should it cost in overtime for 27 public safety officers to be on duty until the wee hours of the morning for the May 6th meeting for a resolution that should never have been on any city council agenda? Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sam Benavides. Oh, she's here.
Good evening, Council. I just want to say real quick, we already have 14 of these surveillance cameras, and we've had them for a few years. So San Marcos is still not crime-free, so it's almost like these cameras don't prevent crime. But on to what I prepared. Over the weekend, our team partnered with the PSL San Marcos and Councilwoman Amanda Rodriguez to host a community forum to discuss SMPD's proposed expansion of flock surveillance cameras across our city. During this forum, we heard from dozens of community members who are deeply concerned about this expansion. While I understand that many of you on the dais are supporters of our local police department, and I respect that, it is critical that we understand that we are currently living in a new political reality, and I think we can all agree on that. Although the Democrats have slowed their use of the word fascism now that the election is over, they were correct to call Trump's plans out for what they were. We are past the point of a slow creep towards fascism. Because first it was just undocumented immigrants. Then it was legal immigrants getting their visas revoked. And now we hear Trump talking about homegrown terrorists, a definition which has been broadened to include many of the people in this room for simply opposing genocide and violent occupation. This is the new political reality, and now is not the time to participate in the expansion of unprecedented numbers of surveillance that collects data on millions of innocent people every day with zero probable cause. There is no reason that San Marcos needs to have 33 flock cameras. The city of Austin, with a population tenfold of that of San Marcos, only has 40. Allowing our police department to operate 33 cameras, just 7 less than Austin, which I learned today is the city with the most flock cameras in the state, is complete overreach. I also want to speak around the concerns around SMPD's retention policy, which the ACLU has pointed out is the worst practice they could adopt. While I agree with that, I also think it's important to point out that regardless of what our policy is, the data captured by these cameras lives in Flock's system indefinitely. There is no timeline by which they need to clear that data from their systems. And regarding concerns about agencies like ICE accessing this data, the police will likely tell you that they will not share this data with ICE. However, from my understanding, ICE does not need to ask the local police departments for the data, but can instead request it from Flock themselves. This means that whether SMPD and whether you want to comply with ICE or not, approving this request would expand their tools of deportation and family separation. In conclusion, mass surveillance does not make us safer. We are approaching a serious housing crisis with the closure of Gary Job Corps, and it is a shame that instead of discussing the ways we could be supporting our most vulnerable neighbors, we are debating how to surveil and police them. And although I know that this will be paid mainly through grant funding and not the city's funding, taking that money also reinforces the state's practice and normalizes their practice of prioritizing surveillance over safety. I again urge you to vote against this expansion. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Karen Stuckey. After her will be Elizabeth Bounds, but I'm going to call the next 5. Nikki Vargas, Sanjay Ravi, Gina Fleming, who's online, Bucky Couch, and a Chris Broadford, who's online.
Good evening, Mayor Houston and members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Karen Stuckey, and as a resident of San Marcos, I'm here to express strong support for Resolution 2025-18R, which is modification of the City of San Marcos Flock Safety Camera Contract to include additional cameras and to align our data retention policy with widely accepted 30-day industry standards. Public safety is a shared responsibility, and modern tools like Flock safety cameras are helping cities across the country reduce crime, locate stolen vehicles, recover missing persons, and support more efficient police investigations. These cameras read license plates and vehicle characteristics, not personal identities, and notify law enforcement when a vehicle matches a suspect description or alert, such as an Amber Alert or a stolen vehicle. Under the leadership of San Marcos Police Chief Stan Standridge, our department has embraced smart technology to serve and protect this community with transparency and accountability. Expanding our Flock camera network is the next logical step in enhancing that effort, especially as our city continues to grow. Today, over 4,000 communities nationwide use Flock technology, and for cities with populations like ours, just under 75,000 residents, the typical deployment across the country includes between 75 and 100 cameras. This level of coverage ensures key intersections, neighborhood entrances, and city gateways are monitored effectively without being intrusive. Now, one critical part of this conversation is data privacy. I urge the council to follow industry best practices by adopting the standard 30-day retention period. This time frame is long enough to assist investigations effectively, yet short enough to address privacy concerns. It is already the norm in most municipalities across the country, including those with strong commitments to civil liberties. I also want to acknowledge concerns that some may have about the impact on civil or immigration rights. These concerns are important and they're valid. However, it's important to clarify that flock cameras do not use facial recognition, do not record personal identity information, and are not connected to federal immigration and enforcement databases. The system is controlled locally and used solely to support legitimate law enforcement investigations, not to surveil law-abiding citizens. Mayor Houston and council members, I respectfully ask that you approve the proposed modification to the flock safety contract to increase the number.
time is up.
Okay, great, thank you.
Elizabeth Bounds.
Thank you. Good evening to the mayor and council members. My name is Elizabeth Bounds, and I'm a San Marcos resident. I urge you to support modifying the City of San Marcos flock safety camera contract that includes the additional cameras and to allow data retention for the 30 days, which research shows is an industry standard. As you know, our city is rapidly growing. From the most recent citywide survey results, public safety was the most important concern for the folks who completed the survey. Flock camera's purpose is to alert SMPD when a wanted suspect vehicle passes in front of the camera. There must be a case number already generated to cue the search. Cameras are not recording names, phone numbers, or addresses, nor do they capture a visual of the driver. It's actually the rear license plate that's captured. SMPD has already had success with the program with capturing a murder suspect and capturing an alleged burglar, Peeping Tom, who also had some sexually motivated offenses in San Marcos. Those are just two examples that shows the flock system works. I respectfully urge the mayor and our council members to approve the modification to the flock contract. Our city needs this to keep us safe, solve crime, and also respect the rights of the San Marcos residents. I appreciate your time and your continued work serving San Marcos. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Vicky Vargas.
Nikki Vargas, 918 Haines Street here in San Marcos. Good evening, council members and mayor. Thank you for your time. Currently, you find yourself in a position to set a precedent for a slew of different kinds of developments, specifically data centers, that San Marcos and this area is facing. I was born in this town, I've grown up in this place, I've stayed, and I made it not just a place where I continued my higher education, but started a business and became a property owner. I'm invested. I've been supported by this community and have supported this community. Growing up here lends itself to establishing an undeniably close relationship with the river and this land and the people. Taking a note from one of my greatest mentors, teachers, and friends, Dr. Garber, I wish to reflect upon my academic learning and share some of the background with you now. I studied environmental geography, resource use and management, anthropology, and horticulture. I interned at the Meadow Center, and I worked on the San Marcos Watershed Initiative. The nexus of all of these studies is something I found very interesting, especially when you look at through the lens of San Marcos. Our river and our water resources are an indicator of our health, environmentally, economically, and even emotionally. It's not a surprise to any of us here that we have been in a drought for years and have indicators that we are headed for desertification. Now, that's a term I learned in geography. It means when an area dries up and becomes a desert. There's also a freedmen colony site and cemetery on one of these properties. Their ancestors still live here in San Marcos. They still want to visit their loved ones. Putting a high decibel data center on that property denies your constituents access to a quiet moment with their loved ones. This also means, in addition, that any archaeological significance, you also could be setting us up for haunted AI. I really don't want to see that. When posed with the opportunity to explore new technologies and their potential implications when looking at a full scope picture, one must factor in water and energy usage, and whether or not the area being proposed have the resources to support that type of extraction. Stage 5 drought suggests that we don't even have enough water right now, not factoring in the amount that would be needed for data centers. You'll hear figures tonight about water and energy consumption, but know that one day, if these projects get a green light, it won't be figures that you will be dealing with. It will be water wars. It will be real-life implications. It will be higher utility rates for your constituents and less access to water. It will be at the detriments of human health, livestock health, wildlife health, plant health, water health. The choices you start making tonight in San Marcos' participation with AI will ricochet into the future. Consider your accountability to your constituents right now. We are here, we're showing up. We're telling you exactly as clear as the river that we do not want this, we cannot afford this. Consider your accountability to the future generations. We will all want someone else's hope for the future, and we are living now, making choices that will impact lives yet to come. Please do not move forward with items 24, 29, and the weird flock cameras that also use AI. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sanjay Ravi.
All right. Hey, all. I'm Sanjay. So I'm here opposing the installation of these new flock cameras and all. And I think if any of you are considering actually giving more funding to that and installing more cameras, I just want you to realize that everything that the government ever does, especially like the security forces, the police or military, is always a Trojan horse. The world works on incentives. They follow the orders of those who pay them. What incentive do they have to selflessly serve you, to find the guy who broke your car, to find the guy who raped your family member or whatever? They have no incentive. However, they do have an incentive to serve those politicians who tell them orders. They will go after political prisoners like Mahmoud Khalil. They'll go after people for technical violations and fine them to death. So if you really think that by giving more cameras to the police departments or whatever will help prevent crime, you're delusional. Because if you read a simple history book, safety, 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 this has been the #1 justification for all fascism throughout history. We can look at people, there's almost 1 million people arrested every year in the US for drug violations, simply for holding money. If I had a piece of bag here that had cocaine, do I morally deserve 5 years in prison? The judge will sit there and treat your life like a technicality. The DA will sit there and treat your life like a technicality. They don't care because you are just numbers on a piece of paper. So many people in our community cannot even call the police. Immigrant families cannot call the police. People are scared. And the reason they're scared is there are so many laws to the point that we are all criminals. The government can always find a way to charge you for something so small, whether you torrented a movie, whether you were speeding, reckless driving, whatever. The law is entirely subjective. Cops have no incentive to protect you. They actually, if crime rate was 0, their budget would be shrinked. So what incentive do they have to actually keep crime low? No, they don't. They want the illusion of crime always appearing high so they can install more cameras, more surveillance, and then keep fining you to death. Remember, the world works on incentives, and we give cops a monopoly on violence. They have no incentive to decrease themselves. They have no incentive to have competition, and they will do whatever the politician in power wants them to do. So if you want the citizens of San Marcos to live in a police state where they're constantly worried every time they drive their car that they're going to be fined for some small thing and live in fear every time they drive, any one of you, when you're driving and these flock cameras installed, you're going to have to drive in fear. You don't know what they could fine you for, and then they'll maybe even arrest you, maybe even cite you. We got thousands of people in the immigrant community who are living in fear now, actual fear of being kidnapped at gunpoint. And before they give the cop-loving people here give you emotional stories, I want you to rationally acknowledge every time a cop arrests someone for a nonviolent violation, some victimless crime, that is violence, that is kidnapping, that is kidnapping someone at gunpoint, that is torture. So whenever you think about violence, don't just think about the violence that people perpetuate on each other, which cops don't care about. They don't have any incentive to serve you fast anyways. Think of every time a cop arrests someone, that is kidnapping, that is extortion, that is torture. Thank you. Please vote no on this.
Our next speaker is Gina Fleming, and she is online. Ms. Fleming, if you'll turn on your camera and your microphone, please. Gina Fleming. Okay, I'm going to skip over, and I will go next to Bucky Couch.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Bucky Couch, and part of what I'm going to say has to do with one of these that I haven't learned to put all my thoughts on that. Oh, and one suggestion. When there's hot-button issues like this, I'd suggest you just take a vote. There's not very many people here, but take a vote of which way people want to go, and then you can get on with your business. Just kidding, but make it go faster. Anyway, one of the strategic initiatives that you all have created in your January visioning meetings concerning public safety. This was further emphasized by the community survey that was done a few months back, where public safety was in the top 10 desires of the San Marcos community. Specifically, one of those goals reads as follows: optimize the use of technology to improve community safety, establish clear guidelines and protections governing the use of technology to ensure transparency, accountability, and respect for the personal privacy of the public. That's what the discussion regarding license plate readers is all about. Thank you, Councilmember Rodriguez, for hosting a town hall meeting last Saturday regarding this issue. I wasn't able to stay for the whole meeting, but while I was there, the 25 or so attendees expressed concern over surveillance and privacy invasion. So this is the third time this issue's been brought up, so I'm hopeful that there will be some decision. And just a few things to consider. The cost, and it's been stated that funds spent on the cameras would be better spent on other things. 80% of the cost is borne by a grant from the state to help fight vehicle theft and related crimes. Yes, we're all taxpayers who are paying, but only about $25,000 is coming from San Marcos funds. Second, on crime, I-35 is more than a parking lot. It's a drug smuggling and human trafficking freeway from Laredo to the Red River and beyond. Vehicle burglaries have increased as reported by the police department in their annual report. Stolen guns in those vehicles are a prime incentive for criminals. As reported in previous reports of crime, over 60% of the crimes committed in San Marcos are from folks that don't even live here. In terms of being intrusive, as it's said before, there's no facial recognition, et cetera. As it relates to data privacy, again, this has been addressed by both the SMPD and Flock. The revised policy, I think that y'all did, has really raised some of the issues in that and helped do that. To be clear, the data captured by cameras for law enforcement purposes here are not accessible by the public having a subscription. Finally, if you don't want your license plate to be captured, then stay off the tollways and TxDOT because there's cameras everywhere. And as far as privacy is concerned, I suggest everybody delete every app on this thing right here because there's more private data that we've all put in to Google, TikTok, Facebook, whatever, that would ever be on those cameras. So that's all I have to say. I hope y'all pass the use of the cameras. Thank you.
Okay, next is Chris Bradford, but before you start talking, sir, we'll have Tori Martin, Ryan Patrick Perkins, Justin Randolph, who's online, Virginia Parker, and Barbara Smithson. Okay, Chris Bradford.
Hi, well, my video went out, I'm sorry.
But we can hear you.
Okay. Okay, anyway, hi, I'm Chris Bradford. I'm here on behalf of San Marcos Business Park, and I just want to register my support for item number 27, for item number 20, which concerns the setting a public hearing for annexation and approving a service plan. And I am available if there are any questions concerning this item.
Okay, thank you. Next is Tori Martin.
Tori Martin. I'm here to talk about the data centers next door to me. I'm so lucky to have this community to explain to you the extreme concerns around water, forever chemicals, pollution, and power, because I'm going to tell you my concerns for my neighbors and I's quality of life being greatly compromised if you allow the property to change to industrial, ripping it away from conservation. I went to Granbury, Texas, like I said. I spoke to the neighbors next to the data center that was built almost 2 years ago. I know the bees have left, the birds have left. I know of 4 dead horses with unexplained death. I know the neighbor's cows should have over a dozen calves on the ground by spring, but this year they just have 1. I've heard everyone has been getting sick, and some kids have even started having seizures. They told me their electricity bills have doubled and even tripled in some cases. I'm not ashamed to stand up here and tell you I can't afford that. My neighbors, who also depend on their livestock, can't afford to not have cows being born to take to auction. We all depend on our land. I want you to know that we have our water cut off regularly because Crystal Clear is having issues in that area and has for years. It can't handle something like that in those areas. Horses, which I raise, can hear frequencies that we cannot detect. Their hearing is 10 times greater than ours. They can hear a heartbeat from 4 feet away. These frequencies that a data center will put off will disrupt everyone and harm their quality of life. I could play you the frequency that I recorded in Granbury, Texas, but I really, really don't think you would like that. And I need you to like me. You're responsible for making a life-changing decision that will affect all of our futures, especially mine. I don't want to live next to a data center. I will never be able to duplicate my home of the last 25 years. There is nothing like it anywhere, nothing within 2 hours of San Marcos similar to what we have and to what my neighbors have. Today I stand up here filled with grief that us, the wildlife, the livestock will all suffer because of someone's greed and neglect for our town. The fact that the developer has kept the data center a secret is extremely unsettling. I assume you're sitting in those chairs because you like this town. I hope it's because you love our town. I'm here and we are all here because we love this town and care about its well-being and the future of San Marcos. I hope when it comes down to making the decision that you are responsible for making for us, for me, you can say that you listened to the community and did what was right for San Marcos. Greed shouldn't be a priority over human life. Money isn't going to fill back up that river once it's gone. It's the town's biggest attraction. You need to be doing everything you can to protect it. And to quote my father, if I had all the money in the world, I would still live right here. Thank you for listening to me.
Our next speaker is Ryan Patrick Perkins. And to everyone in the audience, I didn't come out and ask you earlier, and I'm going to ask you now. We're going to have a peaceful meeting, and so please, no cheering, no clapping. If you want to do this, that's fine. And honestly, I can tell more people who are doing this than people who are clapping. So I can see what the results are. So please, quiet in the lobby and in the chambers. Thank you. We made it last meeting before, 6 hours, and people were quiet. And I was so proud of them. Mr. Perkins.
Good evening, council members. My name is Ryan Perkins, 727 West Hopkins Street. I come before you not only as a citizen, but as a steward of memory. I'm an 8th generation San Martian. My 5th great grandfather, Edward Burleson, settled the Springs, and with forced labor and enslaved people, he built a dam that formed a lake that powered a mill, and a mill that cut lumber that built this town nearly 2 centuries ago. Sometimes prose cannot hold the weight of our grief or our hope, and in moments of great conscience, I believe we must reach out beyond rhetoric and speak in a language that holds both grief and reverence alike. So tonight, rather than a speech, I've chosen to share a poem. And I offer this not just as testimony, but as a plea. From one voice standing on layers of history to yours, making choices that will shape what remains. This is where the land remember us. Before servers blinked, before asphalt threaded the hills, before the hunger for circuits outpaced the pulse of the cedar, there was only water. Rising from the limestones in whispers, a truth older than any ordinance. Here, the aquifer sings beneath us. A vault of darkness and silence, it keeps the breath of our ancestors, the footsteps of bison, the prayers of people whose names were carved by rivers, not etched in code. I speak tonight not in protest, but in guardianship. You ask us to exchange spring for turbine, sky for exhaust, the long memory of land for a temporary glow. But what shall we tell our children when the wells falter? When summer becomes siege and the only hum they hear is not cicadas or wind, but the endless churn of a machine that does not know the names of this place? What shall we say when the oak no longer shades us, when the deer no longer come to drink? There is a cost to forgetting, and it is paid in drought, in stillborn rivers, in names erased for profit margins. This is not resistance. This is not resistance. This is not resistance. It is reverence. We are not anti-progress. We are for preservation, for the sacred economy of enough, for the dignity of a town whose bones are older than this newest ambition. Say no, not in fear, but in fidelity. Say no, because there are things no data can replace. Thank you.
Our next speaker is online, Justin Randolph.
Good evening. My name is Justin Randolph, and I speak for myself as a private citizen. I'm a San Marcos property owner who hopes you will oppose the expansion of flock cameras. I'm also a historian of American policing, and I fear we've approached a tipping point in civil liberties. How might these flock cameras be used in the future? Can we reasonably predict that we will be able to control them? How will further technological innovation like artificial intelligence change this surveillance in ways we cannot currently know? As a historian, I'm approaching this question with humility. Artificial intelligence has already changed so much about what I do as a professor in the classroom. It's also frequently wrong. If Flock or law enforcement tells us that these cameras won't be used for this or that, how can we possibly know as we stand here today? Moreover, how might criminal activity be redefined in the future? These tools may target human activity that we would never think criminal today. If you told me a few years ago that immigration would be criminalized by wholly unaccountable law enforcement personnel, such as paramilitary, masked ICE agents, I wouldn't have believed you. We live in rapidly changing times. And according to the Electronic Frontier Foundation, a nonprofit studying digital privacy, we know that ICE does have access to the Flock system. It is my understanding that any law enforcement agency that pays into the system can access Flock's data. I invite you to consult the work, especially of Matthew Guariglia, if this is a question that you're interested in. Already, the cameras have exceeded license plate reading to include attempted reading of vehicle features like dents, color, and bumper stickers. Even locally, the use of these cameras ultimately depends on the virtue and legality of law enforcement officers. Just today, in fact, the Austin Chronicle's Austin Sanders reported that 20% of Austin Police Department scans using Flock were conducted without clear justification. And we shouldn't forget that the Supreme Court in 2012's U.S. v. Anquan Jones unanimously found law enforcement must obtain a warrant prior to attaching a GPS device to anyone's vehicle in order to monitor its movements. How long before the court applies the same logic to license plate readers? If we must have Flock, then please, we should assert strong protections, not industry standards, but common sense protections for San Martians, something like only keeping hot list hits, that is, only keeping the hits on vehicles placed in the system, not all vehicles, and only then keeping them for 7 days, not a month. I think San Marcos has an opportunity to stand against this expansion of legally dubious surveillance and perhaps to be on the right side of history. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Virginia Parker, followed by Barbara Smithson. But following Barbara will be Saul Huerta, Sanders Drucker, Sloan Rucker, Evan Sykes, and Mike M. Virginia Parker, you are next.
Hello, Mayor and Council members. I'm Virginia Parker with the San Marcos River Foundation. Randomly, I wanted to bring something to your attention on item number 10, discussing the Cape Street Shared Use Path. You'll see an attached map within the agenda packet, and that map contains a proposed facility greenway planned across the privately owned Smurf property along Willow Springs Creek. We have not agreed to that path, planned to be built within 0 to 10 years, and we have requested that it be removed from city maps in the past. So I just wanted to go on record and ask y'all to remove that path from your maps. Second, I want to encourage anyone here tonight concerned or opposed to data centers to contact their senator to not prohibit states from managing data centers in the quote, big beautiful bill. That's something everyone can do today because that is in the big beautiful bill. So that probably needs to be removed. Lastly, I'd like to talk about item number 29 regarding the requested change to the preferred scenario map at 904 Francis Harris Lane. SMRF is tracking 7 proposed data centers in the San Marcos River watershed, only one of which is currently located in the San Marcos city limits. One data center has now been approved by ERCOT in Caldwell County, and it is our understanding that ERCOT will need to approve each data center regardless of whether or not they would build their own power plant. It is also our understanding that the limitations on ERCOT's infrastructure today means that they will only be able to approve, and I am using air quotes on only, be able to approve 1 to 2 data centers for now. That said, SMRF is not taking a stance tonight for or against Mr. Mayberry's request because we just don't have a crystal ball to see how many will actually be approved. What we can say is this: 904 Francis Harris would be connected to the Hayes Energy Power Plant, which is an important point because that power plant currently uses 1.5 million gallons a day of treated wastewater from the city of San Marcos. It's a great use for wastewater. Nobody knows how much water the creation of power actually takes. Contrast that with the Cloudburst data center, which would be in Hayes County. They would need to build their own power plant, possibly using potable water from Crystal Clear for cooling just the power plant. That's not the data center. That's a problem, especially with the comments we've heard tonight about Crystal Clear. Not to mention, Cloudburst has quite a bit of floodplain on York Creek. Sorry, we don't have a crystal ball. I don't know what to tell you to do, but if we knew that Mayberry would block Cloudburst, it'd be a no-brainer.
Our next speaker is Barbara Smithson. And I do want to run through the list so that people can be ready who are in the lobby. Saul Huerta, Saunders Drucker, Sloan Rucker, Evan Sykes, and Mike M. If you could move on in to the chambers, please.
Hi, I'm Barbara Smithson. I would like to encourage you to approve the amendment to the contract for the flock cameras. I understand that this technology helps our San Marcos Police Department as well as other law enforcement agencies in solving crimes. I think providing tools to law enforcement to solve crimes is important. I think it's one of the things that we as citizens expect from our local government. I come from California. The government there decided that they would put a flashing neon sign that said, "Criminals, we will not prosecute you." And guess what happened? The criminals came. And even people who weren't criminals realized it was easy to steal and cheat and do the wrong thing. It became an unsafe place where I didn't want to live. And so I took my tax dollars and I left. I landed here in San Marcos, in the beautiful community of Kissing Tree. I'm hoping that this is my forever home, but I have to say that I'm disturbed to see anti-police, pro-criminal issues creeping into city council agendas. It makes no sense to me to hamstring the police and let criminals get away with ruining our town, unless you're trying to drive people and businesses away. Or are you worried you'll be caught doing something illegal on a traffic camera? Let's support our police department, and please don't Californicate my San Marcos. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Saul Huerta.
I'm sorry, someone just cursed at my neighbor here.
I'm sorry, what?
That man just told that person to shut the F up. How rude.
Wait a minute, who said it?
That man that just walked
That
by
just
there.
left. Okay, well, they've
Just
left.
told them.
That was not acceptable. I'm sorry, I missed it. I'm trying to manage this list here. But that's absolutely, needs to be out of the building, please.
The one in the blue shirt
Yeah,
just told that person to shut the F up.
yeah. We just,
Per the rules.
Yeah.
That's just one warning. We've gotten rid of people
Yeah.
for far less.
and, well, your name, please.
Hi, Sol Huerta.
Okay.
I'm a San Marcos resident. I'm here to talk about 3 things centered on protecting our community, which I love so much, and holding you, council members, accountable. First, I'm beyond disappointed that after hours of testimony from your constituents, 70% of which supported the ceasefire resolution almost a month ago, you still voted no, aside from Amanda and Alyssa, of course. Mayor Houston, you told us at 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning, that you had made up your mind before that 7-hour meeting. then you made the cops kick us out. And that is not how elected officials should be treating their constituents. To say the least, it's disrespectful, especially to the people that were just here to express how they felt about this. So I hope, that said, that you all will actually listen to me today, because these next two issues are very important for keeping our neighbors safe. There have been multiple companies wanting to construct data centers and AI centers in San Marcos and the surrounding area, and as you've heard from people, and which you'll continue to hear tonight, this would worsen our drought conditions and cause countless other issues to our community, to the wildlife, to the livestock and all of that, and especially to our most vulnerable neighbors. And we should not let corporations take over and put profits over people. And speaking of corporations coming in and just doing whatever they want, I am urging you to vote no on the expansion of these flock cameras. These cameras are nothing short of mass surveillance on your constituents. Mass surveillance networks like these are a threat to everyone. It is well documented that ICE uses these cameras to carry out their racist deportations, or should I say kidnappings. Texas police recently used these cameras to track down a woman who had an abortion. Protesters can be tracked just for speaking their mind, right? They could be tracked leaving rallies or even leaving City Hall when we're here doing our democratic rights and freedom of speech and all of that. So what is stopping SMPD, the same police department that murdered Malachi Williams over a year ago right across the street, what stops them from using these cameras to further threaten, harass, and endanger us? This is a gross overreach of police power, and I think anyone, regardless of political affiliation, can see that. An article came out, like someone mentioned earlier, in the Austin Chronicle today about APD misusing these same exact cameras. It's a private company. Anyone can go in and look at the data if they want to. That's really disturbing to me. It's a shame Councilor Matthew Mendoza is not here, because last week he said he didn't want to pass last month he didn't want to pass a ceasefire resolution because of concerns about vulnerable community members who need access to housing, food, infrastructure, and education. So why would we then turn around and continue spending disturbing amounts of our budget on the police and technology that will just make all of us less safe in the long run? The police budget is already ridiculously high compared to these other things that we need. I hope that this council meeting, you actually will listen to what your constituents who elected you are asking of you. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Saunders Drucker.
My name is Saunders Drucker. I live at 1509 Del Mar Street. I'm here to talk about the proposed data center. I'm a graduate student here at the university, and specifically, I'm an endangered species biologist. I study the effects of worsening wildfires and climate change on little endangered rattlesnakes out in the desert that are gonna go extinct in my lifetime. Because of this, I spend a lot of time thinking about losing things, and then about saving things. Right now, we are losing the San Marcos River. I don't mean that we are at risk of losing it. We are currently losing it. Not just because of the proposed data center, but because of the current projections of aridification from climate change and water use from an exploding population. Our current use of the river and aquifer is completely unsustainable. We are already in a stage 5 drought, and this is a one-of-a-kind place home to many other organisms that live nowhere else on Earth. We should be, if people realized the danger it was in, we would be enacting new regulations to protect the river and try our best to return it to its healthy natural state. And given that it is one of the oldest continually inhabited sites in North America, we should be returning it to the rightful owners. Instead of this, we have out-of-town developers moving in to extract and pollute this resource for their own gain. We're gonna hear numbers about the water use and the energy use, so I'm not gonna talk about that right now, but we all know what a disaster this would be for the San Marcos River and the town of San Marcos. To propose such a thing is monstrous. To vote in favor of such a proposition is to act against the interests of your own constituents and against the good of humankind in general. Humankind will not remember you fondly for dividing up and selling these resources, willfully ignorant of the harm that you are causing. We need to be running in the other direction and protecting these things that we claim to love and that people have cherished for longer than this country and this civilization has existed. Instead, we are walking hand in hand down the path of destruction with some guy from some companies who buy and sell our futures in business rooms somewhere else. People have cherished and protected this place for 15,000 years. You cannot throw it away now. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sloan Rucker.
Hi, I'm Sloan Rucker, and I want to speak out against mega AI companies trying to encroach on and take advantage of our city. I vehemently oppose the proposal to more than double the amount of AI flock cameras in town. These tools have been weaponized against marginalized people for several years, and I only expect the same to continue. Folks might say if you do nothing wrong, you have nothing to worry about if you're constantly being watched. First, who likes constantly being under a microscope, whether at work or walking down the street? Who wants to live in a city that feels like a panopticon? Also, the concept of crime is constantly shifting. My identity as a trans person has been criminalized in the past and is currently up for debate yet again here in Texas. Under this current administration, we're seeing an overreach in the application of the law where even basic freedoms, such as that of speech, are being criminalized, depending on who you are and what you say. In Texas, even scientifically supported life-saving healthcare is criminalized. The Flock Company has been doing business across major U.S. cities, striking deals, making millions off of a false promise of safety and security. They pitch this technology as a necessity, but humans have been surviving without AI-powered cameras since the dawn of time, and I'm certain we can continue to do so. If you sit here before me wanting to reform policing to what you perceive as a more just system, you should object to the flock cameras. If you are concerned with potential overreaches in American civil liberties, you should object. If you are concerned with law enforcement and ICE's heartless operations being likened to the Gestapo, where folks of all backgrounds and citizenship statuses are falling under scrutiny and detainment, you would object. San Marcos needs to set its priorities straight, invest in youth resources, environmental conservation, job opportunities, not trying to mimic cities like Austin that are like 10, 14 times our size and trying to mimic their policing and militarization tactics. I just don't think that's appropriate. I also stand here today concerned about a few other agenda items, namely concerning item 24 and item 29, both around data AI centers. There are multiple AI data centers being proposed in South San Marcos, and I hope that going forward, Council goes into these conversations considering not only the environmental impacts, but also the health implications that this massive industry would have on neighboring citizens. Data centers drain our water, our resources, and the waste generated can make us and our animals sick. I'm also particularly concerned with the Mayberry property and the proposition to change conservation cluster zoning to commercial, not only for the potential pollutants, but by the fact that the property contains cemetery plots on the land. I think it would be very disrespectful to both those laid to rest and also loved ones to allow for the construction of such a noisy, smelly mechanical beast. Uber wealthy companies do not propose building data centers in rich neighborhoods where people have powerful lawyers because they know there would be pushback. The planning and development of data centers is predatory. The corporate push for AI cameras is also predatory. I overall urge San Marcos to stick up for the little guy rather than accommodate big AI that would destroy our quality of life.
Our next speaker is Evan Sykes. Is Evan Sykes here? To be followed by Mike M. So are you Mike M on our list? Yes, I'm Mike. We need your name, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Mike Martin, and I'm here to show my opposition to the data center. And I had a mild stroke about a year ago, and if there is such a thing as a mild stroke, but it affected my speech, so I'm gonna have Hayek read my presentation.
Good evening. I've lived in San Marcos since I came to college here in 1965 and taught school for 50 years, 35 plus in San Marcos. I am one of the neighbors of the proposed plant property, and it's my home of 25 years. And I want to go on the record that I am truly against the proposed data center. The environmental effects of it would be devastating to my place, my home, and all of the neighbors around it. The environmental effects of the astronomically large plant would be devastating to the environment and the people living anywhere near it for reasons you are hearing tonight. I can't understand why the city would approve and annex a plant that basically does not benefit the city and the neighbors disapprove of. I personally am also against all data centers in our area, and I urge you all to really think critically about, as everyone has said, protecting our very sensitive environment here. We have a treasure in our city that exists nowhere else in the world, and species that are endemic only to our river. So please steward and take care of our river as you would a family member or someone that you love dearly, because this place is our home.
Our next speakers are Paige Michelle, John David Carson, Mike Riley, Andy Beasley, and Miles Brownlee.
I want to thank all you guys for what you do.
Paige Michelle, you're next.
Good evening. My name is Paige Michelle. I'm here representing the San Marcos Area Chamber of Commerce to speak in support of Agenda Item 29 to allow the data center development at 904 Francis Harris Lane. There are other data centers being discussed in our region, but this is the only one we support. We have taken time to review the information that has been shared publicly, and from what we've seen, this project stands out. Unlike other data centers that are trying to locate in our region, this developer has expressed a willingness to enter into a community benefits agreement. That tells us they're open to working with the city and investing back into San Marcos in meaningful ways. They've committed to responsible water and energy use. In a time when water is one of our most precious shared resources, that commitment matters. They've pledged to use water-efficient technology and to work within the city's standards for sustainability. That gives us confidence that this project can move forward in a way that supports our environment, not threatens it, like other locations could. So we do not support saying yes to every development, but we say yes to this one because it meets higher standards. This is thoughtful growth. It supports jobs, infrastructure, innovation, and it does so with respect to our community's values. And we thank you for your time, for considering what this could bring to San Marcos, and that this project is worthy of support. Thank you.
Our next speaker is John David Carson.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. John David Carson. I appreciate the time that I had earlier during citizen comment on your working session, so I won't fully repeat all of that, but just to summarize a few things. I am speaking regarding item 24 on tonight's agenda regarding the negotiation of a development agreement that would schedule the annexation of nearly 800 acres we own off Old Bastrop Highway and place at least half of it into open space zoning. It does include an 885-acre portion, which would be proposed for a data center. My family has owned and operated this property as a cattle ranch for over 25 years, but we've had steadily mounting development pressure. And among us, we've had various perspectives on the long-term plans for the property. Some of us have favored, continued agricultural use and conservation, with others wanting to evaluate other opportunities. We've approached this after becoming somewhat overwhelmed with proposals on our property for this use to try to balance the different attributes. And that's what we've come with today. It was also very important to us to be intentional with the selection of the company that we worked with, and that is Sabey Data Centers. Since last July, we have been under contract with them, and in contrast to most, they actually construct, own, design, and operate their data centers and have been in business for decades. Sabey's Central Texas experience, where water conservation is vital, was important to us, as was their primary focus on connecting to the grid. Their Round Rock campus already deploys design strategies that minimize water consumption, including closed-loop liquid cooling paired with air, and their demonstrated responsible water use there could be further enhanced here by the potential use of the reclaimed water line that's already on our property. As I mentioned before, we are not currently in the city limits. Our alternative would be to opt out into the ETJ, but we've elected to start with this more holistic plan. Our draft conceptual land use plan situates the data center directly next to the existing Hayes Energy power plant for compatibility. And we have no plans for the remainder of our property other than to continue it as a cattle operation, but we would immediately annex it into the city so that it would be subject to the city standards in perpetuity. So I appreciate your time. I know there are several others that wish to speak, Myself and Mark Noonan from Savvy Data Centers are here today, and we'll be happy to answer any questions during the agenda item. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mike Riley, who joins us online.
Hi there, Mayor. Can you hear me?
We
I
can
tried
hear
to.
you. We can hear you.
Okay, I tried to add the audio or the video as well. So anyway, I just wanted to take a moment. Here we go. Here's my video on my screen. So, and thank you guys for the time this evening. I wanted to let you know that I've been a citizen here in San Marcos for a little over 6 years. And I'm a full-time citizen, so I am a taxpayer here in the city of San Marcos. My main point here today is I just wanted to speak in favor of the flock cameras and expanding that program. My background is actually from cloud computing. I worked for Amazon Web Service for a period of time, and I understand a little bit about the technology. And I just want to say the cautions with regards to data privacy and so on. Think about how many cameras that people actually that people actually had to go through even just to get into this council chamber here tonight. You think about going to a subway, how many cameras are actually videoing you there and so on. And to the person that talked about this data living forever, bottom line is there's no control over those cameras. I just want to reiterate Bucky's point with regards to Google Assistant or Siri. If you believe that that data is not being used for something, I think you're being naive. The same thing with even this technology that we're using tonight, Zoom. That technology is being aggregated and sold to the highest bidder or a bidder or so on. The bottom line is it already exists. We're limiting the police department by not funding additional resources from personnel. And so any tool in the bag is going to help the police department continue to solve crime. And that's the reason why I'm for the project. Thank you.
Our next speaker, who's also online, is I guess it's Andy Beasley.
Yes, it's Andy Beasley. Can you hear me?
We can hear you and see you.
Awesome. All right, well, I'll keep things concise. I just want to urge the council to please keep current and future generations of San Marcos happy and healthy. And please vote in opposition of items 7, 24, and 29. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Miles Brownlee, but following Miles Brownlee will be Laura Chappelle, Monty Parker online, Randall Rule, Casey Baker online, and Charles Lavender.
Hello, my name is Miles Brownlee, and I've been a resident of San Marcos for 4 years. I'm here to urge the City Council to reject the installation of any additional license plate readers across the city. These cameras will not make the people of the city any safer, and SMPD has repeatedly violated public trust and should not be allowed to increase their surveillance powers over us. The people of San Marcos have not forgotten that the cop who killed Malachi Williams last year is still patrolling the streets and has not been held accountable for murdering a member of our community. SMPD also spent 7 years pursuing a murder charge against DJ Emerson, despite having no solid evidence tying him to the murder of Justin Gage, only dropping those charges earlier this year following substantial pressure from the community. But SMPD is not going to be the only ones who have access to these cameras. Federal agencies like ICE could use these cameras to terrorize and deport our neighbors. They've been proven to make heavy use of these cameras to tear apart the very families that make San Marcos, San Marcos. These cameras have no place in our city, and I would go so far as to suggest in the future that the existing flock cameras be heavily reduced or eliminated entirely. The money that would be spent on the upkeep of these cameras would be better spent helping the unhoused in our community or addressing our growing housing crisis. Additionally, these cameras are being operated by the private corporation Flock. The sensitive data of San Marcos residents should not be entrusted to a private corporation like this, who will definitely put profit over privacy at the earliest convenience. In fact, they already do, since Flock allows anyone who pays a monthly subscription access to all of the data from their cameras. And all of this data is going to end up being stored in the very data centers that multiple people here have spoken out in opposition against, which I also oppose, for the record. Before I finish, I would like to remind the City Council of the last time I was here, urging you all to pass a resolution in support of a ceasefire in Palestine. I would specifically like to remind Council Member Lorenzo Gonzalez, who has stepped out of the room, that he won a runoff election by 20 votes and promised during his campaign to support that ceasefire resolution if it ever came to a vote. I hope he does not think that the people who supported him for his progressive statements at that time will forget how he voted then or forget how he votes tonight.
Our next speaker is Lauren Chappell.
Hello, my name is Lauren Chappell. I live at 722 Thousand Oaks Loop, and I work at Texas State University as a lab manager and a research assistant in an aquatic biology lab that conducts research in all waterways across Texas. I have a master's degree from here at Texas State in aquatic biology, and I've spent 10 years officially studying Central Texas aquifers, springs, geology, ecology, and biology. I'm not here representing anybody else or Texas State. I'm here solely as a citizen and a scientist that is studying the dire state that we are in, and I'm incredibly worried about the lack of action across the board from citizens to our leaders in protecting our vital aquatic resources. Unfortunately, I can't give you guys 10+ years of my knowledge in 3 minutes time span, so instead I'm going to offer a few things. First and foremost, there's a webinar tomorrow at 11 a.m. presented by Hill Country Alliance, where EAA's Senior Director of Aquifer Science Research and Modeling will be giving a talk titled Drought Updates, Current and Future Conditions in the Edwards Aquifer Region. It's free to attend in only 1 hour, and I really hope that you guys are all there. I'm also teaching a course myself here at our public library on Central Texas aquatic resources on Monday, July 14th from 6 to 7. Amanda, I'll see you there. I'll be showing my community how to utilize various interactive online tools to be better informed citizens and stewards of the Edwards Aquifer, but I would be thrilled to see you all there as well. Now, there are a lot of predatory plans being sold to our general public in a time where people are nervous but don't have a deep understanding of what's going on. A statewide water grid and desal is being touted as solutions to a problem that's been created by a misuse of water resources. The data tells us this. A lack of education around our climactic cycles, and a lack of accountability. And these solutions are not truly solutions. The general lack of effort of academia and our leaders on informing our citizens on the state of drought that we are in is why we are teetering on the verge of going back into a stage 5 drought. We're barely out of it. The confusing lack of continuity among our municipalities and leaders on water resources does no good for the public, who are the largest stakeholders in everything that we all do. This one's huge. Mayor, please. It takes 3 clicks and half a page of scrolling to find the drought information on our city's website. That needs to change. We don't have signage around town about the drought stages that we're in, and I often see infractions on private and public property with zero enforcement. Lastly, almost half of the recharge to our aquifer during drought years comes from a river basin that is 3 hours west of us. From Niederwald to here to San Antonio down to Victoria and many towns in between, a percentage of our municipality potable water comes from Canyon Lake. It is all connected, and we are all connected, and it's time we start viewing it as such. We can no longer pretend that what we do in our own homes won't affect our neighbors next door or downstream. I look forward to hearing from you all after tomorrow's webinar, where we can discuss together the best steps moving forward into this year 5 of the extended drought period to better secure water for our current citizens. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Monty Parker, who joins us online. Hold on a second, Mr.
Hello, am I there?
Hold on just a second, Mr. Parker. Oh, we're back. We lost quorum for a moment. Okay, continue, Mr. Parker.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Monty Parker. My comments regarding the flock cameras. Earlier in the council work session, we heard Chief Standridge mention that our violent crime rate has dropped significantly in the last 2 years. All the while, our population continues to grow. Yet we're here debating a valuable tool used by law enforcement to locate criminals as they pass through or drive within our city. The flock cam program is a valuable tool assisting law enforcement in combating crimes such as murder, rape, assaults, human trafficking, drug smuggling, Amber Alerts, all of which impact our community in a very negative way. And yet, instead of focusing on all the proven benefits that flock brings to us, We get unfounded rhetoric from the opposition that focuses on hypothetical situations that are not factually accurate. In fact, there was a Facebook post from the Hayes County Young Democrats that not only referred to them as spy cameras, but also called our police goons. The article highlighted who they say are at risk, naming immigrants, pregnant people, abortion seekers, protesters, activists, poor, Black and brown communities, etc. It's a ridiculous list created just to incite fear and opposition, and again, not grounded in fact. And what makes this post even more egregious is that Councilmember Amanda Rodriguez reposted it, effectively endorsing what it said. Obviously, her mind is already made up since she's been recruiting people to oppose this agenda item, and she should consider recusing herself from voting for this reason. And sadly, Councilmember Garza, who is a paid employee of Mono Amiga and holds the title of Director of Community Outreach, should also consider recusing herself since her employer is actively promoting their opposition to the FLOC program. The question is, how can an employee who gets paid twice what her city council pay is be unbiased with her vote? Everyone can come to their own conclusion on that. Lastly, every one of you was elected at large. You're not supposed to represent a neighborhood, organization, or special interest group. You're supposed to represent what the vast majority of the citizens want. Citizens want a safe city and not to feel vulnerable to crime. And even those on this council who don't like cops, much less their country, would still call a cop if they were in trouble. Please keep that in mind and vote yes to the FLOC camera expansion and the 30-day data retention policy. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Randall Rule. Is this person here? Okay. Online is Casey Baker. Is Baker online? Okay, good. Looking for Casey Baker to come on.
Hello.
We can
Hi,
hear you.
my name is Casey Baker. Is it my turn?
Yes.
Awesome. I have two things I'd like to talk about today. Probably guess what they are. One is I am opposing the data centers that have been proposed for development in our community. Why are we supporting something that's going to use more power and more water than our community can really support? We've been told as citizens to let our yards die, to make sure that we're fixing our leaky faucets, our leaky toilets, etc. And we've been doing that. We have been, as citizens, I see overwhelmingly people supporting and doing their part to try to conserve water. I don't think that as a city we should support a major business that is going to drain the resources that our aquifer is providing for a large portion of the state. I also worry about the air quality and the quality of life of the people around the area due to the noise and the pollutants that could be generated by the data centers. I also have concerns about, in the Mayberry development especially, changing that from a conservation to a commercial area. I feel like it's unwise as far as the livelihood of the neighbors, protecting the local environment, and respecting the burial sites that already exist on that property. I'd like to pivot now and talk about the FLOC cameras, the proposal to expand our contract with FLOC Security. Privacy advocates recommend trying to reel yourself back from FLOC cameras. And so there's been instances that have been reported of misuse and abuse of these systems. There's been personal usage of officers who have access to the systems to stalk their exes. There's an account of that. There's accounts of FLOC providing the data to outside entities who have subscribed to it with or without the city's consent. And so I think that if the city insists on continuing to work with FLOC cameras, I know that we already have an existing contract with them, we should work towards adding limitations, not expanding their camera use. We need to reduce the time that the data is retained from 30 days to a lower recommended time. 72 hours is a good recommendation that I've seen from the ACLU and other entities that are concerned about citizen privacy. So that's like 10 times fewer amount of days as what has been recommended by their contract. I also feel like we're a small town. We don't need that many cameras tracking our every move. If a citizen wants to broadcast their life on TikTok, that's their personal choice, but I don't think that the city of San Marcos should make the decision for each and every one of our citizens and guests that we're going to be watched, that we're going to be monitored 24/7 as we move about our town. Thank you and have a great day.
Our next speaker is Charles Lavender. After Charles Lavender is Manar Nasser, Shannon Brown, Karina Salmon, Leah Adrian, and Megan Lavender. Are any of those folks here? If so, step forward, come to the podium over here on this side. Anyone? Your name? Hold on.
Hi, I'm Megan
Wait,
Lavender.
wait just a second. Was that someone online?
Yes, this is Manar Nasser.
Okay, hold on just a second. Yeah, go ahead.
Can you see me all right?
We can hear you and see you just fine.
All right, perfect. Hello, my name is Manar Nasser. I am here for several reasons. The first is to ask you to vote against the increasing of flock cameras in San Marcos. My primary concerns lie in privacy and safety. My biggest concern is that there is no telling what one could do with the existing footage. To the best of my knowledge, Flock allows anyone who pays a monthly subscription access to this footage, even if it is stored locally, even if it is stored for only 30 days. It's troubling to me that the data is so accessible, and even more so, this is hosted by a private company, even if it is a city contract. This technology may only expand if we allow more cameras in the city now. And if we allow it to expand, there's no telling what else law enforcement may implement as a result of implementing these cameras. Sure, we might not have facial recognition now, but once these cameras are in place, there's no telling how else they might be used. This isn't speculation. We only need to look towards the Patriot Act from the 2000s, which allowed the NSA to illegally tap into citizens' phones and collect data without a warrant in the name of public safety. It is disturbing to hear the support for this proposal in the name of public safety when that safety can be defined by anyone in charge or anyone with that power. When the data leaves our possession, there's no telling how it may be manipulated or used against us. Why would we allow even more of our data to be taken and used against us? As a San Marcos resident, I'm deeply uncomfortable with any of my data being stored without my explicit consent. Instead, I call on City Council to reconsider the SMPD initiatives and reevaluate how to best use our resources without placing our community in harm's way. Second, I urge y'all to vote against proposed AI data centers in San Marcos. I am an AI researcher. I have done extensive research in this area and how and the social impacts of AI. And I've seen the consequences of these data centers unfold in destructive and harmful ways. There is no community with a data center that is grateful for its presence. They not only deplete water and energy resources, but they also generate noise and light pollution. A data center will strip the city of what makes it San Marcos in the first place. If we sacrifice the aquifer for a data center, then what will San Marcos become? Additionally, because AI is such a rapidly growing technology, building a data center is a hasty decision that does not efficiently use our resources. And lastly, I am urging City Council to reconsider the ceasefire resolution that failed last month. The fight is not over, and I would like to see a continuation of discussions regarding a ceasefire resolution as a Palestinian member of this community. Thank you for your...
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Megan Lavender, and I am speaking today in opposition of AI data centers in order to protect our waterways. I ask myself why. Why do we continue to sell off our most precious resource to the highest bidder? How can you spend just 5 minutes with your feet in the cool waters and not feel the pull to want to do something every day to protect it? For our lifetime, for our children, and for generations to come. I'm a local to San Marcos, born and raised. I've also been fortunate to be able to purchase a home here so I can continue to invest in my community for years to come. I've seen devastating droughts, which we are currently facing. I've watched new developments pop up in record-breaking time, causing water runoff when it rains to not seep into our recharge zones, but instead flood and wreak havoc in unexpected neighborhoods.
I've watched 5 Mile Dam go from a flourishing ecosystem to a desolated pile of dirt and brush. What is the turtles or the herons or the salamanders' benefit of moving forward with this plan? How can we paint murals of these animals all over our town, but not block decisions that will ultimately be their demise? Are we a community of honor? Ask yourself, what are your values? We say we're the mermaid capital of Texas. We promote tourism of the river to charm people into wanting to move here. But do we truly see our beautiful resource as a place of community pride, or are you going to use it as a way to gain temporary benefits that have devastating consequences? Depending on how you answer, the blood of our wildlife and the heartbreak of our community will be on your hands. Yes, an AI data center might have some financial incentives, but so does our river, which if money is a major factor in deciding this vote, then our water resources is a major asset in bringing in tons of it to our community since the moment we settled here. We need to make it clear that whether it's under the city or county jurisdiction, that we do not support AI data centers coming to Central Texas. I don't know what goes on behind closed doors. I don't know what conversations are being had to gain support for this project in good faith or maliciously. I hope that you make the right choice to reject the data centers. And when we see our river rebound and our wildlife flourish, that you can look at your family during that warm summer day when you all decide to go tubing and feel proud of yourself for making the right decision. But if this development goes through, every inch of river that lowers, every dead animal you pass that has perished because their homes are disappearing, every wildfire or statewide water restriction alert that pings your phone will haunt you. I attend river cleanups. I've gone into schools and spoken with children about the importance of river stewardship. I've fought, I've cried, I've prayed, and I've promised to do whatever I can to keep this river safe, our river safe. Now what will you do?
I'm looking for Charles Lavender, Shannon Brown, Karina Salmon. Shannon Brown would have been online. Are they there, Mr. Trevino? And Leah Adrian. Any of those folks here? If not, our next folks are Amy Camp, Stephanie Korchek, Rodrigo Amaya, John Mayberry, and Lisa Fields. Is Shannon Brown online? Okay. Then Amy Camp would be next. And if they're not here, it's going to be Stephanie. Is Amy Camp coming in? Yeah, it's Amy. Okay. Yeah, and I see Stephanie, so we've got a bunch of people. Okay, Amy Camp, we're ready for you.
Hi, sorry, I'm here with my assistant. My name is Amy Camp, and I'm a San Marcos resident, and I'm asking the city council and the mayor to please oppose the expansion of the Flock automated license plate readers. I would first say that I think that Flock Safety has not shown that they can responsibly manage our data. This is a private company, and if you look at publicly available reporting, both from the ACLU, other civil liberties organizations, as well as news reporting, there have been many times when this data has been used improperly, when Flock has refused to cooperate with very basic standards, such as like submitting their technology to outside review. In 2024, they got in trouble here in Texas for not getting appropriate licensing, something that itself is illegal, which is, I think, a little bit ironic from a company that claims that it's going to end crime. So that's the first problem, is that I think we really can't trust this private company with our public data. I think we can't trust them to sell this data to unscrupulous actors, and that's a big concern. But I'd say that the second issue here is I don't think we can trust SMPD or other law enforcement agencies with our data, unfortunately. You know, I've heard people give testimony that if you're not committing a crime, you don't have anything to worry about. And it puts me in mind of the case of Cyrus Gray and Devontae Emerson, who were wrongfully accused of the murder of Justin Gage. And the reason that they were accused of that murder is because their cell phones placed them in the same location as Justin's phone. And so exactly like this data is being, sorry, exactly like this data is we're being told that, oh, it's okay, it's just your license plate, it's not your face, if you're not committing a crime, you don't have anything to worry about. We're not seeing that with SMPD. I think instead of expanding the use of these license plate readers, instead we need to have some accountability from SMPD about that case, about what went wrong with that, about justice for not only Cyrus and DJ, but also for Justin's family, who has never gotten justice for his murder, but also looking into, okay, if this is like a famous case that we know about, what other cases with SMPD do we not know about where maybe data has been mishandled, maybe investigations have been mishandled? Thank you.
Okay. To those of you in the lobby who are holding signs above your head, you're keeping other people from seeing it. You're in the front row, we can see your signs if you just hold them right down here. Let's see, next is next is Stephanie Korchak.
Madam Mayor, council members, my name is Stephanie Korchak, and I want to speak specifically about two very vulnerable populations in our community as it relates to these flock cameras. First and foremost, I 1,000% support your oversight of police policies with respect to how this data is accessed, by whom it is accessed, and how it's used. I also support anything council can do to prevent the company that, quote unquote, works with the San Marcos data to prevent them from releasing it inappropriately without proper authorization from SMPD. The two populations that I am specifically worried about most are our immigrant community and women seeking abortions. It is absolutely abhorrent what our state is doing and what our federal government is doing with respect to demonizing those who come to our country seeking a better way of life and escaping violence and poverty. We can argue about immigration policy, and we should, but the cruelty demonstrated by our government is absolutely disgusting to me. Similarly, demonizing women who want to get an abortion and placing a bounty on those who help them get an abortion is also appalling. Polls consistently show that Texans support a woman's right to get an abortion early in their pregnancy, and of course, nobody with a conscience would want to prevent a woman getting an abortion who needs one medically. To put their lives, their fertility, their very health at risk just makes no sense to me. Now, with respect to flock and these populations, I will only speak to what I know about San Marcos use. I can't speak to other jurisdictions. That's not why I'm here. But in reviewing all of the information that was publicly made available about this item, I can find no evidence that the police department is using this information inappropriately. There is no federal MOU with respect to flock. There has been no request from any federal agency for flock information. Pardon me. And there's actually an administrative directive that states the department shall not investigate any activities related to abortion unless there is a death or injury involved outside of a medical situation. So I appreciate the concerns that others have raised, but you have made excellent contributions or changes to the flock policy to address some of those concerns. This is a great crime-fighting tool, not a surveillance tool, and I encourage you to allow the program to grow. Thank you.
Next speaker is Rodrigo Amaya. And let me just let you know that after John Mayberry and Lisa Fields, we're going to take about a 10-minute break. And before that break, I'll let the first 5 people know who they are.
Thank you, Mayor. Rodrigo Amaya. I'm here today to talk about that fence at the river. Been swimming there since 1987. This past weekend, I went up there. This approach that the city has taken of what I call creative appointments clearly reflect, in this situation, the poor planning of that fence. I know San Marcos has that Keep San Marcos Beautiful. That totally goes against everything, that mission statement that they have. That place with all those signs, I approached one of the workers there and to ask him a little bit about information about what's going on. First thing out of his mouth was, my shift ends at 7. I don't know who's training these folks. Other issues that I identified was Fourth Amendment concerns. Who's training these individuals to conduct, you're gonna pull it off as an inspection? But these searches, there's legal consequences for this. Now, you know, this council has a former or certified peace officer on there. One of the candidates that got elected said that when folks like myself that are seasoned and experienced come up here, that they listen. I want to see that. You know, Mayor, this dais, some of your council members are asleep. Some of them are chewing gum, they disappear, they're drinking, they're doing yoga, stretching, contortionists. All that stuff is very disrespectful to us speakers over here and everybody that's looking. Something needs to be done about that. Again, you go to the river. I'm so glad a lot of these speakers came up here and spoke. I have a lot of folks that talk about how much this river means to them and that they defend it. It's just talk. Been snorkeling there since 1987. You ought to see what's down there. Now, I see a lot of these nonprofits that are out there trying to justify their grants. Y'all are trying to charge for that river. There was nothing wrong with it not being charged. You know, the problem is who you appoint to oversee how things are done. That's where your problem's at. And as far as this surveillance thing folks are talking about, as a former cop, I can tell you, there's a lot of misuse on the side of the administration. San Marcos is notorious for deceiving and deviating from the truth. As a former trooper, one of the guys that was in narcotics that was doing our training, he was eventually let go, but their motto was, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. And that was for interdiction drug cases. So I've been there, done that. A lot of the stuff that these folks are saying, listen to it, because I don't go and research. I lived all that stuff. Thank you.
Our next speaker is John Mayberry.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is John Mayberry. I'm going to defer the bulk of my comments to the public hearing on agenda item number 29, but I just wanted to make 4 real quick points. I want to say very succinctly that our project is requesting to use less water than we're currently approved for. We are asking for more environmental regulations than we're currently subject to. We are not zoned conservation. We are zoned CD 2.5, dense housing. And as it relates to the cemetery, I just want to say that I've spent time with the family, and they are in support of the preservation plan for that cemetery. And I'll be here for agenda item 29, and y'all can ask questions, and I'll have a lot more to say about numbers that I think will be meaningful and back up each of these points.
Okay, Lisa Fields.
Hello, I'm here in opposition of the Mayberry Data Center and any other data center that tries to come to San Marcos. I don't think I have to stand here and tell you all the facts and all the statistics that should make you terrified of allowing anything like this anywhere near your community, your loved ones, or anywhere you dare to call home. And I like to believe that you all sit down and come up with the 2025 strategic plan for the city of San Marcos and that those goals mean something to you. You declared San Marcos a community that protects and celebrates the river and other rich, natural, historic, and cultural assets, embraces its small-town feel, charm, and quality of life. You pledged to advance responsible stewardship to the community's natural, cultural, and historical resources through varied environmentally friendly policies and practices. You committed to set the standard by demonstrating responsible stewardship of the environment, including our rivers, aquifers, and other sensitive features, and to employ strategies to combat air pollution and mitigate health risks to the residents. Allowing these data centers directly contradicts every single one of these foundational principles. Their insatiable thirst for water, their colossal energy demands, and their undeniable impact on our health and wildlife should be etched into your conscience. There is simply too much at stake. There is no negotiation, no trade-off, no environmental protection limits that could justify risking everything we hold sacred
for the benefit of outside companies. For 14,000 years, the San Marcos Springs have flowed continuously. We are a city with a slogan, "A river runs through us," and we intend to keep it that way. We are in a water crisis, facing stage 5 drought restrictions for the first time, experiencing record low flows, all while being one of America's fastest growing areas. Last summer was brutal, and this one promises to be even hotter. To take our scarce water and energy resources we barely have enough of for ourselves and hand them over to a machine that offers no genuine benefit but actively disrupts our lives is a betrayal to San Marcos residents. Our needs cannot compete with the demands of AI. I'd like to remind you of Winter Storm Uri and the fragility of our energy grid, and the desperate pleas from ERCOT to conserve power on scorching days. If our supply does not match our demand, our system fails. Approving these projects not only threatens San Martians, but threatens our neighbors downstream and every Texan reliant on this shared grid. And I emphasize that energy requires water. We lack the infrastructure and we lack the resources. To say that reclaimed water will make these projects non-threatening to our water resources is a lie. The purpose of reclaimed water is to curtail our current water usage, not to justify expanding it. The people who elected you are here, begging you not to open the doors to a Trojan horse. They are asking you to listen. Approving these data centers not only undermines every single goal you've outlined, but represents a profound betrayal of the residents of San Marcos and a theft from future generations who deserve to know the San Marcos we are fighting so hard to protect. Bending the knee to rezoning conservation land for the first developer that comes along would be a gross display of lacking integrity and would shatter the trust between elected officials and their constituents. I beg you, do what you said you would do for our city. Do what you know in your hearts is right. This is your opportunity to prove your loyalty to the people and the environment and set the standard by demonstrating responsible stewardship as you said you would.
And your time is up.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are now, it is 7:37. We're going to take a 10-minute break. Council, I'm giving you more time than usual, so please be back on time. Thank you. Like the band. We have returned from our break, and our first five now, sorry I didn't say this before he left, Gabriel Irvine, Maxfield Baker, Yancy Arevalo, Saeed Jared Chumsey. Mr. Baker, go ahead, and if Gabriel Levine comes up, we'll let them speak when they get here.
Hey, it looks like I didn't have to sit down, huh?
You will.
Interesting. Great. Okay, yes, my name is Maxfield Baker. I've just got a lot of like random bullet points about these different issues. I was asking the audience here whether they trust the American Civil Liberties Union as a reputable organization to weigh in on the flock cameras. I did a drive-along when I was a city council member and watched SMPD officers actively run background checks on people in their cars while we're just driving around. So we do know that cops do that kind of stuff. Grants have extra strings that we can't control. So while some folks say, oh, this isn't the case now, because it's a grant, that would put us in jeopardy if the terms of that grant say we must comply with ICE, we must report people getting abortions, we wouldn't have any legs to stand on. And in fact, with the governor's order saying that we cannot defund police and the preemption that we've been seeing over and over again from the state, that means that we might be internally indebted into this flock program because we would never be able to reverse course on it. Oddly enough, for those people saying, don't California-cate my Texas, California is actually getting 480 flock cameras. Good old Gavin Newsom, right? So watch out what you want and what you don't want. Intelligence-led policing is an issue that we hear brought up a lot, but that is not just technology. It is community conversations and trust. Intelligence-led policing has a lot of research, which Councilmember Garza and myself read a lot of on the Criminal Justice Reform Committee. And we know that it's not just a simple matter of putting up stuff. It's about having trusted people in neighborhoods to actually help lead to arrests. We heard a few people say that, oh, well, if you have Google or whatever, then you're already doing this. Well, guess what? That is a tool for business, not a tool for incarceration. I think that's a really important distinction of people opting into it as opposed to having to just not come through San Marcos. I also heard Monty Parker, as he often likes to say, we need to represent everyone. Why does that not include us that are asking for reforms around these flock cameras? We hear this from Stephanie Reyes often when people address criminal justice and public safety issues is we have to represent everyone. Well, we're included in that, and we're a vocal majority in here. Why does this not provide some opportunity for consensus instead of you're either voting yes for flock cameras or no against it? I know that issues like these are controversial and difficult, but you all keep relying on this like industry standard that was probably created by cops, right? Like when we look at research around these issues, so much of what the chief and others give you is from policing organizations. Instead of maybe looking at a broader concept or other organizations like the American Civil Liberties Union. So yeah, maybe think about those things. I'd appreciate it, and so would everybody else.
Okay, I want to go back to Gabriel Irvine, who is actually online. I'm sorry, I thought they were in person. Are you on? There we go.
Hi.
We can see and hear you.
Hi, yes. Thank you for your time. Hello, San Marcos City Council. My name is Gabriel Irvine. I'm a resident here in San Marcos. I'm also a student at Texas State University. I'm also a boat driver at the Meadow Center. So this is a very personal issue to me, and I'm here today to express concern about the data centers being built. Specifically, that's going to be items 24, 29. Opinions expressed are solely my own and do not express the views of my employer, but 785 acres is the size of this new Carson data center that is being proposed today. This is enormous. It's going to take quite the toll on our town. And I ask you today, please think about your future and the future of your kids and everyone else in this town. With our current city growth, as you may know, San Marcos is due for water scarcity by 2047. This is very sad and concerning. And with these data centers being put up, our water usage will accelerate. And this date is going to come even sooner than already projected. Today, our San Marcos Springs reading was at 82 cubic feet per second. I like to tell people to imagine this. You can imagine about 82 basketballs of water coming out. Now, even just last year, this number was much higher, and it is every single year, it's getting lower and lower. And basically, the bottom line here is that our water is our future, and our future is at risk right now. And you will decide tonight whether we go down one path or another. I urge you to come out and experience this for yourself. Come out to the river. I'm sure you already do. I'm sure you already enjoy it. But definitely come see these resources dwindling in real time, because it's very concerning, as it's something that I see every day. These data centers will release contaminated water with PFAS and other pollution. I worry about our 7 endangered species here in San Marcos that rely on the flow of water to survive. And I worry about our town, our people, and our river, because I did not grow up here, but I came here for school, and I fell in love with this town, and I fell in love with these people, and I want San Marcos to stay beautiful and healthy. So please, please, please make the right decision. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, our next speaker is Yancy Arevalo, followed by Saeed and Jared Chumsey. If y'all could be in here and be ready to go, please, we would appreciate it.
Good evening, Yancy Arevalo. People are sacred. We are currently witnessing in real time how people's innate sacredness is being violated again and again in Palestine, in Sudan, in Congo, in Ukraine, in El Salvador, in the United States. By voting to add additional surveillance cameras in San Marcos, you are perpetuating the cycle of violence against our innate sacredness. Misuse and abuse of data and information from ALPR technology is already harming people. By voting to increase surveillance cameras in San Marcos, you will be putting immigrants, activists, Black and brown people, people seeking abortions, LGBTQ people, and our data at risk. Please vote no. Water is sacred. Machines and data centers don't care about what is sacred or not. It doesn't care how much water or energy it uses or how much it's polluting our environment and poisoning our community members. There are currently no federal regulations for AI, which these proposed data centers have a high possibility of becoming. In HR 1, the big beautiful bill, there is a provision that would prohibit states from regulating AI for the next 10 years. Whatever promises these companies make are moot if our country is allowing data and AI to do whatever they want. We have the privilege and honor of having a sacred river run through our town, but the way this city acts comes nowhere near how our water should be respected. If you vote yes, you are just allowing companies to come in and disrespect our water and diminish our already limited resources. Allowing data centers, no matter how much water it does or doesn't use, no matter if they're going above and beyond regulations, justifies using our sacred and extremely limited water resources. Please vote no on these AI data centers. Please vote no on the surveillance cameras. And also, let's just not forget how AI technology is already being used by Israeli military operations in Gaza to fuel the ongoing genocide against Palestinians. Free Palestine. Thank you very much.
Next is Saeed. Is he here? I haven't seen him either. Okay. Next would be Jared Chumsey, and I believe that, yeah, they're online. But before that, our next five will be Abby Wetzel, Lumi Befeld, Nathaniel Harden, Devin Birdsong, and Ali Ramani. So if those folks could get ready, and Lumi is online. Okay, Jared Chumsey, you're next.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Jared Chumsey. Regarding item number 7 on the consent agenda, the flock cameras. Earlier this month, the Texas Sheriff Department performed a nationwide search of the ALPR flock cameras to track down a woman who they said had a self-administered abortion. So this is already the stuff out of a dystopian novel. Today, the Texas legislature sent SB 8 to the governor to be signed into law. SB 8 requires all Texas sheriffs to enter into 287G agreements with ICE. SB 8, in conjunction with flock mass surveillance apparatus, is not a hypothetical problem, it's happening today. SB 8 allows sheriff's officers to question people to determine their immigration status, to put their information in ICE databases, and to begin the deportation process by serving ICE administrative warrants on people in their custody. SB 8 has been described by ICE as a, quote, force multiplier, transforming each local officer to a concurrent ICE agent. The term, quote, force multiplier is also coincidentally used by Flock to describe the benefits that their cameras provide local law enforcement. Each Flock camera is an ICE agent. Despite the fear-mongering that you've heard, undocumented immigrants are statistically far less likely to commit a crime than US citizens. Yet, immigrants are not criminals, but they will be afraid to report crimes to law enforcement. Each camera that you approve is a portal that allows ICE to peer into our city streets and neighborhoods and disappear valued members of our community without due process. ALPRs alone do not solve crimes. At best, they provide shaky evidence to establish locations so prosecutors can bring charges, but flock evidence alone is not enough to lock up criminals. All it does is provide reasonable suspicion to issue an arrest warrant. This technology can absolutely be abused, not just by local police, but any other subscriber to flock data, including state and federal government agencies. This tech can be used against Black Lives Matter protesters, reproductive health activists, immigration advocates, and LGBTQ folks. Apart from a few anecdotes included in the council packet, SMPD has not demonstrated an aggregate of success cases from Flock since it has been implemented in San Marcos, and we've had years to collect this data. Where is it? More surveillance does not keep our communities safer. It puts vulnerable members at greater risk. The cons far outweigh the pros. Please vote no on not only the Flock camera expansion, but get rid of your contract currently with Flock. Vote no also on AI data centers. Thank you for your time.
Okay, and just as an update, we are on person 46 of a total of 62. So we're getting near the end. Next is Abby Wetzel.
Hello, my name is Abby Wetzel, and I would like to speak to you about item 24 and item 7. So first with item 24, the Sabi Data Center. When I heard that there was a third data center being proposed for Hays County, I felt like I had just been told my best friend had been diagnosed with terminal cancer, a small growth that slowly takes over one's body, eventually destroying it. These data centers are like cancer for our planet. They consume copious amounts of water and electricity and pollute our air, all while decreasing our property values and making our homes a place no one wants to live. We are being told by the developers of data centers that we need them, that they are doing us a community service, that it is the path of the future. These are manipulative lies. Need I remind you that we have lived a long time without AI? This is a technology we can say no to, but we are going to have to fight for it. Please say no to this before it has a chance to go anywhere. We need to protect our water resources, the air we breathe, and each other from the corporate elite who cannot seem to grasp protecting the planet for future generations. We can fight this type of cancerous growth. Please do not give authorization to allow negotiations of the development agreement with Carson and Sabi data centers. I would also like to mention that there is a provision in the reconciliation bill, AKA the Big Beautiful Bill, that is before our federal senators right now that would prohibit states from regulating AI for the next 10 years. We need to be calling our senators and telling them to not allow this. Otherwise, our conversations here are futile. For the flock cameras, I'd like to say I'm against the expansion of the flock cameras. I'm concerned that this AI surveillance technology is easily abused, is an infringement on privacy, and isn't focused on public safety, but more about enforcing the priorities of those in power. I urge you to have proper safeguards in place to ensure the public's information is secure and only used for the intended purposes of stopping true crimes. This technology should not be for assisting ICE or for tracking women seeking health care. I believe there should be audits done regularly to see who is accessing the data and for what reason to prohibit abuse and misuse. There's already been a case reported of a policeman in Kansas using the data to stalk his wife. Regular audits would ensure behaviors like this are caught and dealt with properly. Please be cautious and responsible with this type of technology. Thank you for your time.
Is Lumi Befeld here in chambers or in the lobby? I have them as being online and I don't see them. So I'll move on to Nathaniel Harden.
Good evening, Council. My name is Nathaniel Harden, and I am here to speak in opposition to the construction of the data centers. I've lived in Hays County for over 4 years now, living in San Marcos for most of that time, but have recently moved to Kyle. And for those of you who would like to disqualify my words because I'm not a current San Marcos resident, I'd like to remind you that Kyle has been buying water from San Marcos for the past 4 years and will continue to do so for the next 2, to the tune of 500,000 gallons per day. 500,000 per day. That's likely the same amount that will be used by each of these data centers. That's one building taking as much water from this community as the next town over. I say all this to help contextualize the spike in demand that the construction of these data centers would cause. Anyone who has a basic understanding of economics would know that when the demand for a resource goes up, the price for that resource also goes up. This is compounded by the fact that we are in the midst of a multi-year drought, so we can't pretend the supply of this water will rise to meet this increase in demand. I'm sure the proponents of these developments would argue that these costs are justified by the creation of jobs and generation of income. This line of thinking might make sense for a corporate office or a factory, but data centers are a bit different. They are meant to be run as efficiently as possible in order to maximize returns to shareholders. Most of these facilities employ a small team of administrative staff and security personnel. Based on data collected from Optrium, it is likely that less than 100 permanent full-time jobs will be necessary to maintain each of these data centers. Look around and ask yourself, is a few dozen jobs really worth the destruction of our environment and an increase in the cost of living for everyone living here or in nearby towns? We as citizens and you as public officials are being confronted with a trade-off. On the one hand, we could choose to prioritize the well-being of our community and our neighbors, or we could side with capital interests that seek to deprive us of our natural resources just so they can enrich themselves. With everything both myself and my fellow community members have said previously in mind, I'd like to close by asking of all of you, what sort of story do you want your decisions and your actions to tell? Thank you.
Are Nathaniel Harden or Devin Birdsong here? I'm sorry, that was you, my bad. Who? Oh, good.
Hi, this is Lumi.
We can barely hear you.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Much better.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Better? All right.
Yes.
Hi, this is, sorry, the name wasn't working at first, but yes, that's me, Lumi. Quite frankly, I'm a little bit, like, I had all of these thoughts going down that I was going to write down for that, but I'm just sort of disturbed of what I'm hearing, of the lack of care for the lives of our immigrant neighbors, from people saying things like they're dangerous, they're illegal, they're aliens. What are we saying at this point? Who needs these weapons of mass surveillance in our communities? We don't need that. We don't need these AI centers and these AI flock cameras to keep our community safe. If anything, it's just going to be more dangerous for the community. How can we trust that SMPD is going to take care of this data that is being collected? How do we know that somebody isn't going to use this private company to stalk an ex, to stalk a child, to go into trafficking? This is just a recipe for disaster. And quite frankly, I am tired of hearing all this, but it's for the better of the community. Since when are weapons of mass surveillance helping people? I had all these thoughts written down, but at this point, I'm just tired. I'm tired of people saying that we need to protect the community from just people, from other human beings. These are human beings we're talking about. I'm tired. I'm tired of AI. I'm tired of these data centers, and I'm tired of the flock cameras. If we want to create a better community, we need to focus on community and not for profit or cameras or surveillance. Thank you.
Okay. Devin Birdsong, Ali Ramani, Erica Klodnicki, Randy Garcia, Bobby Levinsky, Aaron Ronder, Daniel Gomez. Any of those folks here? Our order is Devin Birdsong, followed by Ali Ramani, followed by Erica Klodnicki, followed by Randy Garcia, followed by Bobby Levinsky, then Aaron Ronder, then Daniel Gomez.
I'll just jump up. I'm Bobby Levinsky. If that's,
Yeah, you're behind all these other folks.
I know they
sorry.
did not jumping up. That's what I'm wondering.
Okay. Are any of y'all people I just called your name? Okay, I'm looking for Devin Birdsong first. Ali Ramani.
Good evening. I'm Ali Ramani, a recent resident of San Marcos, and I'm here to speak against item number 7, 24, and 29. There are many reasons to be against the AI data centers. Multiple studies have been shown about the environmental damages that AI data centers will cause. A single data center uses the equivalent of 100,000 homes, 20 million gallons of water per year just to cool the servers. Central Texas doesn't have the capacity for this much energy use, and neither does San Marcos, which is already undergoing a multi-year drought, in which that drought is going to eventually drain the river, which is vital to San Marcos community and the identity of the town. Also, outside the area, the highly toxic water that is in use by the centers will end up contaminating the drinking water for those in the surrounding Hays County. Data centers have been proven to give out toxic emissions, such as in Northern Virginia, where there was the highest concentration of them, which has been linked to cancers. And one of the data centers, which is on item number 29, is going to be built around a historic cemetery, which will end up erasing history of those who were buried there and affect the families of those. Fighting against the data centers over here is a great small step in solving the greater worldwide environmental crisis, which is being perpetuated by the AI centers. I'm also here to talk against the AI cameras. Do not let San Marcos become a police state. The citizens do not want to live in fear, not knowing when they are being watched and subject to police violence. Vote no against number 7, 29, and 24.
Next is Erica Klodnicki. Sorry if I mispronounced that.
No, you pronounced it correctly. Thank you. I am here to talk about point 29 and 24. I'm a resident of San Marcos for the past 10 years. I grew up here, I went to high school here, and I stuck around because of how beautiful the town is. I am grateful for the amount of love and attention that this town does get and the amount of growth that has happened in this amount of time that I've lived here. I know that the river attracts people of all origins. It has flowed for 14,000 years and inhabited humans for more than most towns in this country. The rapid development of the city has taken a toll on its resources, specifically the river and the aquifer. Already, Edwards Aquifer is in Stage 5 restrictions as of May 23rd, 2025. It has never gotten to Stage 5 in its existence. The J10 index level has not been this low since 1990. Before that, it was 1956. Other levels have been this low before, but Stage 5 level restriction are begging for conservation methods if we want to see a flowing river past 2046. Of the people today speaking for the data center building has provided the claim that they are planned to use, quote, less water, that they are planned to take in the environment into consideration, and take it into the most consideration by not building one at all. We are in extreme drought, and the resources we have are currently insufficient for the existing community that occupies San Marcos and the surrounding areas, including all of the towns that buy water from San Marcos. If we establish a data center, the amount of energy and resources will be depleted at an exponential rate. As a longtime resident here, I have seen this town grow so much. I am grateful for the growth and the love that this town attracts and creates. However, we must put focus on the population that already resides here before bringing in a mega center of consumption. The benefit of data processing is obvious, but the ever-growing environment of AI is imminent. The beautiful bill topic of not requiring any regulation on the development of AI in the next 10 years shows proof that the likelihood of this data center will be used for AI. The short-term data we have of the environmental effects of AI data centers is incredible. The amount of water required is 2 times as much the amount the average household takes in San Marcos. Over time, this will equate to a long-term shortcoming of a local resource for the community. The infrastructure planning in this town is already inadequate for the growing people in the area. Therefore, the infrastructure and resource management will be inadequate to account for the mega data center that is not going to be providing jobs, which we've heard data on, and all of the other environmental implications that it has. I would like to provide some facts of the sound that will be happening from a data center. For reference, data centers have a 92 to 96 decibel output. A heavy metal concert is 80 to 120 decibel output. Train horns are 95 to 150 decibel output, and it is constant. We have trains, those are loud. I have 4 of them surrounding where I live and have lived for the past 10 years. And if that decibel from a train horn, 95 to 100, is equivalent to the data center, 92 to 120 decibel output, it's just insane.
And your
to
time
think
is up.
that we should allow that. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker, Randy Garcia.
Good evening, City Council. I would request all eyes and ears on me, please. My name is Randy Garcia, and I want to say I am unhappy with the majority rule of those who voted against the ceasefire resolution that took place a couple weeks ago. Y'all's decision would potentially aid in harming Jewish and Muslim/Arabs people with the current Trump administration and the Heritage Foundation's Project Esther in play, all Semitic people are at risk of harm and hate crimes. So just wanted to get that out there. I urge y'all to vote against the agenda item 7 for the flock cameras to be placed in our city. I do not want that use of technology to be used to harm against innocent people in this town. I see the horrors of ICE abducting people all across the U.S., and they are not targeting illegal aliens and illegal immigrants as they claim to do. I have an aunt who is a legal resident of the United States, and she got stopped on her way to work in Manville, Texas, in an ICE traffic stop. She's a preschool teacher, by the way. It's obvious that these flock cameras would be used to infringe on people's personal safety, privacy, and rights. They will be used to target people who protest the government, LGBT people, and women who seek medical abortions out of state. So I urge y'all to vote no to mass surveillance and vote no to Agenda 7's flock cameras. I also need y'all to vote no on agenda items 24 and 29 in regards to the data centers being built here. I am a new San Martian, but I am not a new Texan, born and raised here. My dad would take me and my family up in Central Texas every summer to enjoy the beautiful rivers in San Marcos, New Braunfels, and in the Frio River. When I moved here, I was shocked to see how shallow the river is. In 2020 and 21, I came here tubing in the summer, and then returning to move here in 25, it has shocked me to see how low the river has dipped. I got bruises on my butt. I got bruises on my butt from tubing in the river because it hits the rocks. That's insane. I vow to do everything in my power to serve and protect the ecosystem in the river here, which is why I'm here speaking to y'all tonight. I believe in working with others here, and to do the same, I ask the city council to do that. I understand the promise of more jobs in this area is important. However, I want our city to look for another alternative that would look out for the conservation and the ecosystem here, that would protect the health and safety of people. To quote the beautiful young lady who spoke to y'all earlier, her name is Tori, she said, "We spend billions to find life on other planets and trillions to kill the life on this planet."
And your time is up.
Thank you.
Next is Bobby Levinsky, and I'm going to go ahead and call all the rest of the names in this order. Aaron Rounder, Daniel Gomez, Brad Hunt, Jacob Neely, Zane Porterfield, Rawson Galini, Shelley Acree, Annette Deeper, and Kelsey Bolving. Bobby Levinsky, you are next.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Bobby Levinsky. I'm speaking as a San Marcos resident tonight and not in my capacity as an attorney with the Sabre Springs Alliance. However, SOS is deeply concerned about the proposed data centers and we want to partner with anybody that is willing to fight back against the threat to our water with those data centers. On the flock camera item, I urge you to vote against the additional acquisition of the additional cameras and would go a step further in asking you that you eliminate the program completely. We are living in an extraordinary time. While our technology is rapidly expanding, there are forces within our government, well above this discussion today, that are actively hunting down and tracking longstanding members of our community and their family members. The abuses of this power has been well documented in court cases and in the general national media. We won't be able to put a stop to the abuse at the local level, and it's true that there's a million different ways that they can track data, but we can at least prevent the city of San Marcos, I speak at Austin a lot, the city of San Marcos tax dollars and resources from contributing to our 1984 dystopia. Then back on the data center discussions, including the proposed development agreement for item 24, they really make no sense. While I generally agree with the notion that it is better to have some municipal control over those properties, that doesn't automatically equate to a desire to facilitate expansion through our water utility. When the water that is supplied creates the economic feasibility for the use that causes the harm, that's not the equation that we should be taking. In fact, given the state of our drought and the likelihood of it to continue and the ETJ releases that continue, I would encourage the council to put a hold on all new service extension requests to properties that are not within the full purpose city limits. And then in the spirit of partnership, Virginia Parker, on her way out, she mentioned that she forgot to say a stat. She missed that a 300 milligram power plant uses 2 million gallons per day in water. I don't know if whether that's accurate or not, but she wanted me to share it, so I'm going to. And on item 29, I want to remind everyone that the protection of agricultural lands matter, and perhaps that should be enough to say no. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Erin Rounder.
Hello, my name is Erin Ronder. I'm a citizen and homeowner here in San Marcos. I went to graduate school for my master's and doctorate at Texas State. I've lived through 2 election cycles in our beautiful city, and I am disturbed and saddened that some of our city council members can't keep their eyes open during public comment on incredibly important issues, and I want you to remember that I will remember during the next election cycle. I'm wanting to urge you to vote against Resolution 2518R, which is currently on the consent agenda as item number 7, authorizing the San Marcos Police Department to purchase an additional 19 flock surveillance cameras. It is a false equivalency to say that backing the blue means that we must accept this type of surveillance. Currently, 1 in 4 of our tax dollars fund the SMPD budget. One would think that this is sufficient to protect and serve our citizens. The use of cameras do not actually contribute to crime prevention, and as some would have you believe. Job programs, education programs, and public services do. Please consider diverting that $120,000 to services such as Women's Shelter or the Southside Community Center, or reopening the Gary Jobs Corps that's being closed by our federal government's lack of funding. There is one primary entity who serves to benefit without risk, and that is only the private company who produces these cameras. As recently as 4 years ago, the Austin Regional Intelligence Center and its 30 affiliated agencies were hacked. These are facts. You cannot control the data once it has been collected. Adding data points of our private citizens only increases the possibility of nefarious use with this information and compromises the safety of our taxpayers. This is government overreach that is sold to us as crime prevention. If the city of San Marcos voluntarily participates in the expansion of this overreach, you and we will become complicit in its potential unintended consequences. We must not allow data to be collected that can be leaked and misused. We do not have proper protocol to safeguard our citizens. You have the unique opportunity to shift this very real outcome. Mass surveillance is incongruent with small government. Liberty and freedom is not possible in a police state. I urge you to vote against this resolution and take a stand that will keep your community safe, keep our community safe from government overreach. As an educator, I thank you for listening and paying close attention to the needs of your citizens and our children.
Our next speaker is Daniel Gomez-Gomez.
Good evening, council members and Mayor Hewson. Tonight I mean to make points regarding my unconditional objection to the building of multiple AI data centers through Carson Select Investments, Sabi Data Centers, and Mayberry, set to be built southwest of the intersection of South Old Bastrop Highway and Center Point Road, as well as the ones set to use the land located on the western side of Francis Harris Lane, in addition to opposing the AI flock camera expansion. Consequently, I oppose any action taken to facilitate the building of these AI data centers by our city government. The first and simplest reason my objection is so resolute is one so basic that it warrants initial mention before all others. According to our city's utilities, we are set to run out of water by 2047 if we maintain our current levels of water use and population growth. Already, we face an environmental catastrophe in the form of this deadline, and yet we court a faster environmental decline by allowing even one AI data center to be built, let alone 3. Although the data is limited, we know that data centers on average use 550,000 gallons of water a day for cooling purposes, meaning 200 million gallons of water a year. A common counter to this concern is that these data centers will use closed-loop systems that will recycle the water. However, this has been found to only reduce the usage by about 50%, not recycling all the water altogether. Even having considered that, there are specific chemicals that must be added to the water known as PFAS to make the water viable for cooling purposes. These chemicals cannot be removed once added and will contaminate the surrounding water of our environment. The fundamental threat that these data centers pose to our water alone should be enough to turn them away, yet we entertain them today. Additionally, these data centers will bring promises that hold no real substance. They will promise us jobs and prosperity, when in reality, they bring only a few tens of jobs after construction is over. They promise us invaluable technological advancement, one which comes in the form of AI flock cameras, yet our local quality of life will suffer when our resources disappear and the surveillance police state continues to grow and hurt us. Both will extract what makes this city special and eviscerate it, and the neighbors of these sites of destruction will be left with nothing but husks of what was. The land will grow barren after our ethics have first. For this city and for its people, oppose the building of these data centers, the flock camera expansion, and do not falter in protecting our home. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Brad Hunt.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Brad Hunt. I'd like to thank everyone for their time. I'm here today to speak against consent agenda item 24, which approves the development of one of the data centers here in town. Our city needs to remain conscious of our natural resources and not approve the development of this facility. As we've heard tonight, there will be consequences for this. This center will come with the silent cost of damage to our area's water resources, the massive energy demand that it requires, and the negative impacts to the health of our community through the pollutants that it will produce. Data centers require huge amounts of energy and water to operate, contributing to an already strained water system. We are in a multi-year drought. We cannot afford this, and we have heard what will happen if we continue our current usage. The health of our water resources will be degraded if this center is built. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Our next speaker is Jacob Neely.
Evening, I'm Jacob Neely. First and foremost, I'm here to oppose the installation of more flock cameras and the data centers. So without further ado, Flock is not safe and secure. As long as they're willing to sell private data to anyone willing to pay, it is not safe and secure. You do not turn over public data to private companies. The reason being is that when push comes to shove, their responsibility is to the profit motive and stakeholders and not to ethics. The Austin Police Department, with a population of 989,000 residents, only operates 40 flock cameras, and they store the data for up to a week. If approved next Tuesday, San Marcos Police Department, with only a population of 74,000, would operate 33 cameras and store the data for a month. San Marcos has less than a tenth of the population that Austin has, but would operate only 7 less cameras. SMPD's own reporting of delays in reporting crimes proves this is an ineffective crime prevention tactic with the cameras that we already have. Throwing more cameras at the problem will not lead to meaningful gains in reducing crime. Companies like Flock are merely opportunistic. They are not in the business of crime prevention. They are in the business of selling you solutions to problems that we do not have. That's not to imply that crime is not a problem, but our problem is not catching criminals. Our problem is we as a town do not have solutions and measures in place to prevent the conditions that create crime. If Flock's interests aligned with actually preventing crime, they'd be out of business because they'd have no one else to sell cameras to. The city of Campbell, California, reported that one Flock camera can cost up to $2,500 a year, with a one-time installation fee of $250.
You multiply all those costs by 19, the amount of cameras we want to add, and you get $4,750 in fees and a yearly cost of $47,500. That's money that could go towards teachers, the community center, the Southside Center, workers programs to get working class people jobs that they need, et cetera, et cetera. The list goes on and on. To wrap up, I know I'm running out of time. I find it ironic that media pundits push messages calling countries like China authoritarian surveillance states, but when we do it, we call it a business opportunity. We call it security solutions. Yeah, that's all I have to say.
Our next speaker is Jacob Neely. Oh, I'm sorry. Zane Porterfield.
Good evening, Council. My name is Zane Porterfield, and I'm here representing the Watershed Association. In graduate school, my research focused on water infrastructure and the water energy nexus at NYU. I'm the archivist for my organization and the historian, so I'm studying and documenting our 30-year history right now. I can tell you conclusively that we have never seen a more serious generational threat to our water availability in this region than the proposed data centers being addressed today. The problems are practical and they cannot be solved with good planning, greenwashing, or new engineering techniques. There are folks here today that have told you that there is such a thing as a low-impact data center. They are lying. The richest tech organizations on this earth have yet to figure this out. The issue is not just delusional water use, it is the creation of uniquely dangerous wastewater, which is why they're annexing into San Marcos, by the way. Traditional wastewater facilities are not capable of processing this water doused with coolant and ruminant heavy metals and PFAs, forever chemicals. The Carson Tract seeks to annex into San Marcos. Does that mean that the city will be required to handle wastewater it has no infrastructure for? Wastewater that is on the same level as industrial toxic waste? The Cloudburst facility intends to use TLAP water retention ponds. A TLAP retention pond has never, ever mitigated heavy metals or any of the PFAs commonly produced by these facilities. To say it is a solution is a lie. When Microsoft built its campus in Goodyear, Arizona, despite billions of dollars in liquid cash, they underestimated the volume of water and the concentration of heavy metals and PFAs in the brine that they produced. That city was required to pour millions of dollars into their wastewater facility to be capable of processing industrial and tech waste. I attended the Hays County Infrastructure Summit in February, which some of you were also in attendance, as well as John David Carson, the developer. We got to hear from Phil Wilson, the head of the LCRA, urging us to consider the seriousness of this dilemma. He made a point of it. He expressed genuine concern that their new power plant would service 100,000 homes in Comal County or one data center. They have the same water footprint, by the way, as 100,000 homes. Their water provider, Crystal Clear Water, is a company that ran $1 million deficit last year. So we know why they need this deal. Who will run the pro forma on this? Who is going to run the cost per gallon for the future citizens of San Marcos? Do we trust a developer to be transparent when they have no incentive to do so? Do we trust a failing water company to allocate this water appropriately? When we're in a drought, 50 inches behind on rainfall, and our houses are navigating 40% curtailment on a personal level, why build a business that can quite literally not curtail water? They cannot stop their water use. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I would prefer 100,000 homes in one data center because at least they're full of people, folks that care about the community and folks that need potable drinking water. That is the strongest human incentive on earth. Please do not allow this highly speculative, poorly placed investment endeavor to hasten the death of this river. Thank you.
I need to see, let's see, got 4 people. Russen Galini, you're next, followed by Shelley Acree, followed by Annette Deaver, and last signed up is Kelsey Bulfing. And then I'm going to go through the list of people who were not here when I called your name the first time. Rawson.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Rawson Galini. I was born and raised right here in San Marcos, Texas. And first of all, I am opposing the construction of the flock cameras, as I think that contributes to an Orwellian surveillance state, which is not very good. I don't think any of us here right now are criminals, but who's to say that any government agency in the future would determine that? Joseph Stalin's chief of secret police famously said, "Show me the man and I'll show you the crime." And that could be true to any one of us here today. That today we might not be criminals, but any government in the future can determine that at a whim. So that is one thing to think about. The second thing that I would like to speak about is this AI data center. That's obviously a big issue, as we've heard about, for water consumption, energy consumption. But personally, for me, the issue that rings most profound for me is the land use. I mean, here in the state of Texas, our biggest industry, and one of the biggest claims that we have is our agricultural abilities. We raise a lot of cattle, grow a lot of corn, cotton, sorghum, things like that. With these 780 acres and then 100 additional acres, I'm not entirely sure of the exact acreage, that's eliminating needful agricultural land, as well as the development of all these housing developments that's been growing like crazy around here. At the end of the day, what we need to understand is these developments and constructions will continue, but at the end of the day, who's going to raise our cattle and where? Who's going to grow our corn and where? Where will we grow our sorghum? Where will we grow our cotton? Where will our way of life here in this state, where will we be able to perpetuate those traditions? And I mean, at the end of the day, it's kind of like the movie The Lorax, but not everybody needs a Thneed. And another really important thing I'd like y'all to consider is that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. That goes for both the cameras and with the crime statistics and with our energy and water consumption. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Shelley Acree. Sorry.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. My name is Shelley Acree, and I am a resident and homeowner here in San Marcos, Texas. And I would like to ask you to please vote no on item number 7 this evening, which is regarding the expansion of 19 additional flock cameras to San Marcos. I have concerns about potential abuse of American civil liberties, as well as individual privacy. I, for one, don't want to live in a police state where all of our actions are monitored continuously 24/7 outside of our homes. However, I do want to live in a safe community, and so I do understand the need for a certain amount of cameras, but I just don't understand why the addition of 19 more of these is needed when we already have, I believe, 14, 15. I also I don't believe that those in charge of this system have the wherewithal to prevent data privacy or hackers from accessing the system. I don't understand it entirely. I don't know if anyone who just pays for it can access that, in which case that's not safe at all. But even if that's not the case, even if it is just law enforcement or those of the city have access to it, I still think that there can be abuses that will happen in that system. Those who have access to it can give the information to someone else without any type of record. And I also believe that it can be misused. People can be stalked with this information. And I, for one, who have had privacy concerns and issues with that in the past, do not want that to happen if that is the case. And also they're saying that it only takes pictures of the license plates, but I've seen from that it actually captures the entire car, and if it's capturing the entire car, even if they're just using the license plates at this point in time, it doesn't mean that it can't move forward to using more information like face identification. I also want to talk about prospective data centers, and I ask you to please vote no on that. I believe that what makes San Marcos so special is our natural resources that we have. When I think about the best things in our community, it really is the river, the aquifers, the natural springs that we have. If you haven't been to Spring Lake and taken the bottomless tour boat yet, I really recommend you do that. It'll allow you to really see what makes this area special. And I also want to talk about how it can increase the poor air quality. We use a system called AQI to determine the air quality. And recently, I've noticed that May 17th, Our air quality was at 173. Anything above 100 is not good. May 20th, it was at 175.
time is up.
145, 70, and currently 59. Thank you.
Next is Annette Deaver.
Hi, I'm Annette Deaver. Been here in San Marcos for 39 years. And you've listened to a lot of information tonight. And I watched a video after the first time with planning and zoning. And there's a couple who were out away from a lot of people in the country. And a data center was able to build next to them, 200 yards from their house. And their land, they have 24/7 light pollution that goes into their home all day and all night. The noises affected their animals and added much stress to their life. Their electric bill used to be $200 a month. It has now gone up to $400. So the city had to compensate and raise everyone's bill for this data centers that have been out there. He found in his research, our good friend Jim Graber, he did a lot of research, and he found that data centers one center uses the equivalent of 80,000 homes. He has a lot more information. I highly suggest if you can look at that, the evening that they voted 5 no's for planning and zoning for this data center. There's a reason for that. It was said tonight that AI data centers have benefits for our community. The negative effects of having data centers far outweigh the benefits. The loss of water, overuse of electricity, the harm of noise and light pollution to all the animals, wildlife, ranchers, farmers, and homeowners. Again, I've been here for 39 years, and this is the first time I've got an email, a notice about the Edwards Aquifer is way below normal. This is very serious. Mayberry bought this land originally to build homes on and was turned down for the tract homes. You know, I can see visions of that land being 1 to 2 acres of homes that built out there in a community that's compatible, living near ranchers and other homeowners, not trying to turn this into an industrial park. He's also trying to buy more land. I understand, and families are being divided out there. The stress to everyone who lives out there continues with the unknown if this data center will be approved. This is not the best use of this land, being near all these families. Please look into your hearts and support the citizens of San Marcos, not corporations who do not care what happens to the water, the rivers, the people. If they cared, they would find places that are far away from families, wildlife, ranchers, homeowners, and places that are not in stage 5 drought. I can't understand why this is even up for voting in our town. Have you researched all the other places that these are cropping up everywhere in Texas, and the effects on the electricity and the water and the families and the environment? Have you guys done that type of research to see that all the bills will be going up?
And your time is up.
75% of children enrolled in San Marcos qualify for free lunches. Do you think
Your
this family
time
can be
is
able to
up.
afford this?
Your time is up. Is Kelsey Bolfing here? Okay.
Hello, City Council. My name is Kelsey Bolfing. With me is my daughter, Violet. I moved to San Marcos about 16 years ago to come to Texas State after a brief visit to my brother who was getting his master's degree here, and I fell in love with the river. So much so that I was called within 2 weeks. I moved here because I had to come. About 5 years ago, during the pandemic, was with my mother sorting through old photographs. And lo and behold, the very first body of water I ever touched when I was a baby was the San Marcos River. I was blown away. That river called me home. I come to you tonight with the same pull that I felt all those years ago, so that my daughter and her daughter and their daughter, for the future generations of all of our citizens, to be able to feel the miraculous love of this city, of this river, of our nature, and our community. The community of San Marcos is what got me to stay here. I knew this was the place that I wanted to raise my daughter. None of that will be the same if these data centers are built. They will not only destroy our environment, they will destroy us. The air pollution, as someone was speaking about just earlier, I have noticed that there is a red cloud that hovers over San Marcos and our air quality as of late. I have also noticed that these
Nope, go ahead.
I'm sorry about
We're-
that.
We're gonna
Okay.
fix that.
I also ask of you tonight to think about what legacy you wish to leave behind. In San Marcos, just Crockett Elementary alone, there's about 40% students who have special needs, including neurodivergency. These data centers are going to create noises that pollute our town permanently, all day, like a train horn running all day. To those individuals, to those students, this will be exceedingly detrimental. We have no idea the impact that this could have on all of these wonderful beings that just wish to live. It's not just about the environment. It's not just about our people. It is about the empathy for all. And so I ask of you, please vote no to this and vote for empathy instead. Thank you.
Okay,
Girly
I'm gonna run through the list one more time to see if any of these folks are on. I don't see any of them online. Gina Fleming, Evan Sykes, Randall Rule, Charles Lavender, Shannon Brown, Corinna Salmon, Leah Adrian, Devin Birdsong, Saheed Mashfagani. Not seeing them here. This will conclude our citizen comment time period. And we will move on to item 1. Ms. Reyes, do you know about how long items 1, 2, and 3 will take? Those are reports to us. And I don't think there's any action needed by us.
Correct. 1 and 2 are pretty fast. The sidewalk maintenance program may take about another maybe 5 minutes, depending on council questions.
Council, what do you want to do? Go ahead and take care of them? We'll go on through. Ms. Trevino, item 1.
Receive a staff presentation on the financial report for the quarter ending March 31, 2025, and provide direction to the city manager.
Mr. Locke, we are ready.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. John Locke, Finance Director. The second quarter financial overview was provided to the Finance and Audit Committee on May 27th. The committee received a detailed overview, and a copy of that presentation is included in the packet along with this agenda item. This presentation will provide a summary overview. If you look at the slide, and just to walk you through the slide, we'll use the general fund as an example. The revenue budget for the general fund is $112 million. The actual revenue received through March is $74 million. So we've collected just under 66% of the total budget. For the expenses, we have, the total expense budget is $125 million. We've spent 58% or $58 million of the budget for a total of 46%. And you can see for all the major operating funds where we are as it relates to the budget. If you look in the lower left-hand side, there's a legend there that shows compared to the 3-year average for the percent of budget. So if it's green, that means that we are within 2.5% of the 3-year average. So that means we're on target. If it's yellow, it means that we're over 2.5% to 5%. And if it's red, that means we're over 5%, that we need to, it's off target, we need to look into that. So as you can see by the slide, all of the revenues and the expenses are on target. And that concludes the financial report. Be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, and as stated, the detail is in our packet. Council, are there any questions? No decision by us. Thank you for this one, Mr. Locke. Don't go away. Ms. Trevino, read item 2, please.
On the investment report for the quarter ending March 31, 2025, and provide direction to city manager.
Mr. Locke.
Thank you again, Mayor and City Council. As with the financial and summary, the investment summary was also shared with the Finance and Audit Committee at the May 27th meeting. That detailed report is included in the packet as well. Looking at the slide, if you start at the top, it shows how the two pools of investments are broken out. We break them out between our consolidated funds, which is the general fund, hotel tax, basically everything other than enterprise funds, and the enterprise funds, which are water, wastewater, electric, stormwater. So the total portfolio value of our consolidated funds was $165 million as of March 31st. For the enterprise funds, it's $273 million, for a total of $438 million. And you can see how that total portfolio amount is broken up between the local government pools or money market accounts, the securities, and the city's deposit accounts. Moving to the middle section, it shows what the quarter average yield was. As of March 31st, the total portfolio was about 4.5%, which is above the benchmark 6-month and 12-month Treasury. To the right of that, it has the rolling 12-month average yield, which was 4.7%, which was just under the 6-month Treasury benchmark and better than the 12-month Treasury benchmark. Moving to the very bottom, it has the total interest earnings. So for the second quarter, there was just over $4 million earned, and year to date, we have earned just over $9 million in interest revenue. And that concludes the investment report.
Council, any questions? Again, the detail is, or the longer report is in the packet.
Yes, ma'am.
So that will conclude item 2. Thank you so much, Mr. Locke. And Ms. Trevino, if you will read item 3.
Receive a staff presentation on the city's 5-year sidewalk maintenance program for fiscal year 2026 and provide direction to the city manager.
Mr. Rossing.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Adam Rossing, Assistant Director of Public Works. Tonight, I'll be going over the FY26 Sidewalk Maintenance Program. Next slide. The purpose of this presentation is to review the sidewalk maintenance program, review the sidewalk improvements that we have planned for FY26, and then at the end, we'll have time for questions and receive council approval, hopefully. The goals of the sidewalk maintenance program are to remove ADA barriers and improve pedestrian safety. We want to identify and improve the sidewalk connectivity in underserved and high pedestrian traffic areas. We want to ensure all new sidewalks connect to existing sidewalks, so no sidewalks to nowhere, and then avoid tree conflicts and tree removal. Next slide. So here we have the difference between a capital improvements project and the sidewalk maintenance projects. So as you see, the CIP and master plan sidewalk projects usually require lots of bond funding, requires multiple years for design and to complete, and it usually requires right-of-way acquisitions, and there's significant engineering design required. And they typically have utility conflicts, whereas the sidewalk maintenance program, we utilize just the annual operating budget, can be completed within months, and no right-of-way acquisitions are required, so we stay within our current right-of-way that we have. And we have, no significant engineering is needed. And then we avoid utility conflicts, and this is to work on the existing sidewalks and to connect the small gaps that we have throughout the system. Next slide. So how we selected the projects for FY26 and the 5 years after that, we actually hold public meetings. We gather information from the citizens on public meetings. We pull from our citizen requests that we get from emails or SMTX Connect or phone calls that come into the office. And then we've actually met with the equity cabinet in last fall and took their recommendations. And then we actually prioritize areas where we have pedestrian-involved accidents. So there we use all the from 20 to 25, we had, I believe, 36 accidents that met this requirement. That's fatal or serious injuries. They get a higher rating right off the bat in those areas. We used the vulnerability index rating that we took from the equity cabinet, and then we actually pulled out the low vehicle ownership data from the census tract, and we gave this a high priority as well. And then we have the high pedestrian areas such as bus stops, hospitals, low-income housing, state housing places. And then on top of that, we actually overlaid our ADA sidewalk inspection. We actually went out and inspected all 202 miles of sidewalk this last year between January and March. And we ranked them from poor, fair, good, and excellent. And we actually wiped out the excellent and the good, and we're focusing on the poor and the fair areas. So whatever in our GIS data on the map, the areas that score the highest with all of our different indexes and everything, we're focusing on the poor and the fair areas that require sidewalk maintenance. And we're just right off the top, and we're building our 5-year program off of that. The next slide. Here we have our public-facing web map. We have a link at the bottom. This is where anyone can go online and look and see what we have planned for the years to come. It's all in color-coded by what year. Next slide. Here we have some sample project locations. On this, if you look by the key there, the orange would be what's planned for FY26. So in Blanco Gardens, we have River Road and Barber Drive. And then over there in the Heritage, we have some locations, some in the historic neighborhoods. And then next slide. We have Millview East and Millview West. So once again, you can go by the color code orange for FY26. Next slide. Here are all the maintenance locations in FY26. So next slide. Here are some examples of the locations we would like to fix this FY26. They will not look like this when complete. Obviously, you see on Barber Street, we have a big heave in the sidewalk. So anything above a 1/4 inch is against ADA. It's not compliant with ADA standards. So we're gonna go back in and pull out those sidewalks, make them ADA compliant. And then they're on Mill Street. As you all probably see this around town, we're gonna fix these areas that are hard for those in wheelchairs to get around and to get safely to their destination. At MLK and Shady, we're gonna fix the driveway there to make it an ADA compliant smooth transition. And then on San Antonio Street between Jackman and Endicott, there's another big space there. So next slide. So completed steps, we met with the equity cabinet in late fall and got input from the equity cabinet on areas and locations to focus on. We inspected all 202 miles of sidewalk earlier this year. And then prior to our public meeting that was held in April, we sent bilingual mailers out to residents in all adjacent locations. And then after the public meeting, we built our FY26 maintenance plan. We sent out bilingual mailers to the neighborhood, to all residents, notice of the neighborhood commission meeting, which we then presented at the historic commission because we have some locations in the historic preservation commission area, and they approved it. And then we went to the neighborhood commission and received, they approved the FY26 sidewalk projects there in May. And then our next steps would be to receive council input and approval for the FY26 projects. And then prior to starting work in October, we would send a 90-day mailer to all landowners and residents and adjacent addresses, and then hand deliver flyers 2 weeks prior to beginning the work. Then after that, in October, we can start completing sidewalks. At this time, if you have any questions or want to give some input on the plan, and then
Okay.
asking your
Council,
approval.
Questions, Ms. Rodriguez?
Do you mind going back to the last slide? Or I don't know who's.
The
Thank
next
you.
steps?
Yeah, so I know we got an email as council just regarding some air mitigation practices when we do these sidewalk projects, and so I imagine our workers are not required to put things on, but is that something discussed? Like, when y'all do these sidewalks, are you cutting through concrete that,
Yes, in some locations, you have to remove a single panel or a few panels of them, to then we can rebuild them.
so I guess my question is, what steps do we take to make sure that, you know, our workers are safe when it comes to inhaling those things?
Yes. So if there is going to be dust that is kicked up when you're cutting the concrete, well, one, we do use saws that actually have water that gets sprayed down as it's cutting. So therefore, the concrete dust is not emitted into the air.
Okay.
I think what you're referring to might have been
Yeah.
the quiet zone right here. And so we're using contracted forces for that. And I guess they were not using the saws. In-house crews do all the sidewalk maintenance projects, and we use, our concrete saws have water injected at the site, so it does not leave the area. Yeah.
Thank you for that. I just
Yes.
wanted, you
Yes,
know,
definitely.
that was something we received. And then
Yes.
regarding the mailer, the 90-day and then the 2-week, what are some key things that are included on those mailers?
So there, it gives the location, or when we say, you know, we're gonna be doing a project in this area, and then it gives the street name, and then it gives a QR code to our map that shows exactly where we're gonna be doing the extent of the project.
And beneath that QR code, because I know some people aren't familiar with what those are, is there, you know, a link to our website? to
Yes,
the-
yes. Then on the mailers, we actually have the actual spelt out link there as well,
Okay.
which just brings you back to the live web map
Yeah.
that we showed.
Yeah, I asked because I went through, tested that out. I really like what y'all did with that.
Yes,
And just want to commend everybody on your team, including yourself, on this. I've had a lot of people reach out about our sidewalks, and so this gives me something to let them know that the city's doing, and so I just deeply appreciate y'all's work.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Good presentation. You gave us what we needed to know.
very much.
Ms. Reyes, what do we need to do at this point?
As long as y'all are good, we'll move forward.
Okay.
The other thing that I just want to acknowledge is Adam Rossing is actually leaving us. He has been promoted to a Director of Public Works for the city of Seguin. So he is leaving, and just want to thank him for his service and let him know that we really appreciate everything that you've done while you've been here. So thank you.
Thank you very
Adam.
much. Thank you all.
Good for
It was
you,
a
but
pleasure
we're
working with
gonna
you all.
miss you.
So thank you all. So,
All right.
thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Yes.
And we will
We do
now,
need approval on the item.
we're good.
You good?
We're good?
Okay, you're good?
Yes, yes.
Thank you all.
Yeah, we're good. The consent agenda items that are numbered 4 through 12, which include ordinances, resolutions, and other things, may be acted upon by one motion. No separate discussion or action is necessary unless a council member asks, in which case the event is pulled from consent agenda, and we will address those after our public hearings. At this point in time, I'm pulling 7, 10, and 15, and 24. Council, are there any other items to approve? Then I will accept a motion to accept items 4 through 24 with the exceptions of 7, 10, 15, and 24.
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Rodriguez. I will give Mr. Lorenzo Gonzalez the second, and we're voting by push button. Yay. And you will see the results on the screen right up there. Got a push button.
Okay, the motion passes 6-0 with 1 absent.
All right. So that takes us to our public hearings, and that takes us to item 25. Mr. Trevino, would you read item 25, please?
Pulte
In
Public-
about 15, I'm sorry, for about 15, 20 minutes, we'll take another break.
Hold a public hearing to receive comments for or against ordinance 2025-17, creating a designated permit area under section 82.189 of the San Marcos City Code authorizing parking by permit only for the area consisting of both sides of the 900 block of Field Street from Cheetah Street to Mechanic Street, the 900 block of Sycamore Street from Cheatham Street to Mechanic Street, and 900 block of Cheatham Street from Sycamore Street to Mechanic Street, amending the traffic register to reflect such designated permit area and declare an effective date, and consider approval of ordinance 2025-17 on the first of two readings.
Okay, presentation. Ms. Reyes, who's doing the presentation for this?
Avila. Or actually, is
Yeah,
Mr.
we don't have a presentation for this piece, but we're here to answer any questions you may have on the item. Charles Campbell,
Okay.
Multimodal Parking Initiatives Manager.
Okay, the information was in the packet, so I will now open the public hearing and asking anyone who wishes to speak for, against, or about this. We have a Charles Hickman already signed up, and then, of course, anyone in the audience. So if Mr. Hickman will go to the podium. For all public hearing items, this is governed by state law, and we do need your address after you state your name, please. You're first.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Charles Hickman, 915 Sycamore Street in Rio Vista. I am the resident representative that submitted the information, so obviously I'm in favor of this. Just wanted to give you all a brief thank you. The reason we even knew we could go about this process is because probably about a year ago, y'all held a town hall meeting for us and outlined, how we could go about doing this. So, I mean, I appreciate the staff taking their time in the evening, and there was the mayor and several members of the council there as well. So, we feel like y'all hear us, and we appreciate that. The only concern I want to raise is that the language that's written in the ordinance that defines where the parking area is going to be is not exactly consistent with what we submitted. There was a portion that was left off on the 800 block of Cheatham Street. So the way it's laid out in the ordinance itself does not include that area. The map that's attached to it, however, does include those areas. So I coordinated with staff today when I noticed that, and I was just informed it was an oversight. So I'm hoping there's something procedurally that could be done to incorporate that area, because that did get a lot of feedback from residents about the concerns right there. And there are no addresses that have an 800 Cheatham Street address. So the reason
Okay.
that we want to include that is it's the side lots of some of the residences included in the petition area.
Okay, ordinances take 2 readings to pass, so
Okay.
this is the first one. Mr. Gary, is that something that could be fixed for the second reading?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Bring it back on second reading and it
Yeah.
won't be a problem.
Yeah,
Great. Well, I appreciate y'all's attention to that, and
okay.
thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience wishing to speak at the public hearing about this item? For, against, or about? I will close the public hearing and await a motion
Motion to
from council.
approve.
Motion from Ms.
Second.
Rodriguez, seconded by Mr. Lorenzo Gonzalez. Council, are there any questions?
No, I just want to thank Mr. Hickman. You didn't see me, but I saw you multiple times walking the neighborhood. I was also not in a council capacity, but as a citizen at the initial meeting with the mayor.
Yes, you were.
And I remember you asking the question, so it's cool to see it full circle, and I hope it yields the results that y'all are looking for.
Yeah.
So thank you for your work.
Okay. Shane, you got to vote.
Okay, the motion passes 5-0 with 2 absent.
Okay, then, would you read item 26, please?
Yes, ma'am. Hold a public hearing to receive comments for or against ordinance 2025-18, creating a designated permit area under section 82.189 of the San Marcos City Code, authorizing parking by permit only at all times for the area consisting of both sides of the 100 block of Panorama Drive, amending the traffic register to reflect such designated permit area and declare an effective date, and consider approval of ordinance 2025-18 on the first of 2 readings.
Is there a presentation on this one?
No, ma'am, no presentation either, just here to answer any questions if you have them.
Okay, in that case, I'm going to open the public hearing on this one. This is the designated parking area at 100 block of Panorama Drive. Open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak for, against, about? We'll close the public hearing, and I wait a motion.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Ms. Rodriguez, thank you. Seconded by, I'll second it. Council, are there any questions on this one? If not, let's vote.
Motion passes 5-0, 2 absent.
All right, rolling on to item 26.
Receive a staff presentation and hold
Oh, yes, 27, thank you.
receive a staff presentation, hold a public hearing to receive. Sorry, comments for or against. Let me start over again, Mayor. Receive a staff presentation, hold a public hearing to receive comments on housing and community development needs and the selection of affordable housing, public services, and public facilities as a high priority needs in the Community Development Block Grant 2025-2029 Consolidated Plan.
Presentation.
Okay, I'm Carol Griffith. I'm the Housing and Community Development Manager. And I'm here today to talk to you just a little bit about the consolidated plan, and then we'll need to hold a public hearing. As you know, the consolidated plan is a summary of community needs and a statement of how the Community Development Block Grant, or CDBG, funds from HUD will be used to meet those needs over the next 5 years. On March 4th, the City Council chose affordable housing, public services, and public facilities as the highest priority categories for CDBG funds over the next 5 years. The next step is a public hearing, which will be held this evening, and then a 30-day comment period for the draft document. For the public's benefit, I'll provide a very quick review. Next slide. HUD funding can be used for a variety of housing and community development needs, but the city's highest priority categories must be stated in this plan. The city follows a specific process in developing the plan per HUD's requirements. Staff requested citizen and service provider input through surveys. The city held workshop-style dream sessions in February at locations throughout the city to discuss the community's needs with participants. Staff reviewed recent needs assessments and plans that have been created by the city or other entities in the area. Staff also sent more detailed questions to service providers to understand what they're seeing on the front lines as service needs in San Marcos, and then held focus groups with internal city departments about project needs. The City Council then reviewed this information and chose the priority categories of needs based on this process. Next slide. This evening, we'll hold a public hearing for comment on housing and community development. This evening, we'll hold a public hearing for comment on housing and community development needs in general and highest priorities locally, and then we'll post the draft plan for comment for 30 days. At the August 5th council meeting, staff will present any additional comments received and then request council's approval of a final version of the consolidated plan. Next slide. Just brief overview of the input we've had so far. 72 people attended the public workshops and 89 responded to the survey. The top 4 priority needs stated in the survey responses were in the public services category, with 55% of respondents ranking disability and elder services, youth programs, services for abuse survivors, and homelessness prevention as a high priority. Regarding the other categories that were ranked as a high priority by respondents, 42% considered transportation to be a high priority, followed by economic development and public facilities. In the comments, the most needed public services cited were for LGBTQIA+ support and extending the current support for the agencies that apply for CDBG funding. Survey comments also discussed transitional housing, housing affordability, rental unit inspections. Infrastructure comments revolved around public transportation and recreation. Just a reminder on funding restrictions. I feel like I get to give you the bad news. HUD only allows 15% of the funding to be used for public services. So while it's a high priority, we have about $100,000 a year to spend in CDBG funds. Transportation is considered a public service, and so it would have to be taken out of that $100,000 if we did something with it. And since that doesn't go far in the world of transportation, and there are other funding sources that can provide more, CDBG usually doesn't fund transportation projects. Same thing for economic development. There's a different issue. Economic development projects have to show the creation or retention of very specific jobs if you do anything with CDBG funding. So therefore, we don't usually use it for that either. There's just better sources. Next slide. During the workshops, staff presented the process for creating the consolidated plan, the citizen participation plan, and the action plan, which is the annual plan that goes with it, along with information on various eligible categories. And residents were asked to prioritize the categories and share simulated budgets featuring the activities they would fund. Residents chatted in depth with staff regarding the impact of CDBG during the past 5 years and the areas in town that could benefit most from it, which are, of course, those that are impacted by flooding and then also the lower income areas. During the workshop at the Senior Center, the attendees asked for more senior services and facilitating transportation for the elderly and people with disabilities. So this slide shows the results of the budget exercise. You can see affordable housing at the top, public services, public facilities, and so forth down the line. Next slide. Staff also reviewed multiple needs assessments and plans for the area, and the two shown here are representative of the conclusions that we can draw from those studies. For example, the 2019 Housing Needs Assessment talked about the need for reducing the cost burden of home ownership and renting, increasing home ownership, that sort of thing. There was also a 2023 needs assessment done by Community Action, and it emphasized the need for access to affordable health care, assistance paying utility bills, employment that pays enough, affordable housing, that sort of thing. Next slide. Therefore, based on all of these inputs, the City Council chose affordable housing and public services as high priorities based on the common themes in the public input, and they also chose public facilities as a high priority category to allow the city to allocate funding to improve parks, community centers, and infrastructure for community benefit. Next slide. The public hearing this evening is an opportunity for residents and service agencies to provide input on the housing, community development, and social services needs in San Marcos, and to comment specifically on the three broad categories chosen as highest priorities for HUD CDBG funding. This concludes my presentation.
Okay, then I will have the public hearing now. And I will open the public hearing on item 27, CDBG plan. I don't have anyone who signed up in advance, so I will ask if you're in the audience or in the lobby, come on in, get close to the microphone, line up, and you'll have 3 minutes. And we'll need your name and your address, please.
Yay! I'm Maxfield Baker. I live at 314 Shady Lane. It's not lost on me that a lot of the recommendations that y'all have identified and narrowed things down, and when I attended the dream session, which I was super appreciative of, I heard a lot of things that fall right in line with the San Marcos Civics Club's Tenants' Bill of Rights. So this is a great opportunity for you all to embrace that while we're talking about creative funding solutions in a tough budget year. CDBG might offer some opportunities to address some of those issues. We've also asked the Low-Income Housing Tax Community Committee to the Light C, low-income, whatever.
Workforce
You know,
housing.
yeah, that committee to consider the adoption of the Tenants' Bill of Rights as something kind of separate from the general city policy, right? Because that Light C policy allows for more clear negotiations with the developers so that you could do things that might not be as accessible in the public market. So for example, one of the recommendations, again, we're taking this from the National Low Income Housing Coalition. It's done lots of research and vetted a lot of these ideas. One of the things that they recommend is not charging people application fees, not holding credit scores against them. And those are policies that we could induct into our Light C policy in order for them to provide real affordable housing. Because as we know through the research, a lot of folks get redlined out or even lose wholly the opportunity to express their rights as tenants. The other thing that I wanted to touch on as well is of the issues surrounding the recommendations from NLIHC, a lot of them will also touch on evictions. This is an area where when we've talked with stakeholders, we get the most amount of pushback because the evictions process is already complicated and kind of long in some of their opinions. And as a part of that, we wanted to kind of touch on folks that are experiencing violence. We recognize that some people are held in their leases and in abusive relationships because their leases do not allow for them to leave if they've experienced violence in the home or in the complex, and that gives them greater pause. So, there are things in that recommendation list that we've sent you a short list. We've got it from 58 pages down to 10. It's much easier for y'all to read and prioritize. And we hope to partner with organizations like the Hayes Caldwell Women's Center to help address some of these, particularly frustrating and dangerous situations that some of our tenants are living in. So thank you all for your consideration. We hope that the San Marcos Civics Club and our work on the Tenants Bill of Rights stays top of mind for you. And we again welcome you all to schedule meetings with us to talk more details. Thank you.
Checking to see if there's anyone else in the chambers or the lobby who wishes to speak on this item, which has to do with our CDBG plan. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. And Mr. Trevino, is this one that we vote on, or is this the public hearing and we're going to vote on it later? Because I think it comes back in August. Ms. Griffith?
So no vote tonight.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, you've completed what was needed for this one.
That's what I was thinking, but we will in our first meeting in August?
August, yes.
After the 30-day comment period?
Correct. Yeah,
Okay.
and we'll do another quick presentation to give you whatever comments we've received up to that point.
Yes, all right, thank you very much. Ms. Trevino, let's read item 28.
Okay. Receive a staff presentation, hold a public hearing to receive comments on proposed projects and programs for housing and community development needs, and provide direction to staff on the allocation of $754,405 in the Community Development Block Grant 2025-2026 Action Plan.
Presentation.
Okay, Carol Griffith, Housing and Community Development Manager. So as you know, the 5-year consolidated plan sets the overall priorities for the Community Development Block Grant entitlement funds received from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, so CDBG received from HUD. The city must also approve an annual action plan that sets out exactly how the funding will be used. The annual process gives public and the city council the opportunity to choose projects and programs that best address the city's current needs within the rules for CDBG funding. This evening, staff is requesting that City Council hold a public hearing to receive comments on the recommended allocations for next year's funding, and then provide direction to staff on the allocations to include in the draft action plan. This draft will be published for the required 30-day comment period, and then staff will bring it back to City Council to report on comments received and request final approval that first meeting in August. I will mention we're tied to this schedule in order to meet HUD's deadline, so I do need
Right.
direction this evening. Next slide. HUD has notified us that we'll receive $754,405 for the October 2025 to September 2026 program year. Minimum requirement is that 70% of the funding must benefit people with low to moderate incomes. San Marcos, in general, has designated 100% of its funding to meet that goal in the past, and this year as well. Each year, no more than 15% can be spent on public services, no more than 20% on administration or planning. So this means we have about $113,000 for public services that can be allocated to public services, and then $150,000 for administration. Next slide. So the applications submitted during the application period are reviewed and scored and discussed by a committee of 6 staff members from various departments. I would like to thank this committee. They did a great job. To be eligible for consideration, each proposed project or program must meet a variety of requirements set in place by HUD regulations, and we had just only eligible applications this year. Applications were evaluated on need, justification, impact and cost effectiveness, implementation, and measurable outcomes, past performance or letters of reference, and council priorities that are specific to this funding source. Next slide. The committee also scored the risk for each application based on project complexity, prior experience, regulatory compliance required, funding leverage, and performance history. Next slide. As a result of the scoring and discussion, the committee recommends the use of public services funding as shown here. The maximum, again, that can be allocated is $113,000. The last three agencies listed have all recently received directly funded contracts through the city, and this was taken into consideration in the decision. Salvation Army received an allocation of utility assistance funding. Southside has received a large amount for the creation of additional services for people who are homeless. And Texas Rio Grande Legal Aid has a contract through May 2026 to ensure free legal services are available for San Marcos residents. And the committee noticed that, it runs out in May of 2026. Staff are looking into additional funding to cover the gap between May and then the following budget year when additional funding has been requested. So, looking at the funding recommendations, court-appointed special advocates, or CASA, and Hayes Caldwell Women's Center are recommended to receive the full amount requested since they serve youth and abuse survivors, which are two groups specifically mentioned in the surveys and workshops. For the same reason, Greater San Marcos Youth Council is recommended to receive almost their entire request, but a bit was shaved off to be able to fund St. Vincent de Paul's Emergency Assistance Program in a more substantial way. In addition, the remainder of the funding was put to the Central Texas Food Bank for programs specific to San Marcos to support the emergency needs for food. Next slide. Now we're on to facilities and infrastructure projects. The committee reviewed 1.9 million in applications for public facilities and infrastructure. I'm just going to go down the list. The Thorpe Lane Sidewalk Project purpose is to make the sidewalks and driveway crossings ADA accessible from Hopkins to Aquarina Springs to provide better access to residents in the area. And that includes 2 major low-income housing projects, multiple student and other apartment complexes. Last year, this project was funded approximately $650,000, but that was less than what was originally requested for the program. So this year's allocation will fully fund the project to complete the entire originally proposed scope of work.
Could you say that again, please?
Sure, this year's allocation, so it was funded $650,000 last year.
Okay.
But they had asked for more. They got less than they requested last year. So this year's allocation will fully fund the project to be able to complete the entire originally proposed scope of work.
Okay.
The staff committee also recommends funding $55,000 in support of the Mitchell Center renovation, with the stipulation that at least 75% of the funding for the total project must be committed to the project before the CDBG funding can be spent. With CDBG, any funding spent must result in an actual benefit to the public, and if it does not come to fruition, the funding has to be paid back. The committee supports the renovation of the Mitchell Center as an historic structure that can be used as a museum, but had to balance that desire with the city's overall high priority need for affordable housing. That's just some background on how we came up with that amount. Going on down the list, and I'm happy to answer questions as we go or after the presentation. The Long Street Sidewalks project would have filled in sidewalk gaps and provided ADA compliance along the street, but the project is just too expensive for CDBG to support at this time, considering other priorities. La Sociedad Mutualista Cuauhtémoc requested $250,000 to re-roof the hall, and after some discussion, this project was not recommended for funding for several reasons. The Cuauhtémoc Hall is already receiving substantial funding from the city for the installation of fire sprinklers. Also, as mentioned regarding the Mitchell Center, a project funded by CDBG must be completed, and fully funding this roof would wipe out CDBG affordable housing funding. Staff will meet with the representatives of the Sociedad to review the rules related to CDBG funding so they can be prepared to apply for future projects if they wish. The Calaboose Museum also requested funding for a re-roofing. However, after the application was received, city facilities staff reviewed the roof in detail and determined that roof repairs will work well instead. And it was also came to light that in the city's contract with the Calaboose Museum, the city is actually responsible for major maintenance. And so the committee did not fund that application after being reassured by facility staff that the repairs could be worked into very soon future budget, like in the next year or two. Also, that the roof has been patched enough to where it's not actively leaking. So there's more to be done, but is that, let's see. Okay, so that funding was not needed after all. Next slide. Okay, affordable housing projects. The next category of review was projects related to affordable housing. The city's home repair and rehab program is recommended to receive $192,855, which is all the funding remaining after all other projects are funded as recommended. This amount of funding will enable major repairs for 4 to 5 houses. Next year, the city will be running a citywide marketing campaign for applications and a competitive procurement process for new contractors since the current contracts will have ended. Austin Habitat for Humanity has a growing home repair program that they would like to expand into San Marcos. This division of Habitat has done hundreds of home repairs over the past several years for the cities of Austin and Kyle, among others. Habitat requested $50,000 for San Marcos and expects this will fund moderate repairs for 2 houses. The committee felt like this was a reasonable starter allocation to be able to evaluate this program's value to San Marcos. The last 2 amounts are for legal and title company expenses for applicants to our programs who do not qualify for the programs because of unclear title to the property. It's estimated that the $10,000 may provide services for 4 families in the home repair category, and then the $3,550 may provide services for 2 for home demolition. Next slide. Finally, the city is requesting 20% of the funding to be used for staff hours that are spent on this grant. Community Initiatives Division staff track their hours and assign them to the appropriate grant or to the general fund as we go. This 20% does not cover the entire cost of hours spent on this grant. Next slide. This evening, a public hearing will be held to receive comments on which proposed projects and programs should receive funding and how much for each. After that, staff is requesting council's direction on the projects and programs and funding levels that should be included in the draft action plan that will be posted for public comment for 30 days. Staff will bring the proposals back to City Council on August 5th for final consideration. This concludes my presentation.
Okay, then I will open the public hearing and ask that anyone who wishes to speak for, against, or about this item, now is the time to step up to the podium. We'll need your name and your address, and we will take your comments at this time.
Good evening, Council. Ryan Patrick Perkins, 727 West Hopkins Street. I'm here to speak on this item and ask your support for the Mitchell Center project that the Calaboose African American History Museum is working toward. We are contracted with Preservation Texas, working on a preservation plan for the building right now. Should be completed within coming weeks. This would be an excellent start to our fundraising campaign to begin work on the stabilization of the building and the road ahead for a new museum in the Mitchell Center. Thank you again for all your support.
Is there anyone else wishing to speak for, against, or about? I will close the public hearing. And we do need a motion and a second in order to get this into the plan that actually will come back August 1st, and they could be changed at that time.
Correct.
Possibly.
Yes.
Okay. Council, I need a motion.
So moved.
Okay, motion by Mr. Lorenzo Gonzalez, seconded by Ms. Rodriguez. Comments, thoughts, Ms. Garza?
I just wanted to thank you so much for also considering the assessments conducted by external partners such as Community Action. I know that's some feedback that I had given the staff, and I think they have a wealth of knowledge, and they regularly conduct those type of assessments, so I appreciate that. And then also want to thank you for listening to the concerns of our neighbors regarding title clearance and that program. I think you all did a wonderful job listening to our constituents' concerns and frustrations. And so I really appreciate y'all adding that to the game plan this time around. I think I still encourage y'all to reach out to St. Mary's Law School and those other entities. I know y'all have developed a
Yes.
better working relationship with Trala. And so I appreciate that, but I do think that things like this will help us prepare for situations, knock on wood, flooding situations and other emergencies where our neighbors could not qualify for those like FEMA reliefs because of that, those title issues. So I just want to say thank you. I appreciate it. And I also appreciate you naming that you're going to have a robust marketing campaign. And I'm sure we'll be down to amplify that because we know that there was interest last time around, but barriers.
Quite a bit.
Yes, thank you for talking about the title, because I think you may have said that the amount allocated would do to two homes or two.
The
entities?
amount for demolition is $35.50. We think that'll help too.
Right.
We have a little bit lower demand for that program.
Right.
For housing repair, we're asking for $10,000, and we think that could help 4 families.
And I would highly recommend that we reach out to these other places and do our very best to get more than 4 for $10,000. Because I think there's resources out there. We just need to find them, and we might need help finding them. But we really need that to go further. But I was so thrilled when we talked to HUD on our Washington trip last year that they are now allowing that to be CDBG funding. So that was very helpful because we explained we would have more people doing this if we could do that. And they said, yep, we've heard that from other communities and now it's allowable, in case anybody's wondering why we didn't do it before. So that's good. All of the information that you just told us and explained about why these decisions were made, et cetera, was that in the packet? It would have been great to have all of that in the packet and would have saved me probably half an hour going through here. So since you've already got it prepared, we could have that in the future. It'd be fantastic to know, because I had questions about some of these and you answered it with your information. So that would be good.
Got it.
Mr. Lorenzo Gonzalez.
I just had one question, kind of backwards, but so in regards to the Cuauhtemoc roof project, I understand why we're not funding it. But I noticed you said that the city is already funding sprinklers or a sprinkler project. Knowing that they're gonna eventually need a new roof, is that gonna adversely affect the sprinklers that we're putting in, or do we not anticipate there being an issue? I'm just concerned that we're paying for new sprinklers and then sometime in the near future,
Good
they'll be
question.
torn out or whatever because they're replacing the roof.
I think honestly that is a concern. I think Cuauhtemoc is doing quite a bit to try to raise the funds. The CDBG committee just kind of had to weigh it out and see.
No, yeah, I get that, and I guess maybe the question wasn't directly to you, but just kind of like, are we putting the cart before the horse, replacing the sprinklers if they're eventually gonna need a roof replacement?
Hello, Mayor and Council. Hayden Meagle, Director of Administrative Services. I've been working on this with Assistant Fire Chief and Fire Marshal Jonathan Henderson, and we've been in contact with Cuauhtemoc Hall. It's our belief that we can put in the sprinkler system before the roof is actually replaced, and we're looking at moving forward and bringing that agreement to the council soon so that they can start moving forward on those sprinkler improvements. But yes, we talked about that. We wanted to make sure that we weren't going to be putting something in that would then have to be ripped out, but we don't believe that that'll be an issue.
Yeah, I think the sprinkler system are internal, and the roof is completely different.
Correct.
Than the sprinkler system.
That's correct.
And I think life safety, probably the sprinkler system's more important than anything else at this time.
Yes, and there's been a little delay on moving forward with that, with the sprinkler system, because they needed to make some other improvements interior to the building first.
Right.
But we think that we're at a point where we can start moving forward with it.
Yeah, that's
Good. Are there any other questions? If not, we will vote using our push buttons.
The motion passes 7-0.
Okay, and before we get to item 29, we are going to take a break. It is 9:41. Council, please don't make us have to track you down. Please be back in your seat at 9:50. Y'all are responsible adults. Please be back on time. Thank you. 9:50. And we are on to item 29, which will be our last public hearing.
Receive a staff presentation, hold a public hearing to receive comments for or against ordinance 2025-19, amending the preferred scenario map of the city's comprehensive plan from conservation cluster to commercial/employment low for approximately 199.49 acres of land on the western side of Francis Harris Lane, including procedural provisions and declare an effective date.
Presentation.
Mayor and Council, Amanda Hernandez, Director of Planning and Development Services. The subject property is approximately 200 acres. 60 of those acres are located within the extraterritorial jurisdiction and are currently proposed to be annexed and zoned. City Council received an update on this request in February. The applicant is seeking to amend the comprehensive plan preferred scenario map from conservation cluster to commercial employment low. The preferred scenario amendment, or PSA, as you will hear me call it throughout the presentation, will be accompanied by annexation and zoning to light industrial at a future meeting. Today, we are holding the required public hearing on the preferred scenario map amendment to receive public comments. However, no action will be taken tonight. Next slide. For context, this is the general location of the property on Francis Harris Lane. This photo is taken about halfway through the property facing south. Next slide. I mentioned this particular item is an amendment to the preferred scenario, which will be accompanied by the light industrial zoning. I do want to clarify because I heard some comments earlier about this being conservation cluster zoning. This is not the zoning request. The zoning request will be a change from the character district 2. I'm going to hold on to that statement because it's, I think, my next slide. The preferred scenario map is a land use overlay that guides our growth and development in the city of San Marcos, adopted as part of our comprehensive plan. So the change that we're talking about tonight is that preferred scenario amendment, but we will be talking about zoning at our next meeting. Next slide. I'm not going to read through what each of the designations mean, but to summarize, the commercial employment low is the category that best aligns with the uses that are in the light industrial zoning district, because those uses are auto-oriented and they really look like warehouses, low-density offices. Commercial employment low is the larger land area, things that are shorter. Commercial employment high would be the types of commercial you would see in Houston or Austin, those high-rise developments. So when we talk about commercial employment low, we're not talking about intensity, it's more about density. Next slide. These photos were provided by the applicant to show what the data center may look like. The applicant indicated they are preparing restrictive covenants to address community concerns, and within the restrictive covenants, we could look for standards related to height, building articulation, parking location, buffer requirements, and they would be specific to the proposed use of the data center. Staff anticipates having the applicant's proposed restrictive covenants prior to the July 1st meeting, when the preferred scenario amendment, annexation, and zoning requests will be on the agenda for public hearings. Next slide. The map on the left shows the existing zoning. All of the white is in the extraterritorial jurisdiction, and adjacent to this property is heavy industrial zoning, which is the power plant. A portion of the property, which is in the city limits, was zoned to Character District 2.5 in 2002 and was proposed at that time for single-family zoning. There was a question on the message board about the progress made towards the Character District 2.5 development. The applicant has an approved watershed protection plan phase 1 and traffic impact analysis for that development. Applications which are currently awaiting revision include a plat, watershed protection plan phase 2, and PICP. On the map on the right, we see the property is not located in an environmentally sensitive area. There were comments at the Planning and Zoning Commission about York Creek being on this site. However, you can see between the hatch lines of the subject property and the blue boundary, which is the floodplain, there is that white segment, which I believe is the owner of a portion of this property who's maintaining that portion of their land. Next slide. There may be thoroughfare plan roads required at the time of platting, and the property is in the Crystal Clear Special Utility District Water Service Area. Next slide. The Planning and Zoning Commission meeting on March 25th, the commission recommended denial of the request. There were a number of speakers who are listed on page 1687 of your packet, and we received a handful of comments for and against via email over the last few days. To summarize the commission's discussion, they were concerned with water use, energy use, and noise. Data was provided by commissioners, which we would ask the applicant to address in their presentation and potentially address in the restrictive covenants. There was a concern about the request to change the comprehensive plan preferred scenario map so soon after adoption. This isn't really concerning to staff. The preferred scenario map is our best guess at the time that we have the data that we have when we approve the plan. It's not uncommon for property owners to have a plan that's in process that comes to fruition after the comp plan is adopted. And this actually happened, same thing happened when we adopted our 2013 plan. Within a couple of months, we had a couple of requests for people who had projects in process that we didn't know about at the time. So we have done this in the past. During the discussion, there was a motion to postpone to give the applicant time to bring back restrictive covenants, and that motion did not pass. The commissioners had questions about the cemetery, which is the small carve-out that you see in the center of the property on our maps. It's not included as part of the request for the zoning or the preferred scenario amendment. And any current or future owners have to provide access to the cemetery, and that's by state law. There is a mention of a federal act which was encouraging data centers in the United States. And finally, the fact that it would be possible for the development to occur in the county was mentioned by a commissioner, and they shared their interest in having the city regulations apply. So it would be possible for the property to request to opt out of our ETJ instead of annex, maybe request disannexation from city limits, and potentially be constructed in the county without any city oversight. Next slide. Quick summary on the process. Once staff receives an application from a property owner or applicant on behalf of a property owner, we establish a schedule for the request to be considered. This is the process which we go through for preferred scenario amendments. It includes a handful of informational meetings just to let the council, the planning commission, neighborhood commission, and the community know that there is a request being considered. Following the informational meetings, we hold a public hearing at the Planning and Zoning Commission. City Council is the final decision maker on the preferred scenario amendments, and tonight we are at the step highlighted in yellow, which is holding a public hearing, hearing comments for or against, but there is no action that will be taken this evening. On July 1st, we anticipate that all of the items for this project will be on your agenda for public hearing and action. That concludes my presentation.
Okay, it is now time for the public hearing. And I'm looking for my page to see, Mr. Trevino, do we have anyone signed up in advance? Would you tell me who they are? Because sorry, I found it. Okay. In this order, we have, if y'all are still here, Nikki Vargas, Gina Fleming, Tori Martin, Paige Michelle. I'll just go through those. Recall that if you spoke at citizen comment, we did hear your comments. We ask that you not say exactly the same thing again, but if you have more things that you would like to say, you may certainly do that. So is Nikki Vargas still here? Gina Fleming was online? Okay. Yeah, we missed her the first time, so we will hear Gina Fleming now. But if Tori Martin and Paige Michelle will be ready after Gina, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Gina Fleming, 1013 Dartmouth. I'm retiring the prepared comments I had because I'm trying to digest what was just said in the presentation. I'm surprised that they do not by now have their restrictive covenants for consideration in place. They were asking at P&Z to come back with those restrictive covenants for more time, and now they have had more time to get it for city council, and they still do not have those for consideration. I am concerned about whatever the restrictive covenants are, how they would be enforced, how they could possibly be enforced, and what would the repercussions be for them not honoring the restrictive covenants. I'm confused as how we can have restrictive covenants when the data center is not even being identified, is being kept a secret. I am even more concerned, however, about them removing themselves from the ETJ and joining in and doing the application under the county, where apparently no regulations would be in place. So I'm really at a loss. I don't know what we can do to stop these data centers, but I feel that this road of infinite growth, increasing energy and water consumption, and disregard for the environment has to come to its inevitable end. There is just no way to continue down this path that is consistent with sustaining humanity. And we need to change our priorities, set new values, and create a vision for our community that is harmonic with healing and the nourishment of life. This may be changing regulations, as regulations and laws seem to be changing all the time now anyway. In the meantime, please do whatever is in your power to stop the destruction, this destructive use of our land and water by data centers that we do not want or need. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Tori Martin, following her, Paige Michelle, and I'll go ahead and read the rest of them. Randall Rule, Charles Lavender, Shannon Brown, Leah Adrian, and Amy Camp. Tori Martin, it's your turn.
Tori Martin, 1301 York Creek Road, New Braunfels, Texas. I will not repeat my previous speech. I just hope you remember me and my community's concerns. I was told that I should play my frequency that I recorded outside Granbury, but like I said, I don't think y'all will be very pleased to hear that sound, and I don't want to do that to y'all. I know we're not voting tonight, but please think about the 8-hour planning and zoning meeting that took place because our citizens speaking out against this. Please respect their judgment and honor their decision that was made, and it was not made lightly. Just because this isn't in the city limits, doesn't mean we're going to be able to completely control them and regulate them. We have to ask them very strict questions, and before we approve such a thing, we have to make sure they're going to agree to do that. We don't know how much water they're going to use. We don't know how much Cloudburst is going to use. They said that. We're the startup company for Cloudburst, and that's what's also next door to us. I would like to learn from Granbury's mistake and not be the precedents for another town dealing with what we're dealing with. Greed shouldn't be a priority over life. Thank you.
Next is Paige Michelle.
My name is Paige Michelle, 2024 Northview Drive. I'm here on behalf of the San Marcos Area Chamber of Commerce to support the PSA to allow for the data center at 904 Francis Harris Lane. We are not here to support all data centers, just this one. We support it in this specific location. The site is well-suited for this scope of project, not near neighborhoods, next to a large industrial power plant, no floodplain, basic infrastructure already there. All of this makes it a smart choice for this kind of development. But what makes this project stand out for us even more is the way the developer has approached it with a willingness to listen to our community, adjust, and be responsive to the concerns that have been expressed. The project has evolved based on the local input, and we appreciate that. That's why many local businesses have taken time to support this, to show up this evening, to send letters of support, because of the way this developer has engaged with the community. It's a good demonstration of how public-private collaboration should work. We encourage you to support this because it has the potential to make a significant positive impact on our local economy. It is expected to create 50 to 100 permanent, well-paying jobs, which is not a small number. And in the construction phase, it will generate over 1,000 jobs across the next couple of years, and that will be a major boost to the trades, to local contractors, and small businesses, and many of the contractors I've spoken to about this are very eager for this to happen, and they're not able to be here tonight. So we encourage council to move forward and ensure that this meets the high standards for water use, sustainability, environmental impact. You've heard many neighbors come forward with concerns and questions, and that's a good thing because public input makes the project stronger. And so with so much new information at hand now, we believe it would be reasonable for council to consider sending this item back to P&Z for reconsideration, not to say no to it, but to make sure we get this right. We see the developer is here tonight, and we encourage everyone to use this opportunity to ask questions directly. Let's get all the facts. Let's ask about the commitments being offered, and make sure that there's a clear understanding about what this could mean for San Marcos, and before you take any vote. So I really thank each of you for your time on behalf of the city.
Next, Randall Rule, Charles Lavender. Is Shannon Brown online? Anybody online for this? Okay. Leah Adrian and Amy Camp. Several of them spoke at citizen comment. Okay. More, and this will be the next 5 in this order. John Mayberry, Michael Camerlander, Lisa Fields, Maxfield Baker, and Yancy Arevalo.
Good evening, council. Again, my name's John Mayberry. I'm going to not repeat anything that was already said in my citizen comment period. I just want to stress, because there's been a lot of confusion about this, we are not Cloudburst. That's a different property. It's a mile away. We're not on York Creek. We are in the city. We're not in the county. I bought this property in 2022, zoned it Character District 2.5 in September of 2022, which allows for the development of over 500 homes. We've secured the water for over 500 homes through a contract with Crystal Clear. To be very succinct about this, we are already zoned and approved for this use. We are seeking to rezone and reduce our water consumption by more than half. And just to put that into numbers, if we have over 500 LUEs and we're saying that we're going to do less than 250, LUE is a housing unit equivalent. So when these numbers are thrown around, about 80,000 homes and 100,000 homes, 200 homes, 250 homes, that's what we're saying. So we are cutting it to that amount. That's a number. It's a hard number. And if y'all really want to dig into the details on this, I highly recommend Virginia Parker's newsletter from May 16th that explains in great detail the advantages of the city data center that we're proposing versus the county data centers. For my property, I've completed environmental studies, jurisdictional waters determinations, wildlife studies, archaeological studies, all of which have determined conclusively that there are no site conditions that would prohibit development. These studies are required, reviewed, and approved by city staff. If the word of the River Foundation, the recommendation of staff, and the opinion of environmental experts is not sufficient, we are going further. We're being as transparent as you can be by submitting a restrictive covenant that binds the land, no matter who the owner is, forever. That restrictive covenant will do 2 things. One, it will put in black and white the half amount of water that we're already entitled to. That'll be in numbers, gallons per day, LUEs. The other thing it's going to enshrine is that we are going to exceed city code on impervious cover. We will exceed city code on detention, on stormwater management, and we will exceed city code on sound ordinance as well, including mitigation measures that keep it below the decibel level inside the city limits. A couple more notes. This is going to be either a LEED certified building or a Green Globe building. I think it will either be the first or the second, but this is the highest form of sustainable building that you can possibly achieve. LEED stands for Leadership in Energy and Environmental Design, and is recognized globally as the standard for sustainable building. This will include a state-of-the-art closed-loop, non-evaporative water system. This project will have almost no impact on traffic, police, fire, code enforcement, waste management, or sanitary sewer, certainly compared to 500 homes. And while it will be a minimal impact to city services, it will be a massive impact on the city tax base. It will be 3 times the assessed value of the outlet malls. This project is a win for the environment, for city services, for the tax base, and for the school district. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michael Camerlander.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. Mike Camerlander, President of Hayes Caldwell Economic Development Partnership, located at 113 North Guadalupe Street. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on ordinance 2025-19. here to express my strong support on this ordinance, which would allow for this data center down on near the Hayes Energy natural gas power plant in the southern part of the city. Data center at this location would represent a very, as Mr. Mayberry just said, a very high value investment that supports San Marcos's long-term goals for economic development, infrastructure efficiency, and workforce advancement. Unlike the dense residential development, data center places very little demand on city services. It uses far less water and requires significantly fewer police and fire resources than hundreds of the homes would that they're currently planning to do. This means that more of the substantially higher tax revenue generated by the projects can be used for meaningful public investments, rather than not even covering growth-related costs caused by residential development. This type of project also creates skilled jobs in IT, facility operations and construction, career paths that align well with STEM pipelines being built in our local schools and colleges. Because data centers generate minimal traffic, they also contribute less to road wear and congestion, making our infrastructure safer and more sustainable in the long term. I also want to address the common misconception that data centers are major water users. As Mr. Mayberry just mentioned, it is non-evaporative and it reuses water. And in this case, it wouldn't use City San Marcos water at all. As mentioned, it is crystal clear, and that is crystal clear's water. They have their own water rights, and it would come from their water. This will have no impact on the city's water rights, infrastructure, or customer billing. Furthermore, as it was mentioned, a development agreement with this user could help limit the water and the water quality from runoff can be clearly established and enforced through that agreement, but only if the developer is permitted with that. So it has to be brought into the city to control these things, as already mentioned. In terms of compatibility, data centers can be quiet and are increasingly located in transitional areas near major roads or industrial infrastructure. Again, this is next to a power plant. The parcel's proximity to the power plant makes it suitable and allows the site to serve as that buffer between heavier infrastructure and nearby development. In fact, the developer, the Trace community, has no objection to this project. Ultimately, this project represents a clean, future-focused use of commercial land in San Marcos. It positions San Marcos as a tech-ready community and helps to attract additional innovative-based employers. It also offers opportunities for corporate philanthropy and sustainability partnerships that can benefit the broader community. For all these reasons, I respectfully encourage your support of this ordinance, and thank you for your time and consideration.
Our next speaker is Lisa Fields.
Hi, Lisa Fields, 274 Haynes Street. I wasn't planning on speaking again, but after hearing this, I couldn't not speak again. Promises mean nothing from the mouths of liars. So yes, they say these things, they promise to do these things, but what happens when they go over their thresholds? Who's going to hold them accountable? Who's going to put that water back? A win for the environment is a ridiculous thing to say about this. It's like a sheep in wolf's clothing, or a wolf in sheep's clothing. Reusing water that should belong to someone else and should be used for families, it's not something to be proud of. The noise pollution, the sound pollution, it's not only an annoyance to us, but it disrupts natural rhythms and migratory patterns of wildlife. This technology, these infrastructures, they're too new to know anything about the long-term repercussions. And we make this decision in haste because one of these data centers are going to allegedly adhere to these things that they say they'll do. But that just opens the floodgates for dozens of data centers, even more, to do these things that no one's going to hold them accountable for. Please look into this. Please really look into what you're allowing here if you decide this, because it's going to create a future that it will be unrecognizable from the ones, the childhoods that you got to enjoy, the environments that you got to enjoy. It will look nothing like that for future generations. So please don't allow this to happen here. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Maxfield Baker.
Hey. Yeah, my name is Maxfield Baker. I live at 314 Shady Lane. I find it kind of interesting that both the I'm just going to keep calling them the Greater San Marcos Partnership and the Chamber, both showed up here and said, oh, look how great these people are willing to work with our community members. But they haven't worked with us at all. Where are these restrictive covenants? Why aren't they in the packet today, Mr. Mayberry? Where are these promises written in the stuff that goes in front of council? It's nowhere. And it's because we can't trust you. And it's really frustrating when we have folks like the Chamber and GSMP show up and pat these businesses on the back because we know that these folks are going to turn around and be members, paid members of those organizations, right? When they bring in economic development opportunities, it is not lost on our community that things like the smart terminal and these data centers, they're a funnel for funding for those organizations. And you all don't, it doesn't seem, it's very rare that council questions the motivations of those organizations. If you are going to let this pass, then yeah, it's important that we put in clawbacks for when those fail. If they use too much water, how much will they have to pay us? And I would ask your attorney, is it even possible for us to get anything in an amount that doesn't equate to just the cost of doing business? We know that they're super rich. They've got all this money to buy hundreds of acres and to hold us over barrels and do with our community what they will. It's frustrating that we have opportunities to make stuff better, and yet even when we have rich applicants, we seem unwilling to actually hold them to account. I had mentioned it in the break earlier that this is not the last one. We're going to continue to see these happening because our city council has not done an effective job of combating at the state legislature and at the federal legislature the laws and ordinances and rules that have brought these to our community. I hope you all, Tory Blake shared a video about Granbury. I hope you all watched that. And it was not lost on me that when you see the map, Texas is super duper red in terms of like the amount of these data centers we have coming forward. Last thing I wanted to mention is item 24, John David Carson's data center. You all are going to be moving to add a board or committee for that, or let staff do it. I highly suggest it is a council-appointed committee, and that you have folks on there that are in opposition to this data center as opposed to those that are trying to rubber stamp it. We saw that happen with the smart terminal. It was really frustrating. If you, Mr. Mayberry, want to guarantee that you are listening to our community, and if the chamber wants to stand behind you as well, then I think you do a good job of putting people on there that will hold you accountable and be transparent with the process. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Yancy Aravalo. After her, in this order, is Emily McQuistion, Abby Wetzel, Nathaniel Harden, and Erica Klodnicki. Go ahead.
Yancy Arevalo, 901 Field Street. Yeah, it's really frustrating being here today and listening to all these developers talk about whatever promises they're trying to make. All these people that they've been talking to, who have you been talking to? Because there's a lot of people who are not here today, right, to voice their opinion for or against, who are not able to make it, like I said, able to make it today or don't have this information accessible. Whoever came to speak here today is just a portion, right, of the rest of San Marcos. So also, I think the constant hum of the data center, I just can't help but think of how Israel uses constant hums of drones to torture Palestinians, to keep them awake 24/7, and just mess with their mental health. That hum, it's been proven, right, in Palestine to be used against people to torture them and just affect their health. And I just can't help but think how that hum from data centers is going to affect the health of people in the surrounding area and the animals. I don't know, I don't have much to say from, aside from my citizens' comment, other than this is just really frustrating to hear how all these people are coming out saying, you know, we have very limited water resources, and yet these developers are out here saying, oh, we're not gonna use so much water, but it's like, as someone said, that water can be used for something else, for someone else, for another family, right? Instead, we're just using this water for a machine. Yeah.
Our next speaker is Emily McQuestion.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Emily McQuestion. I live at 701 Columbia Avenue. I'm against the enabling of the construction of data centers in the San Marcos area due to the extraordinary impacts to our natural resources, especially our aquifers. I grew up coming to San Marcos to swim in the river and got to see the mermaids at Ocarina Springs growing up. It was my goal to become one of those mermaids, and today my best friend, who's about to speak after me, and I swim in the San Marcos River weekly. We get in at Rio Vista and we swim up to the Ocarina Road Bridge and back down. And at the current water flows, our hands touch the bottom of the river as we swim. Our water resources are being impacted by mismanagement, and we're now positioned to watch our springs dry up. People have been living in the San Marcos area for over 10,000 years because of these water resources. That's about 500 generations of people, and now our generation is about to be responsible for these springs drying up for the first time. I have some questions in response to the project proponents who spoke. First of all, there was mention of archaeological compliance. I'd like to know if the Texas Health and Safety Code is being adhered to. Has there been an archaeological survey to determine the cemetery boundaries? Have there been mechanical scraping to identify unmarked graves around the cemetery, which we know are present? As far as water, what will be the quality of the water that's discharged? Do we need to be concerned about forever chemicals? And finally, the assertion that our water won't be impacted by this because it's crystal clear water and not City of San Marcos water, I think shows a great lack of understanding about how aquifers work. These are straws pulling from our water here. So thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Abby Wetzel.
Hello, my name is Abby Wetzel. I live at 1717 Quail Run. I'm against the amending the preferred scenario map. I've had to think about this for a really long time, really about this topic for a long time. The question being, do we allow this data center in city limits since we can have more control over it with restricted covenants? Or do we say no, we do not want any data centers? What is best for our water supply? We already learned from the cloudburst hearing at Commissioner's Court that the county has no control over what developers can build as long as they dot their I's and cross their T's with their permits and follow regulations. This is honestly incredibly alarming and something to be writing our representatives about. And I urge you all to request that counties be given more control over development so we have more power over situations like this. After a long time thinking about it, my answer is still no. I do not think we should allow this development to happen. The restrictive covenants are voluntary, so we do not actually know what they are going to do. I feel like if we say yes to one, we are saying yes to all. I live within 5 miles of where all 3 data centers are to be built, and the idea of the neighborhood turning into the next data center alley is heartbreaking. I think we in San Marcos should stand up and say no to all of the data centers and not let them convince us that we have to give in to the lesser evil. And then a couple things I wanted to point out from some people speaking. 50 jobs is not worth decreasing the water availability for citizens. Also, Virginia Parker specifically said she was neutral until more information is available, not that she was for it. Also, All of the water is connected through surface and groundwater interactions. Just because the water doesn't come from the city doesn't mean that it doesn't affect our water supply. It really shows that they don't understand aquifers. Also, even if the water can be reused, it still has to be replaced eventually. It's not just a one-time use. I sent you guys a video today about Elon Musk data center in Memphis. I cannot urge you enough to watch it. There are people dying due to living next door to these data centers. It's in your email. Please watch it. And we cannot allow this to happen to San Marcos. Thank you for your time.
Okay, Nathaniel Harden, Erica Klodnicki, Michael Hernandez, Bobby Levinsky, Cy, either Fred or Freddie, and Kelsey Bolfing. You are, sir?
Michael Hernandez.
You can speak now. Thank you.
Michael Hernandez, 516 South Rio Grande. I'm actually a Lockhart resident, but I am a former San Marcos resident and a supporter and friend to a few lifelong residents who are directly impacted and who have spoken and are in attendance tonight. I also stand before you as most likely the only, if not one of the select few, that has had experience working with a copious amount of servers and computers and render farms and everything that will exist in these data centers. I've worked for smaller content creation studios, a virtual production studio similar to the one currently being built in San Marcos, and I worked as the creative producer for the Sphere in Las Vegas, none of which will match the scale of one of these data centers, let alone multiple data centers. Let me paint a picture for you. The smallest scale design studios, we had a 10x4 server room that housed 2 to 3 server racks. To keep these cool enough, we had to install a separate commercial AC unit as well as a split unit. For the production studio, we had 2 additional commercial units. As for the Sphere, I'm under an NDA to disclose details, but I will say that if we were to power everything all at once, it would have sent all of Las Vegas into a blackout. Think about how much power that is between the draw of the server racks, computers, and the power and water to keep the AC running nonstop. And we want to submit San Marcos residents to this. The Texas power grid alone isn't reliable. We're forced to conserve energy during the summer, and in the winter it can't even hold up because the temperature gets below 40 degrees. Power bills will be through the roof for everyone. Water usage, astronomical. I know you're saying 250 homes, but research throughout Georgia and throughout other parts of the U.S. say it's about 200 million gallons each annually, which is equivalent to 2,000 homes a year. I don't need to repeat everything that's already been said. You've heard a ton from everyone. I'm just here to reiterate how detrimental data centers will be to the people I love and to the community of San Marcos. I would also like to honor the memory of Dr. Jim Garber from the Planning and Zoning Commission, who led the vote against the rezoning of the land for the data centers back in March. It was one of the final decisions he made for this great city, and we owe it to him to uphold his memory and legacy. Please vote no. Thanks.
Bobby Levinsky, Cy, Fred or Freddie, Kelsey Bolfing, Nathaniel. Oh, good. We've got some people here. Come on in.
Bobby Levinsky went home. I'm Cy.
Okay.
I have been too overwhelmed to write a speech, so I'm gonna attempt to speak from my heart, and it's well past my bedtime, so hopefully it's coherent. I think the synopsis is that this is a type of infrastructure that we do not need, which will consume water we do not have to profit people who do not live here. And I know someone from city staff was saying it's not uncommon to revise the comprehensive master plan. I thought in P&Z they made a pretty cogent case for like, why not just stick out this plan for a couple decades and see where our water's at? I'm kind of perplexed as to why we're here, because frankly, this feels pretty obvious what an appropriate course of action is. I know that Mayberry's saying that he'll do all these like less horrible things if they're in the city, but I don't know, let them try to de-annex, and hopefully if he believes that he cares about this place, he'll do those things, try to do them in the county. Also, Bobby Levinsky, who I spoke with, said that de-annexing is actually a little harder than you might think, so I'm not even sure it's going to be feasible. I want to point out that this is very much a local issue because so many data centers are trying to be built here in Central Texas. Supposedly, so Northern Virginia, what referred to as Data Center Alley, has the most data centers in the world. And if these get built right here, we're going to be second in the country to Northern Virginia. That's really terrifying. I know tonight, I've spoken to hundreds of people about this, and tonight's the first night I've heard anyone who isn't obviously directly tied to the developers saying that they want it. And, you know, they have their greenwashing points and everything laid out. But this is not clean. This is not the future. I'm from Austin, the tech industry. I mean, we don't need this here. And what we need, and I think the industry is framing this as critical infrastructure, what's actually critical is water and air. And both of those most critical, vital substances that we are composed of will be in jeopardy. You know,
And your time is up.
Okay.
You've used your 3 minutes. Okay, that's everyone who signed up. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak? If you would, if you'll line up, we are going to need your name and your address. You have 3 minutes. And if you would, don't get too close to the microphone. That's what causes those popping noises like some of the others. Get it about that close. Yeah, you can go ahead and pull that down. And then if you'll just watch the timer up here. State your name very clearly because we don't have yours in advance written down, and your address.
Hi, my name is Myra Demapias of 7407 Legend Point Drive. Before I say what I've written out to say today, I just want to say that I want to read something from the 2023 Crystal Clear SUD Consumer Confidence Report, because some of the stuff I'm about to say is similar to what people have already said, but for some reason, it's not enough. We say no, and it's not enough. So I have to read this out. Crystal Clear SUD provides surface water and groundwater under the influence of surface water and groundwater from the Edwards Aquifer, Carrizo-Wilcox Aquifer, San Marcos River, and Lake Dunlop. Now I'm going to say what I'm going to say. But please keep that in mind as I say what I'm going to say. My name is Myra. I'm a frequent paddleboarder. Of all the water spots I love in Central Texas, San Marcos is my favorite. I come here and stay as long as possible. And I spend money in San Marcos because of the San Marcos River. The San Marcos River is so clean and clear that wildlife can still thrive. It's home to numerous birds, turtles, and fish and other wildlife. And it's also home to the Texas wildlife, which is endangered. It's no wonder why the vision statement of Vision SM Texas starts with, San Marcos is a community of diverse and inclusive neighbors that protect and celebrate the San Marcos River. And I sure hope that's true, because I've heard words said today like alien, immigrant, and illegal, and we all know the word alien because of the Alien Enemies Act, which led to the incarceration of over 120,000 Japanese Americans for years, including US citizens and babies. So let's be careful about when we hear the word alien up here. It's a gift to have the San Marcos River. I was at the Blue Hole in Yanawana, which is the land of spirit waters. It's the headwaters of San Antonio. It used to be a geyser, but today it's bone dry. Don't let San Marcos River become the San Antonio River, from a geyser to bone dry. And I just want to say these words from the late Commissioner James Garber. The only pros I've heard is that it generates tax dollars. So if we start to make decisions based on money, what does that make us? Please don't let the San Marcos River become dry like the San Antonio River. It's the best part of San Marcos. And it's the ultimate test of the wisdom and health of the San Marcos. It's a city. Thank you for your time.
Okay, and those of you that didn't sign up in advance, we're going to have somebody with just a paper tablet for you to sign in. We make sure that we've got your name spelled correctly. So they'll come out here in a few minutes. Okay, you can be next if you'll state your name slowly for us, please.
Hi, Mayor, Council. I'm Luke Kraft, and I live at 401 South Guadalupe Street. And not to reiterate what someone already said, but this technology is so new, and there's such a trend currently revolving around data centers that there is not enough research currently published to speak accurately on what the effects of this will be in the long term and decades to come. But I would like to read from some recently published research in the World Economic Forum and by Cornell University. And this research was published in 2024. The energy required to run AI tasks is already accelerating with an annual growth rate between 26 and 36%. This means by 2028, AI could be using more power than the entire country of Iceland used in 2021. The population of Iceland is around 300,000 people, and the population of San Marcos, according to the U.S. Census 2023, is around 71,000. Cornell University conducted a study revolving around the amount of electricity used and the pollution used by AI data centers, and they found that it is equivalent to 10,000 round trips by car from Los Angeles to New York City back and forth. AI data centers release lung-penetrating fine particles and other federally regulated pollutants, including nitrogen oxide, and this is only expected to increase. By 2030, the public health burden is expected to be double that of the U.S. steelmaking industry and could rival that of all the cars, buses, trucks in California, the study projects. Recent Department of Energy estimates found that data center energy use is expected to either double or triple by 2028. Last year alone, data centers produced at least 106 million metric tons of emissions, rivaling those of the domestic commercial airline industry, which produces around 131 million metric tons of CO2 annually, according to MIT Technology Review. This isn't useful in any way, shape, or form. This is merely like a profit motive. This doesn't serve anyone locally in any way, shape, or form. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Linda Coker, 153 Tallow Trail, San Marcos. At first, I was going to speak about civility and just the name calling and the animosity and the just the tone of voices used just kind of freaked me out. That, you know, we're all here for a reason, and that's because we have a passion for our community. Even if it may not coincide with how you see the community, that doesn't make someone wrong. It just makes their opinion different. But I think there's something that really needs to be said that hasn't been said is ERCOT is not going to approve all these centers. They're only going to approve one, maybe two. So would it not be better to have one that is offering covenants and gonna pay an enormous amount of taxes and work with the community and have an LEED building or an environmentally built building in the city as opposed to the ones that are in the county, and be very, very clear, county has no say in what gets built, and it will get built. Ruben said it clear and concise in the last commissioners meeting. They cannot stop it. So it's yes, it could be to a lot of people the worst of two evils, but it's an evil. Well, I don't think it's an evil, but it would be a decision that does have some positive ramifications. And, but that needs to be said, ERCOT's not gonna approve all this. So it's just a matter of what we get and how we get it. Two, as chair of the Hays County Historical Commission, I have met with the developers. We are more than happy with what they have said about the historic cemetery out there. The family that has family ancestors buried out there is more than happy what they are going to do, what they have done. There has been ground penetrating radar. They are very aware of the historical significance of the cemetery. And if anyone really is worried about cemeteries, Hays County has over 130. I'd love to get you to help me on some others that the landowners do not care about, and we could go from there. I just think that the name calling, and there's way to phrase stuff without being ugly about it, without being vicious about it, without the vitriol that it just amazes me that all of a sudden everybody's an energy expert and a water expert, but the numbers are also over the board, that everybody just kind of needs to step back, take a breath, and realize that we're getting this. It's just a matter of does it help San Marcos or not. Thank you.
Our next speaker.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Michael Whalen on behalf of the applicants for Francis Harris Lane Data Center proposal. I live at 4600 Laurel Canyon Drive in Austin, Texas. I just wanted to provide you with an update on the work we've been doing to address the concerns regarding our case. As you've heard before, ERCOT is expected to only approve 1 or 2 data centers in this area, and there are a number of projects competing for those limited slots. We believe that our project offers the best outcomes for the city. We are committed to developing in the city limits, which would subject us to all city regulations and city taxes. But beyond that, we have also drafted a proposed restrictive covenant we believe commits this project to solutions that directly address community concerns. We are working to finalize that, and we will be circulating it, and it will be enforceable by the city. So first, we've heard concerns about the amount of water that data centers would use. Well, the best way to respond to that is to absolutely limit the amount of water that the project will use. And so our restrictive covenant will include a restriction that limits the project to 235 LUEs, and it will also explicitly limit us to using a closed-loop, non-evaporative cooling system. We've heard concerns about stormwater management, so we have committed to drainage designed and constructed so that the rate of runoff from the site after construction shall have runoff that is 10% less than what exists prior to construction for the 2, 10, 25, and 100-year stormwater. We've also are prepared to agree to reduce the amount of impervious cover that we would otherwise be entitled to. I think from 80% is where it is to 75%. So both that and the stormwater runoff are better than what the code currently requires. We also have specified protections for water quality that will be set forth in the restrictive covenant as an added layer of protection. We've heard concerns about the noise, so we have committed to construct masonry walls around any exterior backup generators. And we've heard concerns about other allowed uses under light industrial zoning, so we have committed to prohibiting warehouse and distribution and waste-related services as 2 additional uses that will be prohibited explicitly. We are working hard to be a good partner on this project, and we believe that these commitments in writing, enforceable by the city, will help us address the concerns that have been raised regarding things like drainage, noise, and zoning entitlements. Obviously, we're going to continue to work through this over the next month, and we appreciate the consideration and all of the comments, which I think are very helpful in helping us further this. Thank you.
Our next speaker.
My name is Mary Littlefield Devine, and I live in Hayes County at 2545 York Creek Road in New Braunfels. I live very near the power plant, very near this proposed development, and I'm listening to what everyone is asking and what everyone has to say. I don't want to repeat, but I will say I agree with all the environmental concerns and quality of life, health and mental health concerns of everyone before me tonight and at previous meetings who have spoken against this proposal. I am concerned that those in support are in support for financial reasons, and that I agree, I have to say again, I agree that this does not overall benefit our community in terms of sustainability and long-term job opportunities for our community. I hear that they're looking to reduce the amount of impervious cover that's being used, and I'm not sure that that is enough of a reduction, because I do live above York Creek and I am right above that flood zone, and I know that water travels down from Francis Harris Road through seasonal creeks and stock ponds to York Creek Road, which has flooded catastrophically in the past to the point where emergency air evacuation was almost necessary in 1998. So I continue to be concerned about the capacity for local residents to get in and out in the state of emergency that may exist, because data centers do carry risks of electrical accidents and also fire accidents. Our rural communities have very few inroads and outroads. Most of my neighbors have only one way in and one way out of their property, which is why they can't sell to development. Their neighbors don't want to sell them another easement. So I am concerned about the safety of our community in the event of an emergency or a weather-related emergency that's being either caused by or exacerbated by the plant. Additionally, I am a licensed midwife, I am a goat farmer, I am a professional stunt woman. I understand risk and I understand autonomy. I'm concerned about the risks that are related to air pollution. We're hearing this can be made quieter. We can reduce the amount of sound pollution. We can reduce the amount of water, but do these reductions really make any long-term difference? And in terms of the emissions of the potential AI plant causing cardiac issues, causing asthma, in terms of the sound pollution, do we really know what these regulations are going to do to change and make benefits for anyone in the community? We know that this disrupts sleep, this disrupts the central nervous system, the sympathetic nervous system, increasing the risk of mental health issues, stroke, cardiac events, arrhythmias, heart attacks, cardiac arrest. Thank you.
And our next speaker.
Aaron Brown, 343 Hunters Glen Drive, San Marcos, Texas, 78666. I am going to apologize for my speech. It's going to be a little disconjointed because I've heard some new information that I had not heard in previous briefings to include the restrictive covenants. I'll try to piece that in as I go. What are we talking about here? Data center. Let's pro-con the issue. The reality is that we are not talking about moving from conservation to light commercial, but rather from residential to light commercial. We already dropped the ball with allowing the change to another cookie-cutter home development. So here we go. Pros. Tax revenue. We're talking about a larger tax base that will help the community, will help the schools. I get that. The creation of approximately 100 jobs by the developer's own assessment once the project is complete. Jobs is a good thing, brings in more funding for us, brings in more tax revenue. I get it. Less water usage than the residential development already proposed. Make no mistakes, if we decide not to do this, they still have the ability to produce that residential property and create more of an issue with the water. Cons. High consumption water usage on an already stressed water table. Mind you that the county is not stopping these data centers, which will be drawing off that same water table when we are at a historic low already. Now, in relation, the residential cookie cutter neighborhoods, that is already approved. I believe the overall consumption will be lower, but at what cost? Make no mistakes, toxins will come out in the brackish water released and will go downstream to our neighbors. This water would be what the military considered gray water, not fit for consumption. High power consumption at a time when we already have to limit the usage through the summer months or face brownouts. We have seen how stressed our grid already is, and I ask you when it gets stressed again, who will be prioritized? And if your answer is not immediately the people of San Marcos, we need to slow down and see what restrictions can be applied. Noise pollution. Considering that this is not a quiet town, I doubt that this will be be noticeable in town, but for those that live in the area already, this will be a noticeable noise that will have effects and far-reaching on our citizens. Now, make no mistakes. It's already been stated here. We're looking at one way or another, they will probably be able to push this through. If they can't push it through here, they can de-annex and go into the county, and the county will have no restriction on it. So, as much as I'm against this, this is the only way we can restrict them. I would say, after hearing the restrictive covenants, I would say that I'm not necessarily for, but not necessarily against. I do say that we need to definitely consider what the outcome needs to be. We need to consider our water, we need to consider our people, we need to consider what they've said out there, and my time is up. So thank you.
Last call. All right. And you will be our last speaker, and we are getting, and if anybody spoke and didn't sign in, if you'll come and sign in after our last speaker.
My name is Zachary Tyndall. I live at 614 Martin Luther King Drive. I don't have a whole lot to add. I just want to, as a San Marcos, long-term San Marcos resident, I just want to voice my opposition to the data center. Thanks.
All right, and with that, I will close the public hearing. Council, there is no motion and vote this evening. Mr. Gary, is this time for discussion if we want to? I mean, we're doing what we're required to do.
You're allowed to have discussion, but again, there's no action tonight.
Okay, and Ms. Hernandez, when is the next action? I know it was on your slide earlier, but there it is. Thank you. Oh, no.
July
Yes.
1st.
Okay, which will be our next meeting. We do not meet on the the third Tuesday of June or July. We take a couple of meetings off in the summer. Did you have something else, or?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Here's what I want to make sure that is laid out, and help me make sure that I'm correct in my thinking. That there are very few regulations in the county as far as development. Would that be a true statement?
Fewer
Very
than what the city requires, yes.
Way fewer.
Yes.
Okay. And so there are some of these data centers, Cloudburst is one, that we know is going not in the city, and there's just not going to be much of all regulation on that.
Correct.
This data center is looking to be in the city limits, and all the regular city requirements having to do with water and watershed protection and all of that will apply.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we've got that, and then we've got a developer who has heard the public. They've heard what concerns are, and the public and planning and zoning commissioners, and they are willing to put forth restrictive covenants on the land, which, Mr. Gary, that runs with the land, correct? That doesn't go away if the land is sold to someone else? Don't start any rumors, but we're just asking. Because for those of you that don't know, I am a what is the worst that can happen? So let's talk about what the worst that can happen is. So.
Yes, Mayor, restrictive covenant is a document that places restrictions that is binding on all successors in interest if the property is ever sold.
Okay. And what Ms. Coker was talking about is ERCOT's not going to approve them all. I keep hearing about these, now I'm hearing there's up to 7. I wish they would just go somewhere where they're not near anybody and there's plenty of water. But that doesn't appear to be what's happening. So what I'm looking at, given the 2 options, it appears to me if it's going to be here and we know that they're coming, it would be better in the city with regulations and a developer that's willing to add more regulations on themselves than it to be not in the city, totally unregulated. That's my opinion. Would that be, am I heading down the wrong trail?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So I just want to get that explained. This is the first time that we have seen this type of action, and the developer has a right to ask, and then we choose yes or no. So we didn't make the decision to put it on our agenda. It came through the normal process of an application working its way through the system. Council, Mr. Scott.
I had a question. What came to mind during the public hearing or public comment was the fact that the wastewater, which we're gonna have that, right? In San Marcos, we'll hold the wastewater.
Yes, sir.
Was the increase on other wastewater communities' infrastructure? And are they, if that's actual, if that does happen, are they willing to absorb the cost?
What are you talking about, other wastewater?
I don't quite understand your question, but any wastewater that is extended to the site will be paid for by the developer.
Okay, but if there's any, when we take the wastewater and there's any damage that's caused by reusing the wastewater, or modifying the wastewater, or filtering the wastewater, remember one of the persons said during the public hearing that in, I think it was in Arizona, that their wastewater treatment plant had.
Oh, yes, okay.
yeah,
I
okay.
understand now. Actually, we have our Assistant Director of Utilities in the back, and we were having this conversation while the public comment was going on. Any treatment requirements before the water hits our system would be part of the development of this project, paid for by the developer. So
Okay.
they would need to put in whatever filter systems are required, because we have a standard before you can put your stuff in our pipes for industrial.
Okay, that answers that for me then, thank you.
Thank you for asking that. That's good to know. Okay, over here, questions?
I have a series of questions, just based on public comment. The first one, well, I guess it'd be for the developer. So there have been claims that this project's use of gas turbines or diesel generators may release harmful pollutants such as formaldehyde, nitrogen oxides, and fine particulate matter. So one, will this facility actually use gas turbines or diesel generators? And if so, will any of these or other toxic substances be stored or emitted on site?
I think the gas turbine thing comes probably from the confusion with Cloudburst, where we will not have gas turbines. That's a part of their project, as I understand it. And then there will be no toxic chemicals stored. There will be backup generators, but that's only if the grid is in peak usage and they have to tell the data center to go offline.
So I guess that also answers one of the other questions as far as who's going to be prioritized when we have another whatever. And then what is the estimated daily and annual water use, and how does it compare to a 500-home residential development?
So it's half, it's less than half. I was just doing the calculation. It's what we're proposing for the restrictive covenant is 42% of what the subdivision would have been from a water usage. It equates to, my understanding, to an apartment complex. And this is because of the closed loop non-evaporative system. It's because of the way they're building this thing. There are data centers where this is not the case, but it is the case with this one. And it's not just my words, it's going to be in the restrictive covenant. And so those LUE equivalents, that tells you how many living unit equivalents it equates to. So we had over 500, we're taking it to less than 250. That gives you an idea of what we're talking about.
Is that all you had?
I have one more for you, and then I guess one for Sam. So there's been talk about noise pollution. Do you know what the anticipated decibel level would be at the property line, and then how far from the property line those noise would be heard?
I know that it's going to be less than what the city ordinance says, and that's all I know. I don't know the exact decibel level, but it will comply.
And then my question for our attorney, related to restrictive covenants, what is our recourse if those restrictive covenants are violated or whatever?
Well,
Generally, what would recourse be for that?
It's a matter of what's negotiated, right? But typically, it's going to be injunctive relief. So, for example, if they're using excessive water, you would get a court order to enjoin them from, in other words, into compliance. There typically aren't, it just depends what's negotiated. There could potentially be damages, but they have to be associated with something specific. It can't just be just random damages. But typically, it's going to be injunctive relief is the main relief we get from a court.
So it wouldn't just be monetary damages, like, I guess one commenter, or one member of the public mentioned about, like, oh, it's just, they have a lot of money, it's cost of doing business. We could actually get court orders to stop them from using the water, not only paying. So it's not just the cost of doing business, in theory.
It's not what, I'm sorry?
It would, I guess the commenter's thought process was, okay, well, they'll just pay whatever fees they need to pay. That's just the cost of doing business. But we would actually have some sort of way of stopping the action, not just
Yes,
charging monetary fees.
That's the main, typical restrictive covenants is injunctive relief.
Okay.
Can there be damages? Potentially, yes, but the real relief you're looking for, because some companies, going to your point, can afford to pay unlimited damages. So, yeah, the injunctive relief is where you'd have to get your remedies
Right.
primarily.
But let me back up a step before we start talking about legal action after the fact. And this is a question for Ms. Hernandez. One of the things that's going to be really important for me to support this project is the closed loop. So if that's in the restrictive covenant and we're approving building plans and we're approving all these other things, is that something that, I'm assuming the answer is yes, hope it is, that we can enforce as the building is built, so it is built that way, so that's the way it's got to be?
Yes, ma'am, that's why I stepped up. I wanted to
Thank
let
you.
y'all know that anything in there that's related to the development, the construction, the permitting process, we will use that restrictive covenant as an extra checklist on top of what we typically review for to make sure the building and site complies. So they mentioned a wall. We'll make sure that the wall is where they say it's going to be, things like that.
The closed loop system.
Closed loop system within the building, we'll review the building plans. Yes, ma'am.
So all of that we can enforce before it's even finished.
Yes, ma'am.
And then other things later, like noise, we can enforce what's supposed to stop the noise. But then if something does happen, then we go back to what Mr. Gary was talking about.
Yes, ma'am.
So I just wanted to make that clear for all of us. Okay, I'll go over here. Mr. Gonzalez on this side. Yeah, go for it.
A couple questions. Let's say they decide to stay with the county. Where will their wastewater go to?
So that's a challenging question because the first part is, what if they choose to stay with the county? Right
Right.
now, this property is partially in city limits and partially in the county. So they're asking to bring it all into city limits. If they were to pursue moving into the county, it would start with disannexation. We've had two that I'm aware of in the city. One was successful, one stayed in city limits. So there's a process associated with that.
Who makes that final decision?
Well, city council or a court.
Okay, thank you.
But let's say that they stayed with the county, do they have to build their own sewer plant?
Not necessarily. They could still request out-of-city utilities if they would like, and we had a couple of those on today's agenda, so that's an opportunity for them to connect to our system. All of the same regulations would apply. You still need to get that permit to connect to our system, so any of those treatment options that would be necessary would still be necessary. Could they do a sewage plant? I don't know that their property's large enough to be able to accommodate that, but I'm not a utility professional, so I
Right.
couldn't give you a direct answer on that right now, but we could look into it.
Yeah, and another question is, the cooling towers. Are you gonna have any cooling towers out there?
There will be no cooling towers, and I also just want to respond to your question about staying in the county. We want to be in the city.
I understand that.
That's what we want. Other people have brought up this disannexation thing. That's not in our minds. Our minds is to partner with the city, work with the city, get it right with the city. That's the only thing we're thinking about.
Right, right. And the only service we're gonna be providing is gonna be the wastewater.
That's correct.
No, yeah. The other question I just asked was, my gosh, the cooling towers. You said there's not gonna be any cooling towers out there?
No.
Okay. And the closed loop system, some of that goes to the wastewater, correct?
No, the closed loop system stays closed. That's how it's built. It's a closed loop, non-evaporative system that once you charge it, it gets constantly treated and tested, and you don't ever have to, I mean, you may have to refill it every 10 years, so.
Then why would y'all need more water every single time if it stays closed and you're using the closed system?
So there's water for the campus, but then there's what you charge the closed loop system with on the front end. So they have bathrooms, they have, these buildings have, LUEs that they need. And then on top of that, you have to charge the closed loop system with water on the front end, so.
Okay, even though it just it uses the same water, where's the other water going to then? Why do you have to recharge it if it's a closed system?
So we also need LUEs for the bathroom facilities in the buildings.
Well, that's not very much. I mean, you're only gonna have
Correct.
50 employees or something, Okay,
Can I jump in real quick on that, following up on that? If the water goes in one time and it circulates, which is better than the other, then why is it 235 LUEs?
Well, I think that's what Mr. Gonzalez is asking.
Yeah, that's why I'm following up on that.
Right, so we have the LUEs that are required for each of the buildings. And I can't tell you how many bathrooms are gonna be in each of the buildings. It's not a
Yeah.
lot, though.
There'll be break rooms, there's gonna be some water and wastewater going through
Right,
there.
and so I actually don't have the number that's associated with that, but
Mm-hmm.
we're talking 6, 7 buildings.
Okay.
And then we also, we need water to charge it the first time. You're not gonna need it daily after that. A lot of these calculations, they talk about gallons per day. You're not gonna need that part of it gallons per day, because it's done. It's charged the system,
Yeah.
and then it's circulating through.
Okay,
but you're gonna be allowed to pull that many gallons per day if need be.
The proposed amount would allow us to run the facilities and also charge the buildings when we needed to.
Okay. For now, that's all I have. Thank
Wait,
you.
real quick, can we get further clarification
Sure.
on the question he just asked? Because that was not a necessarily a response.
yeah, I'm still confused about the water. I look forward to seeing, what is it that is needed to, you're saying charge, I'm gonna say fill
Right.
that closed loop system, what that amount of water is, and then what the ongoing daily break rooms, restrooms, et cetera, would be. I look forward to seeing what those two numbers are.
Okay, yeah.
And real quick, you mentioned something about it would have to be recharged possibly every 10 years. So would we anticipate a spike in water usage roughly every 10 years as it's being recharged?
So this is the one number I do know that I can give you, is when you do the initial charge, it's 60 to 70,000 gallons. That charges the initial charge. And so you're talking about something that is, it's big on that day, but that is not, if you annualize that, that is not a material number compared to other developments, apartment complexes, that sort of thing, or the subdivision.
Okay.
But let's just say we have in 10 years, and that's if all of them have to be recharged. You would do that 60 to 70,000 times the number of buildings, and then it would be recharged.
Is this 60 to 70 per building?
I think it is per building, yes.
And there's gonna be, how many buildings?
6 or 7.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Rodriguez?
But there's another number you need, which is daily, not including the charging, I think is what you're asking for. And that's a number I need to get you.
Okay. And I think that's going to be small, so I'm not expecting that to be exact. Like you say, it's less than apartment complex or the other water, but yeah, that would be helpful.
Okay.
Thank you. By building would be fine. Did you have anything else, Mr. Gonzalez?
That's it. Thank you,
Okay.
Mayor.
Ms. Rodriguez?
If you don't mind. Well, John, you know my opinion on data centers as a whole. I'm not a huge fan. I've never hid that with you, never hid that publicly. I do appreciate the clarification on your lack of desire to de-annex, because quite frankly, some of the comments that were made about posing that threat really get under my skin, because it's one thing to say you value these things being implemented to protect our people, right? And then it's another thing for people to throw the threat of de-annexation, because it really makes all of those desires for protection a moot point, right? So I hope you keep your word on that. My question is more so, you know, it was mentioned earlier about the people that have been consulted when we're crafting the restrictive covenant. What work have you done, though, to consult with the actual people who are going to live next to this stuff when you're talking about crafting this? Because I'm under the impression, based on some of the comments that were made by the people who live near this thing, or would live near this thing, that they have not been consulted in the same way others have. And so I want to give you an opportunity to respond to that.
I've spent an immense amount of time with some particular neighbors who I think are not here tonight. They were the initial opposition, Abigail and Jennifer Lindsay. We've spent a lot of time together walking through the details of all these projects, and my project in particular. And I can say, they could probably say it better, but I think the fact that they're not here says probably everything that I need to say in terms of how I've communicated with the neighbors that are most directly affected by this.
Well, I wouldn't say their lack of presence means one thing or another without them being able to speak. But it
Fair.
sounds like there are some people, though, too, in addition to them, that do live around this, that are here. And we've kind of seen them as reoccurring people, as not just when this item is before us, but even during random times during other parts of citizen comment, you know, when this isn't even on the agenda. So those in particular,
Yeah.
what have y'all done to reach out to them?
So I have made myself available, but I will stress again that anybody that wants to sit down and talk to me and about how we can affect this restrictive covenant, I'm wide open to do it. In fact, we've set up a website. It's called sanmarcosdatacenterproject.com. It's got contact info on it. I've gone out to all the folks that live on Grant Harris Road and given them my contact information. I haven't heard from any of them. So I've talked to the people that have actively sought me out, and that I've actively sought out and succeeded in connecting with. But I still hear concerns. And so I want to say that if there's something that we can do that solves all of this, and I mean, I think we've been collecting comments here in the public and have addressed them, and I think you'll see it in the restrictive covenant. I'm still open-minded. I remain open-minded. If someone were to say, hey, look, you solved X, Y, and Z, but you really haven't addressed this, I'm all ears, and we can pivot at this point.
So safe to say you and Michael will make yourselves available.
Absolutely.
So for the people in the back, please take them up on that opportunity and get their contact information before y'all leave here today and before they leave here today.
Absolutely.
Is your contact information on the website?
It's on the website.
Okay, thank you.
It's also the one-pager that's in the packet. We just did a one-page, there's 500 pages on, I think, on this item, and there's just one page in there. It's real colorful. Also has our contact info on it.
Okay.
And, you know, one of the things I brought up to you about a big concern of mine was making a decision about this center, potential center, and not knowing the host. And I'm guessing that has not changed since our last discussion. Because before,
Yes.
I know we have another data center on the agenda.
Yes.
And they have come very upfront which is much appreciated.
Sure.
From this side, being on this side of things, they have been upfront about what the potential company is going, or who they are going to be. So has anything changed on your ability to share who the potential host for this one is?
Not tonight, but I think before the July 1st meeting, or at the July 1st meeting, we'll be able to say that. I did want to say, and it was in my comments that I prepared, but I didn't get to say it. I ran out of time. The operator builder of this data center operates facilities inside the city of Austin, inside the city of Carrollton, inside the city of Allen, Houston, and San Antonio. That's all I can say at this point. But I understand what you're asking, and you've asked me before, and I think it's very important to me, for everybody's sake, that happens before y'all have to make a decision.
Yeah, and just for the public watching, one of the reasons is I've spent more time on that side than this side. And the frustration that people talk about, almost to the point where their voices crack because they feel as if their voices do not matter.
Yeah.
I've felt that plenty of times.
Sure.
And there's this impression from many of the people in our city that people come here in suits, they're not from here, and we just bend the knee to everything they ask. And so I want to be able to make an informed decision and cannot if I do not know who the potential host is. So that is something very important to me and would really appreciate you urging them. I know there's certain things as to why, but I would really like to know that before. My next question, though, is for Amanda.
Can I respond just real quick?
For sure.
I think if we pair what you're asking with the very transparent and clear restrictive covenant, I think if you pair those two things together, you'll be able to make an informed decision. The facts will be there in front of you.
So as far as regulatory authority, I've heard a lot about the city will play X role in this process. Does TCEQ play any role in this, though?
They'll need TCEQ permits,
Okay.
probably EPA permits, all sorts of permits.
Okay, because that's where a lot of my concerns lie too, as somebody who's spent almost 5 years working adjacent to TCEQ and just seeing absolutely a lack of action from that agency to regulate terrifies me when it comes to this project, when it comes to anything that relates to TCEQ. And so I'm wondering, what is the city's role if TCEQ undoubtedly drops the ball, as I've seen them do in many cities across the state?
Mr. Pantaleon may want to speak on this as well, but we have a watershed protection plan requirement, and I don't know what the comparison is between the state standards and ours, but I would say that ours are pretty strict. Some of the anti-flood standards that we have were created after the 2015 floods, so we have pretty high standards in the city of San Marcos.
Joe Pantaleon, Assistant City Manager. I believe in this instance, the only TCEQ permits that I can think of right now would be related to maybe a general permit for construction activities. And beyond that, I'm not aware, and I would ask the applicant if they were having to apply for any type of water or air permits from TCEQ. But at this point in time, I'm thinking really just the general permits for construction.
Okay, and for the public, I'm sorry for using an acronym. I know the mayor also doesn't like that. TCEQ is Texas Commission on Environmental Quality. Yeah, I would like a little bit more information on what role they will play in this.
They've actually just clarified they don't need that TCEQ permit.
Okay.
Except for the general permit.
And is there anything as it relates to air quality? I know that was a concern mentioned.
Michael Whalen, again, on behalf of the applicant. There's no, because we're hooking up to a wastewater system, because we're hooking up to a water system, we don't need a septic system or a TCEQ system, so there won't be anything of that sort at all. And we aren't going to have any cooling towers or anything that would require approval by the TCEQ in terms of waste coming out of a smokestack or something. There wouldn't be anything like that at all.
Okay, thank you, Michael. Yeah, I know we're not taking action today. I appreciate the comments by my colleagues and interest. I think y'all asked Councilmember Scott and Gonzalez asked good question.
But you're always awake.
This is more so for the public. There were very few people who came and spoke in support of this project. But I watched the entirety of the the P&Z meeting. I've listened to previous discussions as it relates to this item, and I've heard this same talking point also publicly when it comes to people in this city. And I really want y'all to understand that it's very tone deaf to only talk about the potential fiscal impacts of this project. The potential impacts are not lost on us, especially given the fiscal constraints we are living in and will likely continue to live in. I really want to urge y'all that we really have to stop leading with that point. There are things more important, like life, than just the dollar. And so that's my biggest thing. I thank everybody who's come out routinely. And I, again, really urge y'all to talk to these two men in blue before y'all leave today.
Is that all?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Garza, said you had a couple of questions? Your microphone is on. Mr. Gonzalez has one. Do you want to come after him? Okay, Mr.
Well,
Gonzalez.
thank you. I'm not sure, going back to the, was it Michael? I'm sorry. Did you say you have another plant like this in Austin? And if you do, can we, I wouldn't mind going by and just personally look at it and all this noise that you're talking about, where is it coming from? From the ACs or?
Well,
Computers.
I'm not saying that there is a lot of noise. I'm saying that we will comply with the noise ordinance and do better than that. So I think other people have said there's over 90 decibels. It's not true. This is going to be compliant with the noise ordinance of the city of San Marcos. I did say that there is a facility by this operator in the city of Austin, in the city of Carrollton, in the city of San Antonio. That was a roundabout, not direct way of answering Councilmember Rodriguez's question about who it is. That was the most I felt comfortable saying. If I give you the address, you will know who it is. I have to be careful about that, but I think we're very close to being able to tell you that. And there's really no point in me telling you after a vote, so I'll commit to tell you before a vote.
Right. Well, one other question. Since we have more information that P&Z did, would you have a problem sending it back to them? And because they worked really hard on this project and making this decision, presenting this project to them again with all this new information that you have?
Yeah,
Mayor?
I think that's our decision.
Okay.
That is something that was brought up at the P&Z meeting, was they said, well, we've not seen the restrictive covenants. They didn't have as much information as we have right now. And it seemed to me that they expressed a desire to perhaps look at it again. And I think that's a decision that we can make. I mean, you can ask him if he would mind, but that's a decision that we'll
Yeah.
be making and we
Yeah.
can make at our next meeting, Ms. Hernandez, I guess?
But I think he stated earlier he wouldn't mind
Yeah.
taking it back.
Yeah, I would just say, just like I just said, that I want to work with the city, and I'm not talking about disannexation, those words never came out of my mouth. In the same vein, if this builds consensus, if this gets, P&Z and the council comfortable, then absolutely, I would prefer that.
Yeah, I think that'd be a big plus
Yeah.
for everyone.
Okay.
Okay. Ms. Hernandez, exactly when and how could that happen if we choose to do that?
That would be something that we would want to do at the public hearing when we're talking about the package of annexation zoning and preferred scenario amendment, because we would need planning commission to hear the preferred scenario amendment and the zoning, and the zoning's not on today's agenda. So that could be a direction, action by city council.
When? Our
At the
next
public
meeting?
hearing. Mhm.
You're saying the public hearing. I'm
Next
saying
meeting.
That's what I'm looking for.
July
Okay.
1st.
So we can make that decision then. Did you have anything else, Mr. Gonzalez?
That's it.
Okay, Ms. Garza, you were next?
Yeah, so I tried to jot down some community concerns that kind of puzzled me a bit, like, where did this come from? Most of those have been answered through this dialogue, so I appreciate it. I do have one concern that kind of threw me off. I think somebody mentioned something like their utility rates were gonna change due to this project, and
Yeah.
so I'm just kind of wondering.
People said the neighbors said their electric bill rates doubled, and
Double
I'm
from
not,
200 to 400.
I'm not understanding that at all.
They're not in our electric service area, so I'll just say that I can only speak very
Yeah.
briefly to what we do, and that is that city council sets the rates. And it's based on each individual property owner's use of electricity.
Yeah. I would think it might possibly avoid another increase if we've got that much more revenue coming into the electric utility. So, I don't know, we'll have to see on that one.
Okay.
Anyway, go ahead.
Did you have, I think the.
I was just going to say, it is Pedernales Electric, that's the provider. And
Thanks for the reminder.
I also think, well, that's none of my business, I was just, Pedernales.
No, that's
okay.
Thanks for the reminder, yeah. Questions on
I
this?
had
Oh, I'm
one
sorry.
more
One more?
question.
Oh, go ahead. Your turn.
This is for Amanda, so thank you for being up there. Has the land been part of any designated conservation or sensitive wildlife zone?
I don't know the answer to that.
No, it's not a part of any conservation, it's zoned, it's not even agricultural, it's zoned for dense housing, 40-foot wide lots, and so,
Hadn't been designated by any other governmental entity to be
no.
some kind of zone?
No, it's a big field.
With a cemetery?
Yes.
Gotcha. I guess my last question is, I don't know if whenever I was like trying to look through my notes, did Mr. Gonzalez ask if like this could go back to planning and zoning?
Yeah.
He did, and we would recommend, if that's what city council would like to do, is that you do it on July 1st.
Right.
And send this item and the zoning back together.
Right.
I wonder if there's anybody in planning and zoning, if they'd, I don't know if it's appropriate that they'd give their opinion on to whether that would be beneficial.
I would not put them on the spot.
Okay. I'm just wondering, like, I guess procedure-wise, then the
The
best
commission
route
has
would
already
be to
acted as a whole, so
give
they've
them-
given you their recommendation as a whole
Right.
body. So if city council wants to send it back, then they
Yes,
can.
but there was discussion among several of the planning and zoning
Yes.
commissioners about, would this come back? If there was more,
Right.
when there's more information, could this come back? I'm not sure that, I mean, that wasn't fully completed because that's our decision, but they
Yes, ma'am.
seem to be interested in it coming back.
Yeah, I mean, so that's kind of why I asked, but you're saying like procedure-wise, the way you outlined it, it makes like the most sense.
Yes, that the council make that decision and not put someone on the spot. That's a good way to
Right.
say
Well,
it.
no, but like but the timing of it
Yes,
all,
ma'am.
to send
Yes.
this and, okay.
Yeah.
Well, and I think there was the other point was, I thought one of the reasons, if I've heard Mr. Gonzalez or somebody made the comment, they'd want to see the restrictive covenants. So it'd be premature to send it until a draft of those is available.
Exactly,
I
yes.
thought I heard a comment, so
No,
just
you're-
another point.
You're right, that it would not make sense without those, but it looks like everybody's goal is for that to be prepared by the July 1st meeting. We'll even see those before that goes back, and we'll decide if it's substantial enough. But I intend to ask that question on July 1st to see if we feel like that would be beneficial, because I think they wanted to, at least some of them.
Yeah, I mean, because we just got like so much more information.
I know,
so, yeah.
it's humongous.
Gotcha.
Let me go to this side. Mr. Lorenzo Gonzalez?
I have a question on I guess what the timeline would be, since we're talking about possibly sending it back to P and Z. Would sending it back to them then trigger the 3 meetings before we could even take action again? So would there be another, so in theory, sending
Yes.
it back to P and Z would be an additional 4 months?
I would
before we take
start the
action?
process, I wouldn't start the process all the way back at the beginning, probably with the update item, but I would at least need to hold the public hearings again. So that would be 3 public hearings before it's finally complete.
So essentially, the March 25th item would then probably
Yes, the March 25th.
be a September 1st-ish.
September 9th at the, well, no, not September. We would probably take it in August. So P and Z would see it in August, you would see it in September and October. Maybe we're done in October or November. Best case scenario.
Question.
Oh, hold on. Anything else? I'll give you some time.
Yes, but I don't know how to ask it, so.
Okay, well, think on that. Ms. Mendoza, Mr. Scott said no. Ms. Rodriguez, we're back to you.
Might be more for Mr. Mayberry. I've spoken to a couple of people at ERCOT, obviously not agency heads, but, you know, some people I know who are employed there. From my understanding, the permit approval process is already begun. Is that correct? Wouldn't,
Not the.
like, the review,
The review
Yep.
to arrive at what is called a facilities development agreement. So
Yeah.
it's not a permit.
So, but which will inevitably lead
Yes.
to permit
Yes.
approval.
Yes.
Wouldn't additional time impact y'all's ability to be a viable candidate when it comes to obtaining this permit? Given the nature of the varying other people that are interested?
So you're saying if we go back to P and Z and kick this back to October, November?
I have a theory why it's being asked to go back to P and Z. That's a theory, though. But I do think in terms of what y'all are trying to do, how do you anticipate that could potentially impact the likelihood of y'all being awarded? Considering that people
Good
are
question.
already further along the process, which looks like a more viable option.
Well, I think we're further along in the process with ERCOT. This variable that's going on here is a variable that the other projects probably aren't dealing with at all. And
Okay.
in most cases, probably because they're in a county.
Let me rephrase my question
Okay.
then. Do you anticipate that us adding additional time onto this process could negatively affect the likelihood of y'all being awarded that permit?
It shouldn't because they're unrelated, but could an ERCOT official say, as they comb through all of their applications, well, this one right here is having a delay on their zoning case, and so maybe we should pull it out of the pile. I don't think they're gonna take that kind of subjective action. I think they're gonna process the power side of this this is just my guess.
For sure.
Irrespective of what's going on here.
Well, we know the state loves subjectivity, and to rule on such. I would imagine, though, that a final restrictive covenant, given all of the considerations, which would ease the burden on ERCOT, wouldn't that make y'all look like a more viable option, though?
Maybe ask that again, the restrictive
So
covenant.
at the rate in which we're going,
Oh.
a restrictive covenant likely will be presented to us by July 1st, from what
Yes.
I'm understanding.
Yes,
The proposal already going around the table, though, that was floated earlier, is going to add additional time onto this process.
yes.
Okay. So that's where my question is. I'm actually trying to help you out,
I know, I can tell, I'm not.
which
doing
is
a-
rare.
I know, I'm not doing
Okay.
I'm not doing a very good job of grasping it, but that's kind of what I was dimly perceiving, was that you're trying to help.
Because from what I've heard internally,
Yeah.
this process is already moving at a swifter pace than what was initially expected. And so
That the electric process is moving
the
faster?
ERCOT process.
Oh.
So
That was my same question, Councilmember.
that's what I'm telling, just for my colleagues, the ones who are trying to advocate for this restrictive covenant while also saying, let's take it all the way back, could be very much counterproductive. And so I'm just trying to shut that down while we're here, which in turn does help you out.
I
So,
understand. Okay, now.
That's all I'm,
I think I follow. My experience is that trying to link these things up on different paths is almost impossible. And so the thing before me today is to present the zoning case. The ERCOT process has not proceeded fast. I wouldn't characterize it fast at all. There's been kind of fits and starts. So could we be staring at a situation, I think this is what you're presenting, where ERCOT says, okay, here you go. We're ready. You got your power. But we've still got 3-4 months to go over here. That could happen. I don't think that presents a problem. I also don't think that's going to happen.
There's 6 other people that are going to be bending the ear of ERCOT, I promise you that.
I
In
know.
the same ways that you are as well. And
Yep.
so just, that's why I ask those questions.
They're
Really encourage my colleagues to continue this process as it is.
Could we
Yeah,
maybe get some
and-
clarity before the July 1st meeting? Because I had the same question. I turned over to Joe and asked that same question. I said,
Yep.
if we're only going to get 1 or 2 of these things permitted,
Right.
and the other one's ready to go and this one's not, then is that putting a disadvantage in having a favorable outcome on our end, depending on what council's decision is? So that was the same exact question. And so maybe if we could get some clarity before the July 1st, just to make sure that council's aware of what some potential ramifications are.
I mean, all things equal, it's a disadvantage. But I understand the thought process behind it. It's consistent with what we're trying to do in terms of build consensus. I think we can deal with it on our end, but I will also tell you what goes on behind the ERCOT curtain, I am not privy to. I deal a lot with LCRA and I deal a lot with Pedernales, but then when it goes up there, I don't know.
And then one last question. Hypothetically speaking, ERCOT denies y'all. What's the plan?
If there's no power for this kind of development, we wouldn't proceed with it.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions?
I just wanted to reiterate what Amanda just said. I 1,000% agree with you, council member, that I think us postponing this or sending it back to P&Z will just add more timeline to it when we're getting some great information here. So
That's why I'm glad that we will have the information that we
Yes,
need
ma'am.
to make that decision on July 1st, and then we'll figure it out. I wasn't necessarily advocating for it. I was just laying it out there because they had asked.
I just want to beat somebody to the punch, yeah.
Yeah, I hear you on that. Okay. Do you have something, Mr. Scott? I'm ready to move on. Okay. If there are no further questions, we will close out item
So then, I guess the timeline then stays like that?
for now, yeah.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
so what, can you remind me what the next step
Yes, on
is?
July 1st, at your next meeting, we will hold public hearings on the annexation, preferred scenario map amendment, which is what we were discussing today, and zoning. And if approved at that time, we would have second reading at the next meeting. Well, August 19th, actually, which was a request by the developer to push that second reading back. But that would be the typical process. If there's any other direction to do something different, postponement, send it back to
Yeah.
P&Z, we would rework the
They're
schedule.
not reconsiderations anymore.
Second reading, apologies.
They're not-
So,
Correct.
okay, so just for the viewers at home, the advocacy or like hitting up the developer and all of that, just so they understand the timeline
Yeah.
between now and when it comes.
Right.
July
Hurry.
1st, and we're going to start working on that July 1st packet tomorrow, so.
Yes, and I wouldn't wait till June 30th to call. Call them this week, next week.
This week, next week, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else? Moving on. We are closed out on item 29, and that means that the public hearings are done, which means we go back to the items that were pulled from the agenda, from the consent agenda, and which were items 7, 10, 15, and 24. So, council, do we need a break? Are we ready to roll on item 7?
I need to eat my sandwich.
We're going to take a 10-minute break. 11:49, please return. And we are back at 11:49, and we are going to do item 7 next. Is that correct, Ms. Trevino?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, item 7.
Consider approval of Resolution 2025-18R, approving an amendment to the contract with Flog Group, Inc. for additional equipment and software for the Police Department's license plate recognition technology in the amount of $124,068.49 for the first year, to be paid with grant funds with 3 one-year extensions in the amount of $102,000 per year, authorizing the city manager or her designee to execute the contract amendment on behalf of the city and declare an effective date.
Motion to deny.
I have a motion to deny. I'm looking to see, Mr. Gonzalez is providing a second for discussion. Ms. Rodriguez.
It's like where to start. So I'll try to be brief. I know it's late. This is to my colleagues. I beg you, like literally beg you. We have had many discussions as a body, both publicly, in some cases individually. I've had discussions with you all, and many of you, if not all, which I do appreciate, acknowledge the times we're living in. We are seeing things, as it was mentioned earlier, that were once never thought to be permissible and now are. We are seeing people literally being disappeared off of our streets. And they are not doing that without the help of things like what we're talking about today. I have obviously been annoying y'all since February on this issue and postponing it, I know. And I'm not doing so just to do it. I'm trying to help y'all understand that however you feel about the contract, however you feel about anything other than this expansion does not matter right now. It is not the right time to expand this. If we say that we care about protecting, it was mentioned about, I think Mr. Mendoza had mentioned, rightfully so, the history of this city and the use of migrant labor. My family, too, were migrant laborers. We cannot say as a council that we care to protect these people and approve this. I was naive to think that when we had our discussion as it related to the policy and keeping people safe, I was naive enough to think that that was going to be sufficient. I want y'all to know I have spent the last 2 weeks, because despite what people may say about me, I do care about public safety deeply. I want our people to feel safe. I want them to have what they need. But I'm telling you right now that I have spoken to multiple attorneys. I've spoken to multiple city council members from other cities, including Austin, who has some of the most robust policies in place. None of those policies matter, nor does our department's desire to protect our immigrant neighbors matter when it comes to a subpoena for this information. A subpoena trumps everything. Austin's own police chief admitted to the fact that it was through an audit that they found that ICE was actually accessing their data and they didn't even know. They are as close to a sanctuary city as we get in this state, and they did not even know. It does not matter the guardrails. This is not even a discussion about the department's potential use of this technology. It is about the fact that as a private company, and it was mentioned earlier, anytime data gets created, it can no longer be protected. I just beg you to think about where we are right now. I have sat in the Texas State Legislature for 140 days this year. I watched them pass SB 8, personally, which is the bill that will require sheriffs to enter into 287G agreements, which requires them to work with ICE. ICE personally spoke with the members who voted for that bill. And my own member asked them, do you not care that this will cause people to get removed off the streets? They did not care. I have heard these discussions at the state where it talks about they are interested in using this policy to achieve their goals. This type of technology. I don't get it. I don't understand why we feel this is an end-all be-all as an attempt to keep our people safe. There are costs to things. Again, I want to emphasize, it does not matter what ordinance we have in place. It does not matter what internal policies we have in place. It does not matter when it comes to a subpoena by the feds. On Homeland Security's own website, they admit openly that they use this technology to carry out the goals of this administration and have. You had a case where in Denver, which recently canceled their flock contract, citing a bunch of the things that we're about to get into, where somebody was literally, it was mentioned earlier about the queries and how these things work. You don't just need a license plate. In Denver, you see them using things as simple as, hey, it's a red car with X. Whether that's a bumper sticker, whether that's a bike rack with X. There was a case where somebody was literally pulled over. It was off of false information, and they were held at gunpoint. These are not hypotheticals. They're not theoreticals. We had over 30 people today come and speak against the expansion of this contract. It was mentioned by a proponent of this contract when it first started, who came in, one of the few that came in and said, maybe we should just tally and make our decision off of that. The public has spoken. So I beg y'all, I know it's late. I had a bunch of things to try to convince y'all, but I'm just telling you right now that if you expand this and it inevitably is used, you cannot say you didn't know. We have 14 cameras, y'all. That's not including the ones by TxDOT. That's not including the ones by other agencies. That's not including the ones by private companies. What's the end goal? This own company that we're talking about literally just introduced new technology called Nova that's now starting to use personal identifying information and not just LPs. This is already being tested out in Louisiana. I have asked multiple times since February to see the contract. I ask any of y'all to show me this contract. We were just sent it a little while ago. Our own policy that the department created themselves requires annual audits. I have yet to see an audit. We don't even know how this technology is being used, and we're being asked as a council to make a lack of an informed decision to expand it. Austin had a conversation today where their council has taken a stand and say, you know what? We believe in safety too. We support our police officers too, but we understand the current climate and we cannot support this in good faith. So I beg y'all, I don't know what moves y'all anymore. I don't know. I thought it would be people, even though there was this assertion that I forced people to come out. I will say the community forum that I hosted on Saturday, it's the first time I've seen as an organizer, people from across the aisle agree on one issue. You had your liberty people that are very anti-big government, and you had your other people that realize the civil rights issues of this. And so, please, if you need any other additional information, I don't mind going into a deep discussion. I don't mind involving flock representatives. I don't mind involving the police department to ask some clarifying questions, but I really want to respect y'all's time, given the time. And I just ask you, please, not right now. I'm tired of seeing our people scared. So please.
I can go next if y'all have things to, Mr. Gonzalez, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Personally, I think the cameras are a great idea. I see the pros and I see the cons. But there's not enough safeguards right now. I'm just afraid someone else can tap in there and get some information that they shouldn't have. I'm just don't think that, that's why I couldn't support it, but I maybe later, but not now until I see some real safeguards that nobody can access this information. That's all I got, Mayor. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Scott.
Yeah, I had a question, Chief. When the data is recorded and we get rid of it in 30 days, does the company still hold it?
Stan Standards, Police Chief. I asked the same question. Our retention period is 30 days. It's a rolling 30 days. At the end of that 30 days, the data is permanently and irrevocably erased.
So the company doesn't even have a copy of it?
That is correct.
Well, do we even have a copy, or we're using theirs, correct?
The data belongs to us. That's both stipulated in the contract also.
Only from our cameras.
Only from our cameras, correct.
So is it, so it's recorded here?
The
and
images are
we have a
recorded.
copy and it gets sent to Flock?
So Kristen is on board, and so if she'll get queued up real quick, but it's my understanding that Flock is a portal. We have access to the portal to retrieve our data. It's held by Flock, because that's what we're paying them for, but it ultimately is our data, and then it's erased every 30 days.
Can we ask
Well,
the representative, maybe
Yeah,
that?
I just want to name, like, yeah, I would appreciate clarity,
hang on just a
because
second.
didn't they just tell Denver that they
Is it really
do have
our
it?
data? Because others get to use it. Maybe we're the originators of the data, but I don't think we can say that we own it and that we control it and that we can keep others from looking at it, because that's a whole point, right? That it's a network?
I'm gonna let Kristen answer that.
And then I'll go back to you.
So, good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to join you this evening. And Chief is correct, and you all own 100% of that data. And that means, and Flock is the guardian of that data. What that also means is that you are in full control. The administrators of your system at the police department, the administrators of the Flock system, have full control to share that information with other law enforcement agencies or not share that information with other law enforcement agencies. And because you own that data, Flock will never sell or share your data without express consent of you, our customer.
Okay, I think, hold on. I think I may have missed something. If someone wants to see data that was collected in San Marcos, are you saying they need our permission to access it?
Correct.
So in no circumstance, space, universe, time, reality, have y'all ever given data beyond that in any of the contracts that exist in the United States of America?
Flock has never provided information without express consent of our customer.
Wait, you said customer. These other people who want that data are a customer too.
Of the owner of the data, so
That's different, okay.
San Marcos's data is 100% owned by you.
Okay, so let's talk about how this works. How does, I'll just say, another agency, how do they even know that there's data that belongs to us that might be of interest to them? And I'm just going to go into Grand Theft Auto. Somebody's stolen a car in Dallas. So, of course, it's somebody's car. We know what the license number is. Gets put into the system, and it blows through here. How does somebody know that it blew through here?
So there would have to be, if that department, it has requested to access the images that are captured by the San Marcos cameras, and San Marcos PD accepts that and allows that permission to receive alerts, which is one bucket. They can elect to, San Marcos PD can elect to share alerts with, let's say Agency B, we'll call them. Agency B can also request access to search for data of San Marcos PD's cameras. Those, you can provide both of those permissions to Agency B or one or the other.
What do you mean one or the other?
So search access to look at 30 days of historical information is one way that San Marcos PD can elect to share your data. The other instance is San Marcos PD can elect to allow Agency B to receive an alert that their wanted vehicle passed by a camera that is in the San Marcos community.
So the other agency puts in a request saying, we're looking for this license plate, and they're going to have to send it to, they don't know where it is. How are they getting the information out saying we're wanting to look for this?
So San Marcos PD could provide permissions to that agency that is requesting that permission to
Right,
be.
but let's back up a little bit. How are they knowing where to request? How do they know to contact San Marcos to say, we think it might go there, other than we're both on 35 and it's a reasonable assumption?
So when San Marcos PD joined the Flock network, there is the ability to kind of allow other agencies to know that now San Marcos PD is a Flock customer,
Okay.
and they can contact San Marcos PD to request that data sharing.
So we would assume that they're contacting everybody who's got a Flock camera between Dallas, and if they, let's just say for some reason they think the car is heading to the border, that they would be contacting every Flock-related agency all the way down?
So typically in the Flock system, again, those permissions, each Flock agency can grant other agencies certain permissions to access certain data. And when a Flock customer comes on board, they can, elect to make it known that they are also a Flock customer. And so those agencies can request to data share. So depending upon whether or not San Marcos PD had provided that agency B access to alerts or search information, that would then
Okay, we're not getting an answer, so let me get a little bit more specific with my questions, because we're not getting there. I don't feel like you're giving me an answer. So we're going to use Dallas and San Marcos again. Are you saying that there's I'm going to say a blanket agreement that we could have, that Dallas could look at any data anytime?
You could, that is possible. I don't know if that is in place with San Marcos currently.
But that's our choice, whether or not we want to do that. And would
Yes.
that be with Dallas only, or would that be with as many agencies as we choose?
Exactly.
Okay, but let's say we don't do that. So then, I'm going to say it again, and I would appreciate an answer to the question that I'm asking you. So if Dallas PD thinks that the car is heading south to Mexico, just say they've got some reason to think that, then are they having to contact each one of the entities that has Flock cameras along IH-35, if they think that's the route that's being taken? Do they have to contact each one of them and say, may we look at your cameras, and we don't have to go back 30 days. Let's say we need to go back to June 15th, and it's June 20th. So is it, they're giving that time frame?
So I want
That
to
should
make sure
be
that
an easy question to answer.
in this situation, I want to make sure that I understand this correctly. In this situation, Dallas PD is currently, San Marcos has not given them permissions in the system.
We're going to assume that for this example.
Okay, then Dallas PD would have to contact San Marcos PD or any other agency that they desire to access that camera's information.
Okay, so anybody that they check the list, see who's got Flock cameras in between, and then they have to access each one of them. And I'm just going to assume that people that haven't given out the blanket permissions. Okay, so now, similar scenario, Grand Theft Auto, they don't know which way the car's heading. It could be anywhere. So that means they have to contact all the agencies. Can they put out a blitz to everybody?
Yes, and I will add another layer to this. if the agency that is reporting the stolen vehicle has entered that information into the National Crime Information Center, which is a federal database maintained by the FBI, if they receive, if we are integrated with NCIC, Flock as a whole is integrated with NCIC on the back end. So if a vehicle that is reported as stolen in NCIC passes by a camera in San Marcos would be alerted to that stolen vehicle entering into the city. Oftentimes, agencies would then share that information where the stolen vehicle was reported out of that
Then-
jurisdiction.
So that's another agency, so let me take that out of the equation, because I'm trying to stick just with Flock and what's going to happen with Flock. Now let's talk, what would be something that wouldn't be this NCIC? How about a kidnapping?
So I'm going to answer a little bit different than what Kristen's answering
Thank
from
you.
a user's perspective. So when we create our system, the icon is literally called Make This Network Discoverable. And you have three options within Flock. For us, San Marcos, to let other law enforcement agencies know that we are now in the network. Number one, we can do it within 50 miles. Number two, we can do it within my state. That's how it's phrased. Number three, it can be nationwide. So when the San Marcos Police Department joins the network, let's just say hypothetically, we want to share our law enforcement data with other law enforcement agencies in Texas. Boom.
Okay, this is not hypothetical, because we've already got 14 cameras. What did we do?
We did, I'm not 100% sure. I'll have to visit with Commander Spriegel. But the data he sent me shows it's checked nationwide. What I don't know is if that's just an example that Flock had, or if this is us.
Okay.
But I want to directly answer your question.
But those are our options, so,
Yes,
okay.
ma'am. I want to directly answer your question. So Dallas PD has said vehicle they need to find.
Let's not do a vehicle that gets into this NCIS and some other stuff.
absolutely
Just-
not.
I want to stick with just Flock.
So Dallas is not thinking, okay, we need to figure out, San Marcos could be in the transit route. All Dallas PD is, they're logging into their Flock account. They're entering the license plate that they're looking for. That in turn gives them returns for every Flock camera for every participating agency. So that's how they would know that San Marcos has the data.
That's what I thought.
Right.
That's why I've been asking these questions,
Right.
and that's not the response. Because that's the way I thought it worked, because that's the easiest and best if
Yes,
you're
ma'am.
going with the theory that Flock has advertised. So Dallas doesn't have to say Waxahachie, Waco, Temple, Belton, San Marcos, San Antonio.
They do not.
Utica, because that's what I thought.
Yes, ma'am.
That's worrisome, in a way. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm gonna let y'all go back, but I needed let me back up. Did we do blanket for anybody, any other entity? Just come one, come all, you look at our stuff?
I don't know the answer to that question. And here's the reason why. I don't administer the program, Commander Spriegel does. He sent me a representative sample so I could understand structurally how Flock is set up. I do not know if we did a carte blanche share within the state, within 50 miles, or nationwide. I'll have the answer tomorrow, but at this point, I do not know.
That's real worrisome, that we don't know. Okay.
We know, Stan does not know.
That's worrisome, because now we don't know.
Right.
Okay?
Okay. I'm going to let y'all answer some questions while I try to digest this
I just
right
have a
here.
question while the Flock representative
Yeah,
is here.
go ahead.
So my understanding is I'm hearing that we own the data and we control the access. I feel like that is the assertion. Can you point to me where exactly in the San Marcos Flock contract that exclusive ownership and enforcement is guaranteed?
Yeah, so I do not have the contract right in front of me, but there is explicit language that states that you are the owner of the data and that Flock will never sell or share that data without your.
So so my follow-up question, just while you're, I think, bringing up the contract, I don't know if that's what you were doing, but, so I asked because even though this was sent to us very late today, I read the contract, and my understanding, similar to the conclusion that the city of Austin and the city of Denver came up with, that there's nothing there that limits Flock from using our data for system-wide analytics or product development. In fact, in your own privacy policy, y'all say you retain a perpetual royalty-free license to use aggregated data for your purposes. So to me, that's not data ownership. It's leasing us back our own surveillance while you build a national product off of it.
Yeah, so thank you for bringing that up, and I'm really glad for the opportunity to address that and clarify. So first, in the contract, agency data refers to the data that the customer, San Marcos City, as its owner, can download. That information has time, location, agency owner. It's hard deleted regularly. Your 30-day data retention is set, so at that 30-day limit time frame, it is hard deleted and unrecoverable. We also have what you're referring to, that perpetual worldwide license. That refers to aggregated and anonymized training data, if you will. It's a subset of the footage that contains no identifying information such as location, time, or even customer. We don't know who the images come from. And we use that to improve our products. And we do that. So in the instance of the character, the letter E or the letter F, if there is a new vanity plate that comes out, we take less than 1% of the images captured nationwide. So a very, very small portion of your data. And again, we would not know that it is coming from you, to train, to use those examples to make sure that we're accurate in identifying those characters.
Okay, so that was a lot of information. But I will say that type of response has been discussed by other municipalities as earlier as today. And multiple different software engineers have posed rebuttals to these type of assertions by Flock. So I think it's important for all of us to do our own research. I really hope that you guys did a quick Google search at the least, like a minimum, because there's just that, respectfully, in my opinion, my perspective is what she just said just does not hold weight. And y'all can Google it and figure it out yourself. Like I'm just not buying it, and so are a lot of other people. So,
Yeah, and I'm going to go back to my question. Whenever other agency has put in a license plate, so the whole system is searched, and it hits in San Marcos and probably a bunch of other places, but it hits in San Marcos, what do you see, and what do they see? You as in us who administers this.
Right. What we see is, first of all, I have the answer to your question.
Oh, good.
Remind me to go back to that. What we see is the requesting officer, the requesting agency, then it has a date, time stamped. Then there is a comments section where they can put the nature of their investigation. As an example, they may say, homicide attempt to locate. And then there has a section for a case number or an incident number.
Right.
So that's what we see from the agency that's requesting that record, which is our record.
Okay, do they know that there's been a hit in San Marcos at that point in time?
Yes, because they're going to receive confirmation. That confirmation is an actual image and it's date
So
and
they've already
timestamp.
got the information that's our data that I'm being told is not released without our permission, but they've already got it.
Because you've already authorized that agency. So let me read exactly what it says.
That's what we're going to have to go
Yes.
back to,
All
because
right, so-
this is, we're identifying where I'm going to have a real problem with this.
Right. So I appreciate Kristen's answer earlier because it bought me time to go back and reread carefully what Commander Spriegel said. So make this discoverable, make this network discoverable. Enabling this preference will make this network discoverable based on the selected distance. so that other organizations can request access to the camera data. We have nationwide checked.
Okay.
That does not give every law enforcement agency nationwide carte blanche access. They have to in turn request access. We in turn grant that access or we don't.
So let me go back. This license plate has been put into the system by Dallas, and it's found here.
Yes, ma'am?
And they're going to know that it was found here before we get all the other information?
No, we're gonna already have agreed to share our data with Dallas PD. So once that link occurs and we give them consent, then when they enter the plate on their end, they'll now see our data.
Okay, so what if we did not give that type of consent? And so it's, the license plate number is found here. They don't know about it yet.
Correct.
We have to approve them knowing that it is here.
They would
Is that
never know.
possible?
They would never know the image exists to even contact us. We would never know they requested the image to
No,
contact them.
what I'm looking for is, we know that they've requested it. We know it was found here, otherwise we don't care if that license number's out there. Just because it was found here, we care, but it's not material to us.
How would we know that they requested it if we're not sharing data? There's no way I
That's-
would know.
No, because if it just goes in the system and it can, the system's gonna find the license plate number. It tells us that other agency wants to know where this is and why, and sends us that thing that you said, that capsule of information. But then we decide whether or not we're going to let other agency know that that vehicle was found here.
No, ma'am.
That's what I hoped is the way it works.
No, you do not.
Can it, hold on a second,
Yeah.
to Ms. McLeod, can it work that way?
As Chief was explaining, if Dallas PD enters or creates an alert into the Flock system, San Marcos PD would have to accept that alert, so that if that car were to pass by a camera in San Marcos, then San Marcos could be alerted to that. So it
That's
really.
not the same as what you were saying, Chief. Okay,
So I have a question that kind of creates this scenario. Going back to NCIC. So in this example, we don't have an agreement with Dallas PD, but Dallas PD puts in a stolen vehicle. It goes into NCIC, which Flock already has whatever agreement with. So then as a Flock user, even though we don't have an agreement with Dallas, San Marcos PD would be notified that there's a car out of Dallas that's been stolen. So Dallas isn't notified that their car is here, but we're notified that Dallas is looking for a car that's currently in our city. Is that not how it works?
that's kind of what I just said.
If that sharing is set up that way, San Marcos would be alerted to the NCIC alert that is in the system.
But Dallas wouldn't be alerted that the car is here. We would just be alerted that a car that Dallas is looking for is currently here.
If you are not sharing with Dallas, those alerts with Dallas.
Mayor.
Okay, so, and I understand that somebody's gonna make the argument that on these time is of the essence, as in the vehicles passing through, and they would want to know at 2 in the morning when, there may not be anybody monitoring in order to say, oh, yeah, okay, it was found here, and let them know. I understand that argument will be made, so we are, right now, discoverable means almost the blanket permission, it sounds like, so that they will know that vehicle has passed through here.
No, ma'am. There's still the provision. We can be discoverable. It's almost like you put your signature on the US map. So boom, a dot is now illuminated. They still have to request our data. It still has to be approved by SMPD for every individual agency.
That's not what I understood you to say earlier. I understood you to say Dallas will know that that vehicle came through here, and then they're going to request more information.
No, ma'am.
And then we see that.
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Every agency has to request access to our data. Otherwise, we don't see theirs, they don't see ours.
Let's back up. You're talking about, in general, requesting the data, correct? I'm talking about a request for that one vehicle.
Correct. And once we grant, in general, consent to sharing data, then ultimately, it's
For that one vehicle or forever?
for all vehicles.
That's what I'm saying I'm having a problem with. And every time I ask the question, I'm getting a different answer. So I may not be asking the question clearly, but I think I understand
If
now.
your question is, on every individual hit,
Yep.
does it then ping us for consent to release? The
Yes.
answer is no. There's the volume of work would be exponentially too
No,
high.
I thought we weren't getting very many of these. I seem to remember, was 12?
No, our specific hits is very different than everybody else's hits. So as an example,
Right this minute, I'm only worried about the hits in San Marcos.
okay, well, but I'm gonna provide everything so that you all can make an informed decision. So I asked Commander Sprinkle, all right, of all queries into our system, meaning Dallas PD, Arlington PD, everybody is entering a license plate and pinging, so to speak, FLAC. How many searches are we seeing where they're searching our cameras to see if that camera or that car was in San Marcos? That's the question. The answer,
No, it was actually how many hits, but I like the question you're asking better.
yeah, because I wanted to know what's the workload look like.
I'm wanting to know what they can see about our town, but go ahead.
Okay. So law enforcement in the last 15 days has entered 288,537 searches across the entire FLOC program network. So that 288,000 gives you a perspective of workload
You're saying
It's-
15 days?
in 15 days.
Thank you.
It's pinging the system, it's pinging the network, to use Kristen's verbiage.
Right.
So if you are asking, could we say on an individual ping to consent to the release or not, there's no way. That's
I'm
why.
talking about only if it's a hit, only if it's found in San Marcos.
Right.
That we would be involved. But when we talked about this at the committee meeting, I remember a 12, that there weren't that many hits in San Marcos of what was being searched other places.
Right. And
I don't remember if that was 12 a day. I thought that was like 12 a month.
Oh, no. I remember the conversation as well. I remember 12, busy day, 30.
Okay.
Those are the two numbers I remember from Commander Sprinkle, but that's surely off of memory.
And that's hits.
Those are hits, yes, ma'am. That doesn't mean searches. Many more searches occur.
Right.
They're just not hitting.
I get that.
Right.
So I have a question for Kristen. Going back to the 30 days deleted, whatever. I'm assuming that Flock doesn't have a data center somewhere and physically owns the servers that the images are being saved on. I'm assuming you're using like AWS or Rackspace or someone. So,
Well, wait, let's
And-
not
and this
assume
is-
that. Let's get the answer to
oh,
that
okay,
question.
are
'cause
y'all,
it's
or
a good one.
do y'all actually physically own a data center somewhere?
We utilize Amazon Web Services.
Okay, so, and this is a big assumption, but assuming that there's no nefarious actors between SMPD, within Flock, there's still a third party that could possibly not be deleting this information after 30 days, or that anyone that we don't want to give access to, and that y'all even agreed not to give access to, can be served with a subpoena to then give that information to whoever's requesting it. So you can't even say like to an absolute certainty that after 30 days it is actually deleted and not recoverable, because it is possible that Amazon's actually saving the information past those 30 days.
So
Which
in
they
that,
might be violating an agreement with y'all, but they could actually be doing it.
So for each customer, we set that data retention schedule. The majority of agencies and customers set that at 30 days. And that is then set within the Amazon Web Services under our contract. They would have to charge us for retaining that data for longer. And so our contract with Amazon Web Services, again, just like our contract with you, we set our data retention. Any data kept beyond 30 days would be an additional cost.
Right, but Amazon's also in the business of data collection, so I mean, if you're giving them the information, I mean, it's also in their best interest to just keep the data for whatever they could potentially use it for in the future.
That would be in breach of contract with us.
Okay, so then you would sue them. How does that benefit the city?
That's a hypothetical I don't have the answer for. What I can say is that we understand that we are entrusted with your data and we do everything in our power to protect your data. And we have
and I understand, and that's what I said. Even if we were to assume that y'all have no ill will and that we have no ill will, there's still a third party that we are not a party of contract or a party in that contract to that could potentially have ill will. Right?
It's always a possibility. Yeah, if the servers were totally under their control, I would feel better about it, but when it's not, you're not in control of that data. Ms. Garza?
Either? Okay, so I understand like why we're doing this, but like we can throw around random scenarios all night, but I just think that none of it changes the facts. The system is dangerous by design, and no hypothetical scenario erases that. So specifically, they say license plates aren't personal information, but they are. You can track people with them. The federal government says if data can be linked to a person, it is personal information. See the Austin conversation earlier for that whole back and forth on what is personal data, what isn't, right? They say we own the data, but we don't really control it. Like Flock can use our data forever to build new tools. It's in their national policy and it's not restricted in our city's contract. And if y'all don't have a problem with that, y'all need to read more books. They say ICE can't access our data, but they kind of already do. So like Flock lets thousands of agencies look up information, even with all the, you gotta pinky promise and like you gotta make sure that we give you permission, all of that. But all it takes is one partner agency sharing it, and it's in ICE's hands. So within our list, the list that was uploaded to the message board, there's several kind of red flags on there that outline some agencies that we release information to that I think are concerning. There is an entity that has an anti-abortion travel ban, and I'm not comfy that we're giving them access to any of our data. There's a couple of other institutions that have been pretty vocal about their approach to handling their interactions with ICE. So it's like, you can say all day we're not giving the data to the federal government, but like low-key we are. And I've also heard a lot that it reduces crime, but a lot of their success stories come from studies that they paid for. Independent reviews show it mostly shifts crime around, it doesn't solve it. Oh, this one's kind of gross. They say it's safe, but there have been multiple cases of cops stalking people using the system. Like there's no real-time audits that I've looked at, or I mean, I think there's also just like some confusion about whether our internal policy required audits or like if it did, if it didn't, that's like a whole other conversation. And this is where, this is a point that Councilman Siegel brought up in Austin earlier. One of Flock's biggest investors is tied to Palantir. That's the creepy surveillance company that builds tools for ICE and military tracking. one of the billionaires funding anti-democracy movements helped fund this, that Peter Thiel guy. Like that, I'm sorry, but like, if y'all can't read the room, this is how we end up in The Handmaid's Tale. Like, come on. The vibes are off, and it really just feels like Flock is building a national surveillance network and handing out access like candy. And that makes me really uncomfortable.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Earlier it was said that Flock is the end-all to be-all. I have never posited that Flock is the end-all to be-all. In fact, I have submitted to you that we have to leverage technology because of the limited resources that we have in San Marcos, to include our general fund capacity. So Flock is a tool. It is not the tool. We've positioned that all along. All I can do is point you back to, what do I have evidence of? You would expect me to be evidence-based. I have evidence that Flock has been remarkably successful in solving very specific crimes in our city. What I don't have evidence of are these abuses that are alleged to be occurring. I don't have evidence of those.
Want me to send you links?
I don't have evidence of those in the city of San Marcos. And I know what you're saying, and I'm sensitive to that, and I'm not saying you're wrong, but what I'm saying is, it is not our lived experience in San Marcos. So what's happening is a national narrative is being overlaid the city of San Marcos. Y'all are gonna have to carefully walk through that. My only job is to make sure that you're aware of the evidence. It has absolutely worked. There are 0 reports of abuses by your police department.
Mayor, if I.
Yeah, and then I got a whole bunch to say.
Yeah, it's kind of hard for me to listen to that and again, have no evidence to substantiate that because there's been no audit shared with us. So I stated when we first began, I tried to help y'all understand that my smoke, for lack of better words, was not towards y'all. The hypotheticals we're talking about were never stated that y'all were the ones being the bad actors. I even went as far to say that your intentions around how we operate these policies do not matter. Because for the public watching, we share with over 400 agencies, according to the thing that you shared on the message board. 400 agencies.
600.
600 agencies.
So, yeah.
To Ms. Garza's point, our policies don't matter when we've already agreed to share those things. I really appreciate the usage that the mayor used of the social network that is created because of these things. That's exactly what this is. And without that network, Flock would not be in business. It requires that. So again, I don't want us to say unequivocally that our department has not used it for nefarious reasons. I'm not suggesting that y'all are, but I'm just saying we cannot say that, and we cannot substantiate that as a body when we have not seen the audits. We're hearing a lot of I don't knows, and that is terrifying to me, terrifying. And so just wanted to make that point of clarification and just say, and I hope y'all's votes align with it, but I will say out of all of the discussions that we've had as a body, these are some of the best questions that I've seen y'all ask, genuinely. So more of like a tip. I figured your IT brain would come out, and I appreciate it. Because I hope like I said, I hope your votes reflect it, but I hope our city is aware and hears these questions because it sounds like genuine care is behind them, and I just wanted to say I appreciate that.
Speaking of the IT brain and the experience is, well, part of it's really scary, and that is I used to be software manager at the university, not for the big systems, but for the different software packages we bought that were used by the staff. And what I saw more than once is you've got a company and you've got to deal with them, and you have a deal, not two deal, and they get bought by somebody else, and all the rules that were with that software go out the window, and the new company is making all new rules. And that's one of the things, now that I've learned more about Flock, that's really scaring me, is if they're bought by another entity, all these safeguards and guardrails we think we have can go away, and what we've got is a big network out there of people watching stuff.
Mayor,
So-
are any of your fears abated with the proposed MOU? And I know y'all got a copy of the MOU. Remember, we haven't executed the MOU. We haven't done the audits because all of this was tabled until June 3rd. So we keep referring to audits.
So Chief, real quick on that, because I did ask, various city staff, because I'm new here. My understanding is that when we had our in-depth discussion that was like almost 2 hours as it related to the policy, we never had a discussion about audits. The reason we didn't have them is because when I reviewed the policy, the audits were already required per your policy since 2022. These things have been in place. So and you mentioned this same wording in the message board as a reason why we can't see these audits, and that is due to a delay and postponement of this discussion. They were required prior.
Right, unless we like hopped into a time machine
So,
and like changed what happened in 2022.
I'm just not, again, I would have loved, because Austin shared their audits with their people. And there was a treasure trove of data substantiating the concerns that we're presenting today through those audits. I would have personally, as somebody who goes through every page of our packet, would have gone and taken the time to look at that audit thoroughly. They're not available though. And so if we're not even following our own policy, I mean, it really concerns me. And as it relates to the MOU, in the MOU, and I see this verbiage constantly in other policies, and I've heard it stated before, that when it comes to the usage of these cameras, both the agencies that we share it with and our agency are to follow all applicable rules and laws that govern the usage of this technology. However, there are no federal rules governing the use of this technology. The limited rules that exist on the state level are insufficient. I can promise you that. This technology is not being regulated. So the rules that we're talking about do not exist outside our own policy. And again, once you submit to share with an agency, your policy, the policy we all took the time to have a lengthy discussion on, is a moot point.
Right.
It is their policy. I'll give you an example. I saw in the list of agencies that we share it with, and my Houston people back in Houston, no shade, but that department shares with ICE. The own mayor of that city openly talks about the need to work with this agency. They do this. That's their policy.
And they're on this list.
Exactly. They're on this list. Do we want to feel that way? I mean, we've even had conversations. That is not how we feel, right? It doesn't matter, though. We've already agreed to share, and what they do with it is up to them. And that goes for any of the 600-plus agencies.
I have a question.
Okay, hold on a second. Are you done for a moment? Okay, Mr. Scott.
Well, this whole proposal is just adding more, right? We're still gonna have flock cameras that are used the same way we were talking,
Well,
right?
maybe, maybe not.
Yeah, Shane, maybe not.
Right now, we do though.
The only thing on our agenda is to purchase additional ones, so,
Exactly.
yes.
So all the concerns we're talking about would have to be agendized for another conversation, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Yes, we could do that. You want to go back?
You're correct in what
Absolutely.
you're saying, that
I'm just trying to stay.
this has to do with
Right.
the flock,
Expansion.
yes, but it really goes back to flock at the core. So, good point.
Guess we just have to revisit the whole thing.
But at a
Again, I was,
future meeting, is the
okay,
point, in terms of the
so,
other contracts.
Let me go through some things here. Originally, I thought, man, that this is great. And if flock were only used, as in the examples that you have given us, that looks really good. And then I thought, heck, there's cameras everywhere. You know, you walk down the street, there's Ring and all the other brands, the toll roads, business security cameras, anybody with a smartphone. But that's different. And this is information that's fast and easy to go from one agency to another that we may not know what they're doing, because you're saying they have to have a case number. Do we verify that case number? They put in something in the memo field. I don't know the verification of there. I'm just thinking of someone rogue in a department maybe somebody young wanting to make a name for themselves, I'm gonna do all this stuff, whatever, and we end up in a place that we don't want. I had a lot of notes, but I'm thinking, okay, maybe if they're just at the major intersections and they're not in other places, and I thought, no, that's not helpful. My concern is not our department, it's how data from here gets used by others. That's what I am concerned about, and I'm having and I've learned some stuff tonight that's given me a real hard time to say that Flock is good for America.
Mayor, would it abate any of your fears if we only shared with Hayes County agencies? You all know all of your participating cities in the county. Would that abate your fears?
But what stops Hayes from giving it to somebody else?
Well, also, I'm pretty sure, and I need to verify, Hayes is in the bracket, that SB 8 bill that I mentioned. Hayes as a county fits the
You're talking about
bracket.
the sheriff's office.
Yes, so the 287G agreement, unless the inevitable litigation against that is successful, they are included in that too. So, just want to flag that for y'all.
Well, and if we want to start flagging vehicles that are going out of state for illegal activity, there could be a whole influx when they start looking for the people going to other estates for gambling.
Yeah, and also, we don't know the policies of everybody in Hayes County. It's not to assume that other local governments within Hayes County have nefarious intentions, but we're just not, we don't know.
Well, right now, we know where there's a requirement.
And Mayor and Council, I mean, I think it's been very clear in your discussion this evening that or this morning, I guess it is.
Yeah.
You know, just in regard to the fact that it's about the system as a whole and where we are as a nation. It's not necessarily a reflection of SMPD.
Absolutely.
And that.
No, that's not the issue
That's
for
what-
me.
That's what I've heard from y'all consistently. It's not about SMPD, but SMPD is who you have control over, right? It's not, you don't have control of what's happening with all the other nation-wide things that are occurring. You have control over what's happening locally with our department and what technology we're using. And so that is the concern. That's the nexus of where this discussion has been tonight. And so I just want to make sure, obviously, we want to provide as much factual information as possible, and I commend the chief for just being
When I'm
factual.
talking about a rogue person, I'm talking about somebody out there on the network,
Correct.
not us.
And I
us.
get that. No, I get that. And so I just want council, I want to acknowledge that I hear, and I know that we all hear where you're coming from on this. It's not about how you feel about our men and women that are doing their jobs, you know, and trying to do it as much as they can to policy and all those other kinds of things. This is really about a larger issue and what you can and cannot control, and this is one area that you can control through your policy decisions. So just want to acknowledge that.
Right. If anything, the rabbit hole that I went down with this whole situation made me grateful that I know sometimes I think the viewers at home see a lot of the beef that we have with these conversations, but I feel very comfortable reaching out to Assistant City Manager, who's in charge of safety, right? Our city manager and even chief, like I'd be texting him too, right? Like, so I appreciate you naming that or like kind of reiterating what other folks have said. This isn't personal beef about San Marcos. It's the moment that we're in right now as a nation and just everything that is out there. And folks have linked articles, they've linked some pretty robust support for different situations that have occurred that really make me anxious about engaging with Flock in general.
How long has Flock been a company? How long has this system been out there? 2 years? 5? I mean, the technology, I don't think has been there for it to be out there for 20 years.
So I can answer that, Mayor.
Thank you.
Altair Technology has actually been around since the 1970s. Flock as a company was founded in 2017.
Right, but how long have y'all been doing this system?
Since 2017.
Okay. That's what I was assuming. Yeah, some of the folks on this list, I mean, there's an environmental health agency on here, and I'm not sure why there's that. Until we can find more guardrails, and more, I don't know, I'm just gonna say guardrails.
We don't know what we don't know.
Maybe some cattle guards. Some of us know what that is.
So Texan.
And maybe some gates. I'm really not comfortable with this right now. It's just, there's too much unknown out there, and what we do know is some of that's scaring me. I get how it was set up in the beginning, and if it was really out there, you know, catching kidnappers and stolen cars and that kind of stuff, that would be okay with me, and that's what I thought was going on. But as I have learned more about how this system is being used, and used by others and maybe some other things, it's pretty scary. Anybody else? We do. We still got stuff to talk about. Anybody? We're going to vote. So the motion was to deny. I knew, that's my job to remind y'all.
Can you reset?
Ms. Trevino, would you do a reset on the voting for us?
Imagine, that would be
Or we'd
so
have been real
funny.
surprised at
Yeah.
the results that came up.
Okay.
So, yes, the motion was to
So the motion is to deny, okay?
deny.
Okay, the motion passes 5-2.
Okay. All righty, so there's that. So now we're on to item 10, and staff, I'm pulling this because of what Ms. Parker said earlier. Ms. Trevino.
Consider approval of resolution 2025-103R, supporting the city's Cape Street reconstruction and shared use path. Application to the Texas Department of Transportation's 2025 Transportation Alternative Set Aside. Call for projects seeking funds in the amount of $2,506,194. Authorize city manager or designee to execute all documents as necessary in connection with the application on behalf of the city and declare an effective date.
Okay, I will make a motion to approve, and then we'll figure out where we're going to go with it. Can I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Lorenzo Gonzalez gets the second. Mr. Condor.
Just the comment? in the
Yes.
Sure.
That's why I pulled it, that and only
Yes.
that.
Gotcha. So yes, if you do pull, when the Transportation Master Plan was approved in 2018, it does show a future trail through the Smurf property.
Which
That-
one?
Between Cape Road and I-35.
Okay,
And between Lusanda, Flores, and the San Marcos River.
okay.
This project is not doing anything on that particular property, nor are there plans in the city's near future to do something on that particular property. What we can do, we're about to kick off a Transportation Master Plan update, which all of this would get re-looked at, and that would be the time that we would look at that in more detail, and if it made sense to improve it, that would be the time that you'd want to do it. But it has nothing to do with this Cape Road.
She brought it up. I
Resolution.
wanted to make sure we addressed it and it gets on a list for whenever that needs to happen.
Yes, it would be addressed to the TMP update, which should kick off in the next 3 to 6 months.
And somebody has written this down.
Yep.
All right. Then we're good. Let's vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
The next item pulled was item 15, and that was by request from staff.
Consider approval of resolution 2025-108R, approving the renewal of a non-exclusive license agreement with Phoenix Ush LLC, formerly Skinny Labs, Inc., doing business as Spin for a term of 1 year that enables Spin's shared micro-mobility devices such as electronic scooters, electrical bicycles to be operated within city rights-of-way. Authorize city manager or designee to execute said license agreement renewal on behalf of the city and declare an effective date.
I will make a motion to approve. And Mr. Scott does the second. Mr. Avila.
Good evening, council members. Salbas Avila, Director of Public Works. We'd like to provide you just a quick update on recent developments regarding this contract and Spin Scooters.
Okay.
On May 30th, the city received an email notification from Spin indicating that they intend to cease operations in San Marcos and Texas State when their existing contract expires on June 30th. The reason for this decision was identified as ridership levels, tariff impacts, and availability of spare parts. This has been a contract that is beneficial to both the city and Texas State. To that end, Texas State has already renewed their contract or have approved renewal of their contract with Spin. And for this reason, staff is recommending that the city does approve this renewal to avoid any implications that the operations were terminated because of the city. And if Spin does choose to pursue this, then that decision will be theirs, and the city and Texas State will immediately move to release a new RFP for a new micromobility provider.
Okay. So the recommendation is we'll approve it, and they do what they got to do, and then we'll, if they say we're really not going to do this, does this give them 30 days to maybe figure it out and continue if they wish?
So their current contract expires on June 30th.
Yep.
So if they choose not to sign the renewal contract, then that will be the termination of this
No,
contract.
I understand that. And I said 30 days. I should have said 27.
Yes, ma'am.
So this gives them 27 to, maybe the tariff thing will change, maybe something else will change. Even though they've said, you know, we're done, they've actually got a little bit more time that, I'm just hoping they get it worked out.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And Mayor, if I could point out too, just, let's say they actually did the renewal. The renewal is just the renewal, but the base contract does provide that either party may terminate with 60 days written notice, right? So the city could terminate. So say they extend it, but then operations, you know, business doesn't pick up or whatever, they could still potentially terminate.
Yeah, it looks like
Down
they're
the line.
doing the right thing with an official notification and not just, you know, going home. Okay, so, okay, anybody have any questions? Let's vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, and now we're on item 24. Am I correct, Ms. Trevino?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Consider approval by motion authorizing negotiations of a development agreement with John David Carson on behalf of Carson Select Investments LP and Savvy Data Centers LLC for approximately 785.66 acres generally located southwest of the intersection of South Old Bastrop Highway and Centerpoint Road, and consider the appointment of a council committee to review the development agreement if desired.
Okay, so I'm interested in having a council committee to do this. And
Same.
so do we need to pass a motion that does not approve the document that was in our packet that says we're going to work on negotiations and that's a starting point?
Motion tonight is to approve initial authorization to kickstart negotiations. The document in the packet was the applicant's first draft that they provided to staff that we wanted to
Right.
provide to y'all.
So that's our starting point.
Yes,
And this
ma'am.
is just to start a conversation, not any kind of final approval.
Correct.
Right, it's no indication of your agreement or disagreement with
Okay.
it's,
Well, in order to have a conversation, I will make the motion to do this and to create a council committee. Anybody want to second that?
Second.
Okay. I'm going to give that one to Ms. Rodriguez. And I am going to volunteer to be on the committee. I'm looking to see if anybody else wants to volunteer.
I would.
I'm actually going to nominate Mr. Gonzalez.
And
I would. I nominate
Mr. Scott wants to do this, and Ms. Rodriguez is also interested, and
I nominate Lorenzo and Amanda.
it looks like we have 4 people for 3 positions.
Let the newbies.
So I think it's good to have new, but with the experience I've got with the Land Development Code, I think I could bring value on that also. So,
I support you.
Y'all, we were doing so well.
I'm trying not to laugh.
Ms. Trevino will call on each of you, and you will give her 3 names, and let's just stick with last names to make it simpler for her.
Wait, hold on. It's 3 names.
3 last names.
Okay, but who all wants it? I'm just saying, no, I'm not it.
Ms. Rodriguez,
Okay.
Ms. Houston, Mr. Scott, and only one of the Mr. Gonzalez's, so that's going to be a little easier.
Think 1 and not think 2.
I guess I'll start. Myself, Mayor, and Mr. Gonzalez.
No, Mr.
Well, no, your
Lorenzo
vote.
Gonzalez. Yes.
That's a vote, voting. You're voting on 3 of the people, 3 of the 4.
She said, I thought she said, okay. Ms. Rodriguez, Jane Houston, and Scott.
Okay. Ms. Garza.
Rodriguez, Houston, and Gonzalez.
Okay. Mayor Houston.
Hold on, I didn't get Mr. Gonzalez's vote down. I will vote for myself and Mr. Gonzalez and Ms. Rodriguez.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott, and,
Nice job.
No.
That's what we need to hear at 1 a.m. A little comedic break.
regular, myself, Mrs. Houston, and Amanda Rodriguez.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mendoza.
We're gonna go Houston, Scott, and Gonzalez.
Okay. Mr. Lorenzo Gonzalez.
Myself, Mayor Houston, and Ms. Rodriguez.
And yourself. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, it's Mayor Houston. Not one. Wait. 1, 2, 3. Nope. And Mr. Lorenzo Gonzalez and Amanda.
Okay, and Ms. Hernandez is very skilled and experienced at getting our council committees together. I will ask each of you, when she asks, can you come to a meeting, she'll give you some options. Please respond promptly so we can get this one going. All right, so now that takes us to item 30?
Yes. Discuss and consider appointments to positions 1, 2, and 3, and confirm appointments of positions 4 and 5, and appointing chair to the Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone, number 3, San Marcos Convention Center Board of Directors, and provide direction to staff.
And I was going to ask Ms. Reyes. Ms. Reyes, we're on the TERS 3. Is the point of this board to dissolve? I know we don't have a board because we haven't appointed one in
Yes,
a long
ma'am.
time and didn't need one.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, just to remind y'all and for the public, it's 5 people. 2 will be from the county, and those are the Judge Becerra and Commissioner Inglesby. And we have 3 positions, and we could go through how many are 1 year, and then others are 2 years in order to make it, staggered, but it looks like we don't need that. So we're taking volunteers.
And this is for TERS 3.
Those are all 3 of us?
Lorenzo Gonzalez,
Nope. Well, there's 3.
Well, there's 3 anyways.
Amanda Rodriguez, Mr. Matthew Mendoza.
And Mr. Gonzalez?
I got him written down.
Oh, perfect.
Looks like we have 3 for 3. This is the motion to further negotiations and these 3 people. I don't usually combine this stuff, but I think we can get by on this one. So if y'all are good with that, we're going to vote.
Oh, hold on here, sorry.
Oh, yeah, we got to wait till it blinks.
There we go.
So this is to approve negotiation, this is to approve the TERS board. And look at that.
For number 3.
Mayor, the
7.
caption says, I'm sorry to interrupt, the chair, to appoint a chair to the,
I had that written down and I missed it.
sorry, yeah, I just saw it.
Not sure.
And again, this is to dissolve.
Uh-huh. Yeah, looks like you're only gonna meet once, so, but, who would like to be chair?
You don't want to let them do it on their
Mayor,
own?
can we just?
Well, I am fine with letting them do that. Can we let them choose their chair?
Yeah, we'll just do the election.
But it's gonna be one of the city people, right? Because that's positions 1, 2, and 3, and
1, 2,
position
and
1 is
3.
chair.
Mayor,
but-
do we have to
I don't know
have a
who the
chair on this one?
ordinance-
Yes, you
Can it
have to
just-
have a
because
chair. This is
someone
a
has to.
TERS board, this is set, so
Okay.
please don't go there. Can we let them choose who's place 1, 2, and 3?
I
Or
don't
be for
want to
legal
give you
reasons, do we need
misinformation.
to?
I'd rather the council just do it and take care of it, because I can't speak with certainty that the
I'll
board can
volunteer.
pick
Okay,
its own chair.
we need
I feel
clarification, so we're gonna vote again, knowing which is which. And we have a volunteer? Mr. Lorenzo Gonzalez volunteers to be the chair, and the other two don't matter. So, well, let me just put it this way. Ms. Rodriguez is be 2,
Okay.
Mr. Mendoza would be 3. Let's just get that square. And then we will vote now that we mean it.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right, thank you. I had written that down and I missed it. Now we're on to item 31.
Yes. Discuss and consider an appointment to the Capital Area Council of Governments, General Assembly, and provide direction to staff.
This is the General Assembly. They only meet twice a year. This was a position held by Assistant City Manager Chase Stapp. There are some committees that are law enforcement related, criminal justice related. My recommendation is, even though Mr. Scott was kind enough to fill that slot when, upon the retirement of Mr. Stapp, I would like to suggest that our Assistant City Manager, Alonzo Anderson, be in that slot. He has shown interest, and when Mr. Scott couldn't go to the 2 meetings last year, he filled in, and took that ticket, so we didn't have to buy another lunch, but anyway. And so I would highly recommend, didn't cost us anything. It did, and I would highly recommend that we put Mr. Alonzo Anderson in that seat.
You know, I kind of like him, so.
Yeah. But we went early, and I introduced him to people, and there were some people that he knew, so it was great.
And not just because Baz, again, slipped me a $50 bill to.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right. Ooh, big one.
Okay.
32.
Consider approval of a list of proposed city charter amendments to be placed on the November ballot for consideration by the city's voters and provide further direction to staff on matters related to the charter as appropriate.
Looking for a motion. Mr. Gary, this means that the list was in our packet, and that's what's in front of us. And if this passes in toto, that's what's
Yes.
going to go on the ballot, but we will get another look at it when we actually,
Yes, ma'am.
Create the ballot.
You will actually get the election ordinance.
Right.
And the ballot proposition. So in the packet is the actual, at least for the moment, my proposed wording for the actual ballot wording is in the packet. And I have a presentation if you want to go through, but really, if, given the hour and time and all, if the council is okay with what's in the packet for the items to move forward after discussion on the recommendations from the Charter Commission, you could just vote for approval.
yeah. And Mr. Gary did, as I asked and we asked, what's going on the charter is there. The ones that we said, not on the charter, but we want to look at, that's also in the document, so we don't forget those. And then, of course, there's are we going to do districts conversation? We'll have it another day.
Right, that doesn't have to be decided tonight. We just
Right.
know that was something the council wants to do at a future date.
Right.
No timeline.
So, and so this will be one thing. So unless somebody wants to make an amendment and, change that mayor term to 2 years instead of 4, now would be a time that you could do that. But if not, I
Just-
never give up.
Just a motion, this is all we need.
Yeah.
Everybody left, I can't see the
Yeah, I
votes.
can't see your funny stuff. There's 8 minutes later, we have another funny.
There you go.
But if we could just, with a motion that I do need to get, but I want to make sure we were clear on what we had before someone made the motion.
Yes, Mayor, you
So
could
we need a motion
approve-
and a second, and then,
The list that
Thank you.
I've prepared of the changes that, and part of this is just so that we all are on the same page, understanding what council directed last time. Now it's
Yeah.
clearly laid out. These are what
Yes.
were accepted, what were not accepted.
Yes. And thank you for getting it to the ballot language now. I think that was important to do at this stage, and we'll probably make it go faster next time. Except for the mayor thing, I'm good with it, with here, so, you know. Can I vote on all of them but one and abstain on one of them?
For a conflict or just,
No.
or,
I want to vote against it.
sure. Yeah, we do that with the consent agenda sometimes where, you know, it's
I just don't want anybody.
approving it
I
except
don't
for
want anybody to
items.
say, but you said you were okay with it, because I'm not.
Yes,
Okay.
it'd
so
be
then-
like when you approve the consent agenda and you say except for numbers such and such,
Right.
I vote against. You can do that.
So can I move to accept numbers 1, 2, and 4 through 11?
Actually, we already have a motion by Ms. Rodriguez and a
Oh,
second
okay,
by
can-
Mr.
Can
Scott.
I move to,
No,
amend
I'll
the
just
motion?
record my no for that one item, it's
Okay.
fine, but thank you for trying.
works for me.
Okay, so we're blinking, and I'll just say, Mr. Trevino, if you'll record me as a no on the mayor term.
I'm a no on sorry, on my brain, the P and Z one, where is it?
Okay.
I mean, yeah, but no.
I guess one thing that I should clarify is there is direction that these are the items that a majority said are going forward. So
Oh.
we just need to be careful that we're not changing the majority on any of the specific items, which I guess it's your
I'm keeping
prerogative to
track.
do that. Yeah.
Yeah, well, if we had if four of us said, record me a no on 27, then, yeah. Then now we gotta do something different. Yeah.
Okay.
I think we're good. I'm a no on that one, you're a no on that one. We know which ones they are,
All right.
even though we didn't say the number.
So the motion passes 7-0 with Mayor Houston saying no with mayor's term, and Ms. Rodriguez with the P and Z.
Okay, so that brings us to item 33.
Okay. The city council will convene an executive session pursuant to the following sections of the Texas Government Code: A, Sections 551.072, real property, and 551.087, economic development, to deliberate regarding possible economic development incentives for project AVSM. B, Section 551.808, economic development, to deliberate regarding possible economic development incentives for project Catry. C, Section 551.072, real property, to deliberate the acquisition of necessary real property interest related to the installation of a new wastewater treatment plant southeast of the city. D, Section 551.074, personnel matters, to deliberate roles and responsibilities of the city council regarding appointee evaluation process.
All right,
So
looking
moved.
for a motion and a second to go into executive session. I heard Ms. Rodriguez has the motion, Mr. Scott has the second. We're going to vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right, we are going into executive session at 1:12 a.m. on June 4th. Executive session, which ended at 2:31 a.m. Ms. Trevino, I think you need to do the next part,
Number 34.
what we call the reporting out. I
Yes.
forget the number.
Consider action by motion and provide directions to staff related to the city council's executive session deliberation under the following sections of the Texas Government Code during the city council's work session or regular meeting. Letters A, B, C, D.
Those were the items that you read into the record before we
ma'am.
went into executive session.
Yes, ma'am.
And unfortunately, I can't find my page. It was right here. Remind me the first one. Can I borrow your agenda, please?
Yeah.
Project AVSM.
We gave direction to staff on that one.
Project Catry,
We gave direction to staff on that one.
new wastewater treatment plant,
We gave direction to staff on that one.
appointee evaluation process.
And we had that discussion. We have determined that we need a special meeting for further conversation. We will work with you to get that one scheduled, and I believe that's it for For that section, we do have Q&A. I believe we have someone online.
Yes, let me move him over, Mayor.
And so we will do that.
Okay, he's joining the panelists.
All right.
There he is.
Hello.
Bring him on in. Oh, here's my list. If you got something, you got like 3 seconds to jump in and tell us.
Yes. My first question is for Councilmember Mendoza. I asked this at the 3 p.m. Q&A. I would like him to respond to why he thought it was appropriate to use swear words inappropriate for the decorum of council during the ceasefire conversation. Again, not to repeat them, but it was a C, S, and A word. Seemed pretty inappropriate. And I think, as I stated at the 3 p.m., that community members would not be afforded the ability to continue to discuss. And I myself, as even a council member, was muted and silenced for far less, rules of decorum wise. My other question is regarding with all of these economic development San Marcos Board items coming before you and the community outcry being around the data centers, which also typically start out as economic development San Marcos kind of incentive packages, whether council would consider revisiting our economic development policy to better balance the benefits awarded to businesses, where we are basically allowing, I'm never going to not call them GSMP, to know who these businesses are even before council does. You all just came out of executive session where you didn't get told who AVSM is or who Project Cat Tree is. And even you aren't allowed to sign an NDA to get access to that. So the question there is council willing to bring forward discussion items that prioritize the knowledge of council and the community over the perceived benefits to attracting businesses by providing them total anonymity?
Okay. And what else do you have?
Those are my questions.
Okay. Then I will see about a response for you by email. And this concludes our question and answer session. So there being no further business, I say we are adjourned at 2:35 a.m.